Song Sai was curious. Mom, can you really decide? Will uncle and aunt agree? Especially aunt. Wang smiled. Your uncle has already told your father and me privately to handle it as we see fit. As your uncle and aunt, we would never harm her. We would be happy if Da Huang could marry a good man. That's good. Thinking about his cousin having a good future, Song Sai felt happy too. By the way, when you went today, what did the teachers say? Did you ask about the county school? Wang was most worried about her son attending the county school. She even thought that if he couldn't go, she would find a teacher in the county town, even if it cost more, as long as her son wanted to study. Song Sai knew what Wang was worried about and smiled. Mom, the teacher said the county magistrate specially reserved spots for us. We will leave for the county school the day after tomorrow. You can start packing my things. I'll need to stay there.
What?
Wang stopped washing clothes, grabbing Song Sai with a surprised look. Are you serious? Song Sai nodded with a smile. Wang was so happy that she cried with joy and quickly ran into the shop to share the good news. Upon hearing it, Song Sanyu didn't rush to do business. He returned to the courtyard, first affectionately spinning his son around, then quickly changed his clothes and rushed out. Seeing his father in such a hurry, Song Sai curiously asked, Mom, where is Dad going? Your father recently found a small house in the county town. The price has been agreed upon and we're just waiting for you to go to school there to buy it. Now that you are doing well and will be studying at the county school, we should hurry and buy the house to avoid any delays. I will need to stay at school while studying there. It seems a bit early to buy a house before I even pass the exams. What if I don't succeed? Wang said, sensing her son's thoughts. It's not too early. Whether we buy now or later, we need a house. Regardless of whether you pass the exams, your father and I want you to live in the county town. Our shop is doing well, so even if you don't achieve fame, we won't have to worry about money. Your father and I are still young, and we want to earn some money now to prepare a home for you, and later find you a good match. Song Sai felt touched, but every time his parents talked about having a big family, he didn't know what to say. But what about the shop? What about our shop and the house? Even though he looked forward to life in the county, leaving his home of 8 years made him very sad. Wang reached out and gently tapped her son's head, smiling. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on your studies. All right. Even without saying it, Song Sai understood that the shop would not close. His father would likely find a house with a shop in the county or rent one, allowing them to run the business in both the town and the county and earn more money. He wondered if his parents would leave the shop under the care of his uncle or his maternal uncle, but he guessed it would be his maternal uncle since their business had grown thanks to him. But that wasn't his concern right now. His priority was to pass the exams. When old Zhang and Song Danian learned that their grandson would be studying in the county, they were overjoyed. Their family had been thriving, and their grandson was doing well in school. The thought of him studying in the county was a great honor. When their daughter-in-law mentioned they would also move to the county and that their son had already gone to buy a house, they were left speechless. After the joy, Grandpa Song lovingly patted his little grandson's head and said, Good boy, after the August exam, we will return to Songjia village to honor our ancestors and tell your great-grandfathers that our family is doing better now, bringing them pride. We will also ask for their blessings so you can pass the exam and become a scholar. Song Sai naturally had no objections. Although he was an atheist in his past life, after experiencing the events with Granny Bai, he felt a deep respect for ancient spirits and deities. After lunch, Song Sanyu finally returned with the ox cart. As soon as he saw his son, he eagerly handed over something to Song Sai, saying, Son, open it and take a look. Song Sai set down the dog's paw and took the envelope from his father. After opening it and reading the contents, his smile grew wider, and he felt deeply moved. Dad, you really bought a house. Song Sanyu rubbed his son's head and laughed. Good son, I earn money for you, and you bring me honor. Haha, I had my eye on this little courtyard for a long time, but it was too good a location and too expensive, so I hesitated to buy it. Now that you are successful, even if it's pricey, I want to buy it for you. When you go to study in the county, I will leave the business here to your uncles, and move to the county too. That way, we can all be together during your breaks." At that moment, Song-sai felt only gratitude and a desire to cry. The matters of the county school and the house were settled. Now, Song-sai didn't want to think about anything else and focused on studying and practicing writing. To pass the county exam, he just needed to memorize the 4 books and 5 classics. As the difficulty increased for the provincial exam, Song-sai still felt confident. However, the county exam for scholars was not only difficult, but also had a low acceptance rate. The teacher said that only the top 20 from each province would be accepted, and since their province was a central one, they had 20 spots. In smaller or remote provinces, they might only accept 10 to 15 students. Even with the wisdom of his past life, Song-sai no longer felt completely confident about the county exam. So, he rolled up his sleeves and studied hard, reading, memorizing, and writing. He piled his old books on the desk, going through them one by one. Whenever he encountered important sections, he would write his notes to help deepen his memory later. After reading for a long time, Song-sai felt tired, so he went to the yard to look into the distance or play with De Huang to relieve his fatigue. After resting for a while, he would continue studying. When his mouth became dry from reciting, he would take another break before practicing his writing. His whole day was packed with activities, leaving no time to spare. Before he knew it, the day to report to the county school arrived. Song-sai put down his book, rubbed his neck, and packed the books he had read yesterday into a box. Then he began to wash up. When he saw the clothes hanging by his bed, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Since the family had some extra money, his mother liked to make him long shirts in various colors. Today, he had to wear a deep green one, which surprised him. Well, as long as it wasn't pink, he accepted his fate and put on the green round-neck long shirt. He stepped out of his room to find Wang Shi and old Zhang packing his bags. They had already filled 3 large boxes with clothes and books. His older cousin brought a ceramic jar from the kitchen and placed it on the box. Curious, Song-sai opened the jar and saw it was full of salted meat. He laughed and said, "Mom and Dad, you're moving soon, so you don't need to prepare so much for me." Song Sanyu moved a large box to the gate, wiping the sweat from his forehead and smiling. "We still have a few days before we leave. We don't know what the food will be like at the county school, so it's better to take some with us. Listen to your father. Take some to share with your classmates. It will help build friendships," they reminded him, as it was a new place. What could Song-sai do? The sweet troubles of life. "Uncle Sanyu." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the yard. Hearing it, Song Sanyu exchanged a knowing smile with his niece and quickly went outside. He Mingqing jumped down from the ox cart and handed several boxes of gifts to Song Sanyu. Then, she casually glanced into the shop. Noticing this, Song Sanyu walked into the yard and asked Wang Shi to take his niece to help in the shop. Old Zhang also seemed to know what was happening and hurriedly followed. He Mingqing pretended to be a guest, standing outside the shop. After Wang brought Song Dahua inside, he quickly glanced at her, and a blush appeared on his dark face. As a matchmaker, Song-sai couldn't miss this opportunity. He peeked into the shop and saw He Mingqing's cheap smile and his cousin's shy demeanor, which made him realize that things were going well. Sure enough, after a while, Song Sanyu cheerfully said, "Mingqing will come back to propose on an auspicious day. Dahua, you should go home for a few days and wait for Mingqing to propose." Song Dahua shyly nodded. Song Sanyu continued, "Mingqing isn't young anymore. I expect that after the proposal, they will choose a wedding date soon.
Dahua, keep that in mind."
Song Dahua had no objections. If it weren't for her uncle and aunt, she wouldn't have this opportunity. According to her aunt, Mingqing's family lives in the county town and there are no in-laws, so she could be in charge. They have a house in the county, and Mingqing has a stable job, earning several taels of silver a month. Such good conditions were something the old Song Dahua wouldn't have dared to dream of, but now that it was happening, she felt like she was in a dream. As for the age difference mentioned by her aunt, Song Dahua didn't mind. Being 6 years older wasn't a big deal. If she hadn't come to live with her uncle, She might have ended up marrying a divorced man or someone much older, so 6 years was nothing. Seeing that his cousin's future was settled, Song Sai felt happy too. Although she wasn't his real sister, she had treated him very well, especially in the past 2 years, taking great care of him. At 18, he was at a rebellious age in modern times, but in ancient times, his cousin bore the label of bringing misfortune to her husband, which made him feel sorry for her. Thankfully, fate seemed to favor her. When the sun was high in the sky, Jin Yuanbao and several others finally arrived, including his senior brother, Tong Sheng, named Zhang He. At 19, he was still unmarried and was from the local area, with his family running an oil mill. Originally, there was no spot for him at the county school, but somehow the teacher managed to get an extra spot from the county magistrate. Song Sai thought the magistrate likely granted the extra spot because of the teacher's high success rate, as students passing the exams were good for the magistrate's record. Everyone was well prepared, and after confirming nothing was missing, they set off together for the county town. A few people were excited about going to the county school. They looked forward to the new environment and the chance to take the scholar exam. Throughout the journey, they discussed how to study at the county school and whether they should return home during breaks. The adults in front were quietly talking about their sons going to the county school, filled with pride. It's important to know that the county school has limited spots each year, and in other more prosperous areas, only those with scholar titles can enter. Here, since it is less developed, the standards are lower, allowing students without titles to enroll. Overall, everyone was happy that their children could attend the county school. My friend in the county city asked about the school for me a few days ago. He told me yesterday that the county school has a break once a month, with 3 days off at the end of the month. The tuition is 12 taels of silver a year, plus the cost of writing materials, so it will be around 15 taels of silver for the year, said Mr. Meng while driving the cart, speaking to the other parents. The others were okay, but Mr. Fong and the second uncle looked a bit worried. They probably had their own plans. Mr. Fong's family could likely afford it, but with an older brother, they needed to ensure he passed the scholar exam in the next 2 years. Otherwise, once the older brother got married, resources would not be as available for him. The second uncle's family might not have been able to afford 15 taels before, but they had saved some money from their business in recent years. However, it would be difficult for their cousin to continue studying, as selling wild vegetables and mountain goods is not as profitable as selling game. He must also pass the exam within the next 2 years. However, passing the scholar exam is a worthy investment. For example, if Brother Xing passes, he could open a private school and earn even more money. If their cousin passes, the family would be exempt from land taxes and labor duties. In short, they would endure hardship for 2 years, but if they succeed, they could enjoy the rewards. The county school is located in a house not far from the county office, surrounded by green trees and a quiet atmosphere. When they arrived at the school gate, they quickly got out of the cart. 2 young attendants at the entrance greeted the students warmly. One of them, holding a list and a pen, smiled and asked, "Could you please tell me your names?" Brother Zhang, who is older, stepped forward first and cupped his hands, saying, "My name is Zhang He." The servant heard the names being crossed off the list, and the others quickly reported their names as well. After the servant checked each one, he turned to lead them inside. As they entered, a few older men followed behind, guiding their oxen and carts into the school. The county school was large, and as soon as they stepped in, they saw a big courtyard with several carts already parked, likely belonging to students arriving for registration. Following the servant to the back courtyard, Song Sai began to understand the layout of the school. A sign reading County School hung at the entrance, with stone tablets on either side. The archway in the front courtyard was decorated with a carving of a carp leaping over the dragon gate, encouraging students to strive for success. In the front courtyard, there were several spacious and bright classrooms. Upon entering the central courtyard, they noticed pine trees planted around to create a quiet atmosphere. In the middle stood stone tablets, listing the names of past scholars and school rules. There was also an archery range and sandbags, indicating that the school valued physical health as well as academics. Most surprising to Song Sai was the presence of a small library. Although it wasn't large, it was better than nothing. Next to the library was the dining hall, which looked quite big and could accommodate dozens of students at once. The servant led them to a dormitory in the back courtyard and said with a smile, "Our dorms are shared by 3 people. You can choose your spots." After he left, Song Sanyu noticed the dormitory was spacious, bright, and clean, making him feel comfortable. With 6 of them, they would share 2 rooms. Song Sai didn't need to say much. Even though he often hung out with Jin Yuanbao, he would definitely want to stay with his younger brother. At home, their parents and 2 sisters had already told him to take care of his brother while they were away. He understood that his younger brother was still young, and he needed to help take care of him. Fang Xingli also stayed behind quietly, moving his luggage into the room. The others quickly found neighboring rooms, and luckily, they arrived early, so the adjacent rooms were still vacant, making it convenient for them to be close together. Inside the room, there was a large wooden bed on the left that could fit 3 people, and on the right was a long desk with 3 wooden stools. Song Sanyu chose the spot closest to the inside, set up his bedding, and stacked his book box and clothing box at the back. His second uncle and Fang's father also unloaded their carts, taking out the items they had prepared for the children. The once spacious room quickly filled up with their belongings, and looking around, it was filled with various items. By the time everything was packed up, it was nearly noon. The children had classes in the afternoon and couldn't stay long, so the old fathers reluctantly left, turning back several times. Once the adults were gone, a bell rang from the county school, and someone shouted, "It's time to eat." It was unclear if the cafeteria required everyone to bring their own bowls and chopsticks, but since several people had brought theirs, they decided to take them along. The cafeteria was already quite busy. Song Sai noticed his food box there. To get food, one had to go to the kitchen, and after eating, someone would collect the dishes from the table, which was quite convenient. In ancient times, there was no dish soap, and at the private school, no matter how well the bowls were washed, they always had a greasy sheen. Even with soap pods, it didn't feel very clean. Now, with someone specifically washing the dishes, Song Sai felt happy. The kitchen was next to the cafeteria, and a few people lined up to enter. Inside, 2 women were serving food. Song Sai carefully observed how they served, and he was pleased to see they seemed steady and not shaky. When it was his turn, he noticed the food looked quite abundant. There were stir-fried lotus root slices, stir-fried bean sprouts, and stir-fried greens for the vegetarian options, and for the meat dishes there was pork stew with potatoes, meatballs, and minced meat tofu. There was also a wooden barrel filled with vegetable soup topped with egg flowers. After confirming that each person could choose 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, Song Sai selected pork stew and meatballs for the meat, and stir-fried bean sprouts and lotus root slices for the vegetables. Once the dishes were served, another woman gave him a bowl of tightly packed rice and a large bowl of soup, which he placed on his tray. He then carried his tray to a table in the cafeteria, and soon the others joined him with their meals. At that moment, Brother Zhilan pulled out a small clay jar from his backpack and said with a smile, "Everyone, try this. My dad brought it back from outside, and I thought it was delicious, so I asked my mom to pickle some for you to taste." Since Brother Zhilan's family was in the seafood business, it was easy to guess it was something like sea fish. When Song Sai took a bite, he realized it was jellyfish. He didn't know how Aunt Meng prepared it, but it tasted great. The group, all young and hungry, enjoyed their meal. The rice in the cafeteria wasn't pure white. It was mixed with several types of rice, but it tasted good. They could refill their dishes and soup after finishing, which explained why the county school's fees were high. It was worth it. During mealtime, a few students chatted together and learned that the county school usually starts at 6 in the morning for washing up and breakfast. Morning study begins at 6:30 and ends at 8. Formal classes start at 8:20 and break for lunch at 12. After a half-hour break, classes resume at 1:30 and continue until 6, followed by dinner. Evening study starts at 7 and ends at 9. After that, students return to their rooms. The special candles provided by the county school only burn for 15 minutes, so if students want to study longer, they need to bring their own candles. Song Sai felt that the study intensity at the county school was quite high, but it made sense since everyone was aiming to become scholars. The higher intensity increased their chances of success. Moreover, the school schedule matched their desire to maximize study time. However, after evening study ended at 9, Song Sai planned to wash up and go to bed early, as he still needed to grow. At 13, he was only 1 50 meters tall, while his peer, the younger disciple Ji Lan, was already 1 60 meters. His senior, who was only a year older, was nearly 1 70 meters. He wondered why he hadn't encountered anyone short due to poor nutrition, as was often said about ancient people. Song Sai felt frustrated and decided that when his parents came to the county town, he would ask his father to buy a female sheep so he could drink milk and grow taller. After dinner, students took a half-hour break. They first went to the front yard to find their seats in the classroom before returning to the dormitory to rest. A good midday break helped them focus better in the afternoon, so everyone took their naps seriously. As soon as they closed their eyes and opened them again, half an hour had passed. The bell rang for the second time, and the students quickly washed their faces with cold water and rushed to the classroom. A senior had mentioned that the teachers at the county school were very strict and disliked tardiness. If caught late, they would surely face punishment. The students hurried and finally sat down just as the third bell rang. Song Sai estimated that from the first bell to the third, about 15 minutes had passed. Since it was their first day, they were a bit flustered, but once they got used to it, 15 minutes would be more than enough. Taking advantage of the teacher's absence, Song Sai looked around the classroom and noticed there were quite a few students, 16 in total. Some looked to be about his age, but most were in their 20s. When they saw the group rush in, they greeted them warmly. Before long, a thin, middle-aged teacher walked in. He wore a plain long robe and had a silver belt around his waist, with a white jade pendant that swayed gently as he moved. His elegant attire showed his refined character. Mr. Chi stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the students below him. In a serious tone, he said, "I have a general idea of your rankings from the last exam, but once you enter the county school, don't focus too much on those rankings. Here, only the county school rankings matter. Every month on the 1st and 15th, there will be tests, and I will rank your scores. I hope you won't waste the opportunity given to you by the county magistrate. Today is the 15th, so we will assess your true abilities. The exam will last for 2.5 hours. If you need to use the restroom, raise your hand. Otherwise, please remain quiet and focus on your work." With that, he distributed the test papers to everyone in the classroom. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden exam and felt a bit anxious. When they received the papers, Mr. Chi took out a ruler from under the desk, and those who were still whispering immediately fell silent. "I hope my students will not engage in cheating. Whether it's the monthly tests or major exams, if caught, you will be expelled from the county school. Do you understand?" The students nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at rice, as if they would be thrown out at any moment. The county school was a place every student in Jinfeng County dreamed of attending. Getting in was not just a personal honor, but also a family honor. Who would be foolish enough to risk that? As he took the paper, Song Sai habitually read through it from start to finish. When he reached the last question, which was to write a poem, he felt a bit of a headache. The other questions were manageable, but writing a poem was really challenging. It had many requirements. The poem needed to include a season, pine and cypress trees, and a scene of children playing. It was much harder than writing an 8-legged essay, where you just needed to make the words sound nice. Of course, he only dared to voice these complaints in his mind, as he realized that the teachers at the county school were much stricter than Mr. Fong. It was better to keep quiet. Time passed slowly. Aside from the occasional sound of Mr. Chi sipping tea, the classroom was filled with the sound of pens scratching on paper. Song Sai looked up at the orange-tinted desk, rubbed his sore lower back, and then his wrist. Finally, he glanced at the poem he had written, which was fairly neat. The Eastern Lord strolls the wild path, pine and cypress try on new attire. Children chase after one another, paper cranes soar into the sky. The poem is quite good. It flows naturally, has vivid imagery, and the structure is neat. Song Sai is very satisfied. Many students in the classroom have finished their papers and are eager to leave. Teacher Chi notices this, stands up, and walks to the desk, saying seriously, "Those who have finished can hand in their papers early. After submitting, you may go to the cafeteria to eat." Song Sai has been deep in thought all afternoon, and his stomach has been growling for a while. While at the private school, he could sneak in some snacks, but here at the county school, he didn't dare to take anything out. Hearing that they could eat now, he immediately stood up, handed in his paper first, and ran toward the cafeteria. The young man was very hungry and couldn't control himself. Teacher Chi looked at the well-written paper in his hand and then glanced at the young man rushing to the cafeteria, smiling slightly. Song Ziyuan is quite good. This county school has some promising students. Seeing someone submit their paper first, the other students couldn't sit still anymore and hurried to hand in their papers too. Eating is the most important thing. Everyone thought the results would be announced the next day, and some were even prepared to face Teacher Chi's scolding and punishment. However, when evening study time came, they saw Teacher Chi leisurely walking in with a stack of papers. Upon seeing the papers, the students immediately felt nervous, especially when they noticed the long ruler on the desk, which made them even more anxious. On the left, Jin Yuanbao and his cousin looked tense, silently praying with their hands together. Zhang Hesher, being older and having been a teacher himself, managed to keep a calm expression. Song Sai glanced to his right at his junior brother Jilan, who wasn't praying like Yuanbao and his cousin, but his hands were tightly clenched on the desk. Finally, he looked at his senior brother Xingli, whose face was unreadable, but the way his throat moved showed he was also nervous. Looking around, everyone else seemed just as anxious. It was clear that Teacher Chi's authoritative presence was well established. It was only the first day of class, and after just a few words, the students were already so scared. It seems he needs to learn well to prepare for his future as a teacher when he opens his own private school. Song Sai quietly observed Teacher Chi's imposing demeanor. Meanwhile, Teacher Chi began distributing the test papers, saying, "We have a total of 16 students in our class. 5 received an A, 5 received AB, and 6 received AC. Now I will call out names. Those called should come up to get their papers. First, for an A, Liang Xuezhou. Liang Xuezhou and Zhang Hesher are about the same age." When they heard they received the top score, they smiled and walked forward. Teacher Chi handed the test paper to him and said, "Keep it up," allowing him to step down. Zhou Shuchong received the top score. Meng Zilin received the top score. Zhang He received the top score. Song Sai listened as several names were called before his own. His heart raced. He felt he had done well, even writing the last poem better than during the previous exam. How could he not be among the top scorers? It didn't make sense. Teacher Chi smiled, holding the last top-scoring test paper. He said, "Although this paper received the top score, I believe it deserves an extra commendation. Let me show you why." He lifted the test paper from the desk for everyone to see. "Look, the strokes are slender and upright, delicate yet strong. The lines are bold and powerful, like iron and silver, with elegant and refined characters. Such writing is a significant plus in front of the examiners." Song Sai recognized the familiar handwriting and felt relieved. It turned out he was so excellent that he was saved for the final showcase. If only he had known earlier, he wouldn't have worried for a moment. Song Ziyuan received the top score. Teacher Chi said with a smile after showcasing the papers. "Do you know who Song Ziyuan is?" Someone whispered in the classroom. "I don't know, but we'll find out soon," another student replied quietly. Hearing his name being discussed made Song Sai feel a bit lightheaded. Being a top student felt great. He stood up casually from his desk, walked to the front to collect his test paper, and returned to his seat with the same calm demeanor. The whole process felt very cool, yet he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. The other students in the classroom saw Song Sai's relaxed attitude and felt envious. They wondered how he studied so well. Everyone had the same brain, so why was there such a big difference? It was frustrating to compare. After envying him, they remembered they still didn't know their own scores, leading to a new wave of anxiety. Next, I will read the names of those who received the second score. Please come forward to collect your papers when your name is called. Finally, I will read the names of those who received the third score: Jin Yuan Bao, Song Qingyuan. Once everyone received their exam papers, the teacher, Mr. Chi, picked up a ruler and walked to the first student in the front row with a serious expression. He said, "Baiziki, your other answers are fine, but why are there typos in your essay? How could you make such a basic mistake? Extend your hand." Baiziki, who was feeling a bit proud of his grade, immediately frowned upon hearing the teacher's reprimand. He looked at Mr. Chi with a pitiful expression, hoping for some mercy. However, Mr. Chi remained unmoved. He struck the desk with the ruler and said more sternly, "Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. If you keep dragging your feet, you'll get 2 hits with the ruler." Hearing this, Baiziki dared not delay any longer and quickly extended his hand. Mr. Chi did not hold back and struck him hard with the ruler. The sound echoed in the classroom, causing the other students, who had been gossiping, to shrink back and act like model students. Baiziki's left hand visibly swelled, and his cheeks turned red as well. Baiziki was about the same age as his senior, Zhang He, and wore a fragrant pouch at his waist, which had an intricate design. It seemed he was either engaged or newly married. Being punished after getting married was indeed a bit embarrassing. Before everyone could fully process Mr. Chi's harshness, he moved to another student and loudly asked, "Zheng Yuanqing, if you want to manage your family well, you must first cultivate yourself. What comes next?" Thinking he would be reprimanded like Baiziki, Zheng Yuanqing braced himself for punishment. However, it was just a simple question. He stood up confidently and answered with a smile, "To cultivate oneself, one must first correct one's heart." Unexpectedly, Mr. Chi, who had seemed somewhat friendly, became even angrier. With a stern face, he scolded, "So you know that, but how did you answer on your paper?" Zheng Yuanqing looked innocent and quickly grabbed his exam paper. When he saw that he had written to correct one's heart, one must first be sincere, his heart sank. How could he make such a basic mistake? Just as he was about to explain that it was unintentional, he looked up to see Mr. Chi's terrifying expression. He quickly and nervously extended his hand. Mr. Chi, showing no mercy, struck him hard with the ruler again and continued to scold him, "If you make such a basic mistake again, it won't just be a single hit." Song Sai felt a mix of fear and anxiety. He swallowed hard, thinking how fierce Master Chi was, even more so than Master Fong. If this were modern times, complaints would surely follow. But in ancient times, when education was highly valued, teachers held absolute authority, and students had to endure. The other students were also frightened and quickly focused on their papers, afraid of making the same silly mistakes as Baiziki and Zheng Yuanqing. Master Chi, the center of attention, didn't care about the students' thoughts. He approached Jin Yuanbao with a ruler in hand and glared fiercely, saying, "Jin Yuanbao, is this what you call poetry? It's unoriginal and poorly structured. Where's the joy in your writing? Stretch out your hand." Poor Yuanbao trembled at the shout and cautiously extended his small, pale hand. Master Chi didn't care about its color. He only aimed to leave a mark. He struck 3 students in a row, making everyone else anxious, shrinking their necks in fear of being next. The punishment continued, and even Zhou Xuecheng, who had received a top grade, was hit for having 2 poorly written characters that ruined the beauty of his entire piece. Now, even the top students couldn't escape Master Chi's wrath. Those with lower grades quickly gave up, realizing they couldn't avoid punishment, so they prepared themselves instead. Next, Master Chi was about to scold San Tangge. Song Sai intended to comfort him, but when he turned around, he saw San Tangge rubbing his hands under the desk, excitedly looking at Master Chi with eager eyes. It was surprising to see someone so thrilled about being punished. As expected, Master Chi struck him hard with the ruler. After finishing with San Tangge, Song Sai leaned over to Jin Yuanbao and whispered, "Yuanbao, next time learn from me. Rub your hands before getting hit. It really doesn't hurt, haha." Song Sai was speechless. Even after being punished, they were sharing tips. It seemed he didn't need to comfort anyone after all. A class has 16 students, and Master Chi has punished 11 of them. Song Sai recalled a funny story from his past when he was preparing for civil service exams. It mentioned how ancient students studying the doctrine of the mean would get their bottoms read from punishment, and those studying the great learning would suffer even more. He used to think it was just a joke, but now he sees how harsh it really is. He needs to be careful. He doesn't want to sleep with a sore bottom. After Master Chi finished scolding the students, he returned to the desk and said angrily, "This time, for your silly mistakes, you'll get a ruler as punishment. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Also, those who had spelling mistakes or errors in the fill-in-the-blank section must rewrite everything 100 times. As for those who wrote poor poems, you need to write 3 new poems on the same topic and submit them by the end of the month. Do you understand? The students quickly nodded. "Yes, master." Humph. There are only 4 months left until the scholar exams, and you are still so careless. I hope you can focus quickly. Don't think that just passing the elementary exam is such a big deal. Yes, I admit your status as elementary students is good in the countryside and town, but in the county, the capital, or the provincial city, it means nothing. Now pick up your papers. Let's start discussing the questions. After scolding them, Master Chi saw that the students were paying attention before he picked up the exam papers and began explaining seriously. No wonder Master Fong strongly recommended they come to the county school. Although Master Chi is very strict, he teaches very well. Master Fong usually explains a sentence and gives the general meaning, occasionally sharing a funny story to help everyone remember. But Master Chi, despite his fierce appearance, teaches from simple to complex. Sometimes, he doesn't just explain the surface meaning. He shows how to elaborate on a phrase from the 4 books and 5 classics into a full essay. In short, during that hour in the evening, Song Sai learned a lot and gained a new understanding of the very strict Master Chi. When the bell finally rang to end the class, Master Chi reluctantly put away the exam papers and seriously advised, "There are only 4 months left until the imperial examination, and time is very tight. I hope you can overcome difficulties. For these 4 months, try not to go home. I will give you 1 afternoon off every 10 days, but I expect you to study hard during the rest of the time. After the exam, regardless of whether you pass or not, you will get a good rest." What do you think? Everyone came to see the scholar, so how could they refuse? The teacher adding extra classes was a good thing, and all the students quickly nodded in agreement. Teacher Chi was pleased with their attitude and finally showed a smile for the first time that day. He waved his hand and said, "All right, get some rest. See you tomorrow." After saying that, he slowly walked out of the classroom. The students immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "See you tomorrow, teacher." Once the teacher left, everyone hurried to tidy up their desks and ran to the back courtyard. The candles in the dormitory could only be used for a short time in the evening. Of course, they could light their own candles, but after studying for so long, everyone was already exhausted and just wanted to sleep early, especially since they had to wake up early the next day. Song Sai and the others quickly packed their things and ran to the back courtyard. The path from the middle courtyard to the back courtyard was lit by lanterns. Although the candlelight was not very bright, Song Sai found it quite fascinating. Back in Songjia village, it would be pitch dark at night, completely silent. Moving to town was better, but there were only a few houses with lights. Now, at the county school, there was light all along the way, and Song Sai felt as if he had not traveled through time, but had arrived at a beautiful garden in Suzhou. Looking up at the sky, the moonlight poured down like a thin veil. Looking down at the ground, the shadows of the pines and cypress trees were cast on the stone slabs. The warm light of the lanterns swayed under the eaves, creating an unreal atmosphere. What are you thinking about, little brother? If you don't hurry back, there won't be any hot water left, Song Sanha said, noticing his younger brother gazing at the sky as if he were about to recite a poem. This brought Song Sai back to reality. Right, he needed to hurry back. The hot water at the county school was prepared by the ants and brought to the back courtyard for the students to use directly. If one student used too much, the others would have to use cold water. Although the weather was warming up and flowers were blooming, Using cold water at night was still uncomfortable. Besides, Song Sai loved soaking his feet in hot water at night, and he would be very upset if there was none. Without needing another word from Song Sanha, Song Sai ran quickly, leaving only a shadow behind for the others. Seeing this, Jin Yuanbao shouted and chased after him, and the others quickly followed suit. Back at the dormitory, Song Sai brought over a wooden tub filled with hot water. Looking at the full tub and testing the temperature, he felt satisfied. It seemed the ants at the county school were very considerate, preparing the water just in time for them to use after class, and the temperature was just right. Song Sai brought 2 wooden basins, one for washing his face and the other for soaking his feet. He poured some water from the foot basin into the face basin, took off his shoes and socks, and happily dipped his feet into the water. He closed his eyes and let out a contented sigh, as if he could release all the fatigue of the day. Song Sanha and Fong Xingli planned to wash up quickly and go to bed, but seeing their junior brother so relaxed and comfortable made them feel like they didn't need to rush. They followed his lead, closed their eyes, and relaxed. "Hey, you really know how to enjoy yourselves. I brought some pastries from home and brought some for you to snack on." Zhang He entered with 2 boxes of pastries. Seeing Fong Xingli and the others soaking their feet with their eyes closed, he laughed and teased them. The hot water was still a bit too warm, but after soaking for a short while, they felt all warmed up. When Zhang He joked about them, Song Sai explained seriously, "Brother Zhang, with our heavy studies, we are definitely tired. Soaking our feet can greatly relieve our fatigue, improve blood circulation, relax our bodies and minds, enhance sleep quality, dispel cold and dampness, boost immunity, and regulate our internal organs, improving skin condition. You should try it too." Zhang He knew that soaking feet was comfortable, but he had never thought it had so many benefits. He had heard of Song Sai's healthy habits, like jogging, practicing Tai Chi, and doing eye exercises, which he had tried and found effective. So he nodded and smiled. "Got it. It's getting late. Let's tidy up and go to bed." He then turned and went back to his room. After soaking their feet, they shared and finished the pastries brought by their senior brother, quickly brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and hurried to bed. Not long after lying down, the candle, which could only burn for a quarter of an hour, went out on time. Song Sai couldn't help but sigh. The county school was indeed strict. Even the candles were managed like a military operation, not a second longer. As they lay in bed, they discussed the county school environment and the strict teacher Chi, then fell silent. Soon, Song Sai heard his cousin and senior brother Xingli snoring softly beside him. Song Sai snuggled deeper into the blankets, feeling the warmth inside. He thought about how his mother worried he would get cold, so she had bought the best materials for the cotton and bedding, making it incredibly soft and warm. He also thought that in a few days his parents and grandparents would come to stay in the county, which made him a bit happy. Although he couldn't go home while at the county school, being so close made it feel different. After several days at the county school, Song Sai began to understand it better. The school has 5 classrooms, each with a different number of students, including young scholars and older students who share the same goal of advancing their studies. From the information gathered by Brother Yuanbao and Cousin Santang, there are only 6 teachers at the county school, unlike those in wealthier areas where there are dozens of renowned teachers and hundreds of students. The 6 teachers in Jinfeng County were brought in with great difficulty by the county magistrate. One of the teachers, Mr. Chi, is a graduate who teaches there despite the challenges of his disability, which prevents him from continuing with the imperial examinations. He has a good relationship with the magistrate, which is why he took the position. Without Mr. Chi, the county school would be in a worse situation. The other teachers in Jinfeng County are all scholars, and without Mr. Chi, the older students aiming for the graduate exams would have to go to Shangzhou Prefecture to find a teacher. Mr. Chi is knowledgeable, and the magistrate hopes he can help train a new group of scholars to bring honor to Jinfeng County, which is why he is so strict. Mr. Chi not only teaches the young scholars but also lectures other classes, so he always appears busy. He has not shown any signs of his disability. Perhaps because the recent exam results did not meet Mr. Chi's expectations, he has been focusing on the eight-legged essay and poetry. He explained that the eight-legged essay does not simply mean that the article consists of 8 parts. It specifically refers to the 4 sections that follow the introduction and the main argument, with each section containing 2 parts, hence the name eight-legged essay. The term leg also means comparison, which is why it can also be called 8 comparisons. He encouraged students to create new comparisons during exams as needed, emphasizing that the eight-legged essay is not rigid and can be flexible within certain limits. Students can insert 3 to 5 transitional sentences between the sections to make the format more adaptable. Song Sai understands that to master the eight-legged essay, one must first memorize the 4 books and 5 classics thoroughly to know the sources of the questions. Additionally, one should memorize the annotations of the 4 books and the related explanations of the 5 classics. Otherwise, knowing the source without understanding its meaning could lead to incorrect answers. The 4 books are like the main subjects of modern education, such as language, math, and foreign languages, while the 5 classics are similar to secondary subjects like science, history, geography, and politics. Regardless of whether they are main or secondary subjects, students need to understand them thoroughly. Besides having a good memory, students also need exceptional thinking skills. Although the eight-legged essay seems complicated, Song Sai prefers it over poetry because poetry is too challenging for him. Writing poetry has many requirements, such as parallelism, rhyme, structure, and clarity. Additionally, it must express emotions and ideas subtly. With all these demands, every time he tries to write a poem, he feels frustrated, yet he manages to create something decent. However, even then, Master Chi often looks dissatisfied, frowning deeply. Recently, besides gaining insights into his studies, Song Sai has also developed a new understanding of his classmates at the county school. For instance, he was surprised to find that all 16 students in his class were new this year. Considering that Shangzhou Prefecture has 5 counties and his is a small one, he wondered where all these students came from. Later, he learned that more than half of his classmates were from other counties, all coming to study under Master Chi. It was said that Master Chi had ranked first in the imperial examination, while the county magistrate, who was a fellow candidate, only placed 6th. This shows the high regard for Master Chi's abilities. Among the 16 students, the oldest is Liang Xuezhu, who often ranks first. He is 24 years old and lives in Liangshan town. His appearance suggests that his family is involved in business. He is mature and responsible, treating younger students with great care, especially Song Sai, whom he seems to regard as more than just a junior, almost like a son. When he sees Song Sai praised by Master Chi, he looks on with pride, as if he feels his own child is growing up well. However, Song Sai thinks that Liang's fatherly affection might be misplaced. While he appreciates the attention, he certainly doesn't lack a father. Overall, the learning atmosphere in the classroom is excellent, with no bullying or cliques, and Song Sai is quite satisfied. Alright, as I mentioned before, every 10 days you will have half a day off. After class, you can do as you please, but I must make one thing clear. If you go out, you must go in groups. You have a few months until the provincial exam, so be careful, understood? Today is the first day off, and Master Chi is a bit worried as he reminds the students. He glances at Song Sai, and the look is clear. You're still young, don't wander off. Even though they can't go home on their first day off, everyone is still very happy. After all, they need to relieve some stress from their intense studies. A few days ago, his father, worried about him, sent some homemade food. When he learned that they would only have half a day off every 10 days, he felt sorry for him and mentioned he would have good news soon. What good news could there be at home? Did they move? However, moving from the village to the town and now to the county city is indeed good news. He wonders how the new house in the county city is and feels happy thinking about seeing his family every 10 days. Perhaps his father spread the word about the day off, as when they walked out of the school gate, they saw many fathers stretching their necks, eagerly looking toward the gate. When they saw the students come out, they rushed over, inspecting their sons closely. Song Sai noticed that among their group of 5, only his senior brother had an older brother, The others seemed to be only children or had only sisters. No wonder their families cherished them just like his own. See you tonight. Jean Yuanbao happily bounced along behind Uncle Jean, not forgetting to greet them before leaving. From Yuanbao's joyful expression, it seemed Uncle Jean was taking him for a special meal. Watching Yuanbao's round figure, Song Sai wanted to quietly remind him not to grow wider, otherwise, he wouldn't fit in the exam room. Brother Fong and Brother Meng were also taken away by their uncles, likely to get something to eat since they only see each other every 10 days and need to catch up. All right, let's head back. Dad will take you to the new house, Song Sanyu said with a proud smile as he pulled his son along. Really? Did Grandma and Grandpa move over? What about the house and shop in the town? Song Sai quickly asked, feeling a bit reluctant to leave the house he had lived in for so long. Song Sanyu patted his son's shoulder and said, You don't need to worry about these things. Your grandparents are living in the small yard, and your uncles are watching over the shop. Everything will be fine. By the way, your uncle's family has also bought a house in town, so it will be lively when we go back. There was one thing Song Sanyu didn't mention. Their family had moved to the county town, and his sister-in-law was eyeing their shop, implying that it was better to give the shop to family rather than outsiders, but he had chased her away with a broom. Song Sai nodded. His mother had told him before that his grandparents worked hard every day to save money, hoping to one day take their descendants away from Wangjia village. After so many years of making money from the consignment business, they surely had enough to buy a house in town. Thinking of this, Song Sai casually glanced at his second uncle. His second uncle also ran a consignment business, and he wondered if there would be any complaints about his father's actions, since they were brothers. Fortunately, his second uncle looked normal and seemed to be having a good time talking and laughing with his cousin, which relieved Song Sai. As long as there was no anger, it was good. He was very close to his cousin, and it would be awkward if there were any conflicts between their families. Even riding in an ox cart, it took about 15 minutes to get from the county school to the new house. Song Sai was eager to see what his father's new home looked like. When Song Sanyu stopped the cart, he jumped down first. At first sight of the house, Song Sai couldn't help but exclaim that his father's taste was really good. The entire house was a typical courtyard layout. The blue brick walls were over 10 feet high, and the red front door looked festive. Upon entering, he was greeted by a blue brick carved screen wall. On both sides, there were 2 empty rooms, likely still unorganized. Walking into the courtyard, he saw 3 main rooms, and the layout was clear. The yard, while not spacious, was charming and full of character. In the yard, there were pine trees on both sides, and the ground was paved with blue stone slabs, their edges smoothed over time, with moss growing in the cracks. Near the east wall was a well, and along the west wall were several wooden racks filled with various fresh flowers, which were pleasing to the eye. Of course, he ignored the big dog squatting nearby, but that was probably left by the previous owner. His father wouldn't be so careless. The houses in the county look nicer and more impressive than those in the town. Although there is only 1 extra room compared to before, the large yard makes the house feel much bigger, even allowing enough space for a cart. Oh my dear grandsons are back. Come let Grandma see you, said the old woman, who had gone out early to buy groceries, excited to see both grandsons return. Wang, wearing a headscarf, was cleaning in the main room. Hearing the noise outside, she quickly ran out and smiled happily upon seeing her son return. She hurriedly tossed aside her cloth, took the groceries from her in-laws, and rushed to the kitchen. Old Zhang admired the 2 grandsons for a moment, thinking they would have to return to school tonight. She quickly washed her hands and went in to help. The old man and the 2 sons, Song San Nyo and Song Er Nyo, curiously asked about school. They learned that their teacher was a scholar and had even passed a high-level exam, which explained the high fees at the school. They asked in detail about the food, how well the students got along, whether the dorms were comfortable, and if studying was tiring. They were interested in everything about the school. Worried that the boys might be hungry, old Zhang and Wang hurriedly brought out a plate of braised chicken and 2 bowls of rice, giving each grandson a large chicken leg to eat first, as other dishes were still being prepared. Although the boys ate meat every day at school, it was not the same as home-cooked meals. The portions were small, and Song Si-hee, who loved meat, had to go without it when they were poor. Now that their situation had improved, they always had meat at home. During his time at school, he could only long for it, and even the salted meat brought from home couldn't satisfy his cravings. Seeing such a delicious chicken leg now, he couldn't resist smelling it, his face showing pure delight. "Ah, this is the taste," he said before eagerly digging in. Meanwhile, he had already devoured a chicken leg, his mouth greasy with juice. The two fathers and the old man felt sorry for the boys, often picking up chopsticks to give them more chicken. Song kept serving his son pieces of chicken, saying, "Son, I'll send a chicken to you in a few days. Studying is hard work, and with your heavy coursework, you need to eat well. Yes, you all study so late at night. If you don't eat well, you won't have the energy. Third brother, from now on, I'll take turns bringing you food. This is a crucial time, and your meals must keep up," Song Eunryu said with a worried expression as he patted Song Sanha. "Right, if you don't have time, I can bring it to you," Old Master Song agreed. When old Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Wang brought the dishes to the table, Song Sanha and Song Sai enjoyed a hearty meal. Afterward, they rubbed their bellies and let out satisfied burps before walking in the small courtyard to digest. In the distance, the sky dimmed, with red clouds spreading across it. The orange glow shone into the courtyard. Old Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Wang packed the prepared food and, feeling uneasy, reminded the two brothers a few more times before reluctantly waving goodbye. After Song Sai and Song Sanha returned to the dormitory at the county school, they discovered that the other senior brothers had already come back. No one moved during dinner at the cafeteria, indicating that everyone had enjoyed a good meal that day. 3 months at the county school passed quickly. During this time, Song Sai felt like a dry sponge, while Master Chi was a wet sponge. Every time Master Chi squeezed out a bit of knowledge, Song Sai absorbed it, and this cycle continued. As Master Chi's wet sponge slowly dried out, Song Sai's dry sponge began to absorb more, giving him some confidence for the upcoming exams. Of course, besides his own efforts, the other students in the school were also working hard, especially senior brother Xingli, who often studied late into the night after the lights went out in the dormitory. Just like now, Song Sai had already taken a nap and, upon waking, saw that senior brother Xingli was still awake. Normally, he would go to bed late and wake up early, and Song Sai worried that this would take a toll on his health. He poked his head out from under the covers and said softly, "Senior brother, you should go to sleep. It's too late." Fong Xingli rubbed his sore neck and replied gently, "I know. I'll go to sleep soon." Seeing that his senior brother had no intention of sleeping yet, Song Sai expressed his concern. "Senior brother, please sleep early. What if you wear yourself out like this?" Hearing this, Fong Xingli paused, turned to face Song Sai, and said seriously, "Ziyuan, you know our family situation. For so many years, they have rented a house just to support my studies. My older brother is already of marrying age, but my education has delayed that. How can I not work hard? You know our family's business in town. My grandparents make and sell buns, and they have to prepare them until midnight before they can sleep. The next morning, they leave before dawn to set up their stall. They sell all day long. My grandmother stays at the stall in any weather to earn extra money for my school fees. My parents sell tofu, which is hard work. They wake up early and work late, just like my grandparents, and they have never really taken a break. I feel sorry for them. Now, the county school costs 15 taels of silver a year, or even more. They work so hard to earn money, so I must study even harder to repay them. I hope to pass the exam and find a good job in the county or become a teacher to lighten the burden on my family, so my older brother can get married and have children soon. The exam is less than a month away, and time is short. The county exam is much harder than the previous one, and I still have no confidence. Only 20 students will be accepted, and the acceptance rate is too low. Plus, my ranking among the students is not very high." Seeing my brother so anxious, Song Sai quickly said, "Brother, don't think too much and put too much pressure on yourself. From what I know, you can definitely aim for the scholar title. Besides, Master Chi said you have made great progress recently. You got top marks in the last 2 tests, which is a good sign. Also, students can become teachers too. Look at Brother Zhang He. He is a teacher in Master Feng's private school. Don't push yourself too hard. Take it slow. That's right. You are still young. It's best to pass, but if not, you can follow Brother Zhang He's example and study while working. You are so smart. You will surely pass. Unlike me, I'm older now. My father said if I don't pass this time, I will have to find work in town or the county and then get married and have children. But I know I am just here to support others. With my ranking, how can I make it into the top 20? At that moment, Song Sanha, who had woken up, wrapped in a blanket, poked his head out to comfort me and shared his own worries. Third cousin you. Song Sai began to say something but was stopped by Song Sanha's hand over his mouth. Younger brother, I know what you want to say. If it weren't for your concern for me, I wouldn't even have passed the exam to become a student. Now that I have this title, I am already very satisfied. However, I am also ambitious. Even though I know the chances of passing are slim, I still want to give it a try. It's just like you all coming to the county school, haha. I have already made a plan with Yuan Bao. After this exam, I will learn to do business with him. Song Sanha was not at all disappointed about not passing the exam to become a scholar. Instead, he was filled with hope for the future. One person worried about not passing the exam to help his family, while another was optimistic and had already thought about his future. Only Song Sai felt less pressure. His parents raised him well, so he didn't have the same worries as his older brother and cousin. His parents had supported him to this point, hoping that one day he could provide for his own children without worries. Without feeling embarrassed or inferior, after they opened up, Song Sai and Song Sanha were influenced by Feng Xingli and began to study together late into the night. Every night at 9 o'clock, they returned to their dormitory, and after a quick wash, Song Sai lit a candle and continued studying for over half an hour. Even their neighbors, Jin Yuanbao, Meng Ji, and Brother Zhang He, were influenced and joined in studying late at night. Within 3 days, the entire dormitory was affected. When Master Qi learned of this, he felt pleased but worried about the students' lack of sleep. So, he canceled the morning study session on the day of their 10-day break, allowing the students to get a good rest. You all have mastered the material well. How about we compose a poem on the spot? Let's use Spring Rain as the theme and create a 5-character regulated verse, Master Qi said, finishing today's lesson and smiling at the students. What could they do? They could write poetry. The students were used to these surprise checks from the teacher. During this time, they had written about all seasons and weather. The students in the classroom began to think hard. Song Sai felt he had made a lot of progress recently. When the teacher mentioned spring rain, many words flashed through his mind. This was likely due to his habit of visiting the library. Song Sai summarized and polished the words in his mind, picked up his pen, and wrote the verses on paper. Spring rain, the night is heavy with clouds, drifting lightly with the wind. The distant mountains wear a dark hue as new waters rise with the stream's sound. On the ridges, early farming is urged as the world is nourished brightly. Leaning on the railing, I ask the raincoat and hat, how can we help all beings? Not bad, not bad. The couplets are well balanced, and the rhyme fits the 8-gung pattern. Song Sai felt good about it. He should be able to earn a top mark this time. When Master Qi saw his young disciple finish writing, he leaned in and quietly read a few lines. His eyes lit up, and he affectionately patted Song Sai on the back of the head, saying, using the farmer with a raincoat and hat and helping the people, as a conclusion aligns well with the Confucian idea of valuing agriculture and caring for the people. Very good, Ji Yuan. You have made great progress and deserve praise. After that, he continued to walk around among the other students. He praised those who wrote well and patiently explained to those who struggled. After going around, Master Qi stood at the podium with a serious expression and said, "Time flies, and there is less than a month left until the county exam. I have seen how hard you all have been studying, and as your teacher, I am very pleased that you are so responsible. You must understand that your efforts are not just for your parents, nor for me, but for yourselves. Our Jinfeng County is a small place, and there are only a handful of scholars here. Just think about how glorious it would be for you to become a scholar in Jinfeng County. Today, I will talk to you about the benefits of becoming a scholar. Although they knew the teacher was motivating them, it didn't stop them from listening attentively and with hope. The first benefit of being a scholar is having political privileges. Common people without titles must bow and kneel before officials, but as a scholar, you can bow without kneeling and refer to yourself as a student. You will have a seat when speaking with the county magistrate. The second benefit is legal privileges. Once you become a scholar, you cannot be punished harshly for minor offenses. The county officials cannot even hit you, only lightly on the palm, and only a teacher can do that. The local constables do not have the authority to punish you. The third benefit is economic privileges. Scholars are exempt from labor duties, which mainly involve physical work. If you become a scholar, you transition from a laborer to a thinker. Don't underestimate these labor duties. Although Jinfeng County is underdeveloped, it is still more prosperous than many northern regions, which are truly backward and may not even have a city as lively as ours. However, the land taxes and labor duties there are heavier than here. If you were a scholar from the north, you could save a significant amount of money by being exempt from these taxes. Additionally, if you become a scholar, you can build a house that is 3 inches taller than ordinary homes. If you become a scholar, your descendants will have a greater chance of becoming scholars too. Although you may not have the prestige of a wealthy family, you will live a much better life than ordinary people. After saying something meaningful, he glanced at the students below and teasingly remarked, "In the end, if you become scholars, you will be the hot commodities in the eyes of matchmakers." Among the 16 students in the classroom, 5 were already married, while 11 were still single. When the teacher joked with the married students, the single ones felt shy, and their faces turned red. Song Sai felt indifferent. He was only 13 and had already decided that marriage would be something to think about when he was older. Besides, he believed he had good looks and knowledge, and his family was becoming more prosperous. He was confident he would find a good wife to share his life with and, ideally, have a son and a daughter. He glanced at his friends, Meng Xiaoshidi and Fong Xiaoxixiang, who remained unfazed. However, Zhang Hesher and his cousin turned red-faced. They were 19 and 16, respectively, so it was normal for them to blush, especially since they would soon start looking for partners after the upcoming exams. But Jin Yuanbao was blushing like a cooked shrimp, even redder than a monkey's bottom. What was he thinking?
He was only 14.
Noticing the intense gazes from the side, Jin Yuanbao's face turned even redder. The July heat made it worse, and his skin looked as red as a snow cake. Song Sai felt tempted to pinch his cheek to see how it felt. After teasing his students, Teacher Chi pulled out a stack of exam papers and seriously reminded them, "These are the exam papers I got from a friend at the academy in Shangzhou. They contain questions from their final review stages over the years. With less than a month until the exams, we have covered everything. Now your focus should be on practicing these questions. Discuss among yourselves if you don't understand something, or feel free to ask me. These questions are hard to come by, so you must cherish them." The students nodded repeatedly. After all, they also had exams at the academy, and it was clear that the teacher had put in effort to obtain these questions, so they handled the papers with great care, afraid of damaging them. Seeing his students eager to learn, Teacher Chi felt pleased. With his hands behind his back, he smiled and said, "This afternoon, you can take a half-day break as usual. Starting tomorrow, there will be no breaks as we prepare for the exams. Now, focus on your review and practice." With that, he left the classroom in a good mood. Although the teacher said there would be no breaks, no one objected. After all, he was doing it for their benefit. Song Sai and the others had no complaints. They came to the county school to study for the scholar exams, so it was fine not to have a break, especially since it was only for a month. There is still some time before the end of school. Song Sai calmed down and began to focus on the exam paper. By the time the bell rang outside, he had completed a third of the paper. He neatly put away the exam and placed it under his desk. With his cousin, he greeted a few senior students and left first. Song Sai was eager to go home today, for a reason. His eldest cousin, Song Dahua, was returning home. They had agreed during her wedding that she would come back to visit when they had a day off, and they would have lunch together. The story of his cousin's wedding was quite complicated, mainly due to his aunt. Over the years, Song Sai noticed that whenever life was calm, his aunt would stir things up. When everyone was unhappy, she would step back and act innocent, as if everyone else was at fault. It was strange. His second aunt had changed her ways, but his first aunt seemed unable to do the same. He Mingqing, due to his age, didn't want to delay his marriage. A few days after his cousin returned to Songjiakan, he hired a matchmaker and presented 10 taels of silver as a bride price to his uncle and aunt. It was supposed to be a smooth process, but somehow his aunt heard about making money through escorting goods and insisted that he Mingqing bring her 2 nephews into the escort agency. Getting into the escort agency wasn't easy. After he Mingqing firmly refused, his aunt, feeling embarrassed, began to make things difficult regarding the bride price. When old Mrs. Zhang and old Mr. Song found out, they rushed home that night and dragged Jiang Shi to the Jiang family's doorstep, startling the sleeping family. This time, they disregarded any family ties and harshly criticized the Jiang family. The Jiang family wanted to retaliate, but the Song family was no longer the same as before. They had hoped to secretly complain and get some bride price, but seeing their daughter returned, they quickly begged for mercy. The uncle was furious and slapped his aunt twice in front of the Jiang family, completely severing ties between the two families. Without the Jiang family causing trouble, He Mingqing and his cousin's marriage was finally able to proceed as planned. The July sun baked the bluestone streets, and the heat shimmered like steam. The scorching sunlight shone on the layers of red tiles, creating a bright red ripple effect. Despite the hot weather, there were still many people on the street. Farmers carried watermelons and melons into the city, their backs tanned from the sun. Wealthy families had copper jars filled with sour plum juice outside their doors, while vendors sold crushed ice in bamboo tubes along the street. Tea shops hung wooden signs that read tea, and thirsty passers-by paid a small coin for unlimited tea. Song Sai sat in the ox cart shed, feeling the heat. He lifted the curtain and ran to the front to sit with his father. Seeing his son come out, Song Sanyu quickly said, "Get back inside, or you'll get too dark." "What's wrong with being dark? I'm a man." "It doesn't matter," Song Sai replied, touching his fair skin. He thought about how his senior brother used to tease him about his delicate looks. 8 years later, his senior brother had become more robust and tanned, while he himself had grown even fairer and softer. Song Sanyu chuckled and ruffled his son's hair, saying, "Right, being dark is fine. My Sai looks good even if he gets as dark as charcoal."
There was no need to flatter him like that.
When they got home, his older sister and brother-in-law were already there, sitting in the main hall talking to Grandpa Song. As soon as his sister saw him return, she stood up to greet him. Song Sai carefully observed her. She looked healthy and wore a new light pink dress. He noticed that even though her husband was talking to Grandpa, his eyes were on her. Song Sai thought it was amazing how fate worked. Just a sudden idea led to a marriage, which was truly incredible. "Sai, your brother-in-law bought you a lot of delicious food," Song Dahua said, handing a box of pastries to her younger brother with a smile. They had already visited Songjia village the day before. Since the unexpected increase in the bride price before the wedding, Song Dahua felt complicated about family matters. Although her 2 older brothers were good, they had their own families now. Their father was busy with farm work every day, and their mother was a bit confused. So after a brief visit and a few words, Song Dahua returned to the county town. This morning, as soon as it got light, she went to her uncle and aunt's house. She preferred their home over her parents because her uncle and aunt treated her well even before they got married and helped her find a good match. Deep down, Song Dahua cared for Song Sai like a younger brother. Besides, the only people she knew in the county were her uncle and aunt, and they lived not too far away. She planned to help them whenever her husband was away on business. Song Sai, who was treated like a child, wasn't upset. He happily took the pastries, opened one, and popped it into his mouth. He was 24 this year, and if he hadn't married late, he would already have children running around. All the men at the escort agency had families, and he was the only single one. Now that he finally had a wife, he naturally wanted her to get pregnant soon. In the past, he only thought about finding a good wife and having 2 chubby kids. But now, seeing the handsome Song Sai, he suddenly thought how nice it would be to have a son who looked just like him, smart and studying at the county school. Song Sai was startled by his brother-in-law's loving gaze. What was this? Did he want to be a father right after getting married? He should be looking at his sister. His sister brought her husband over for a meal, and Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Wang were especially happy, preparing a whole table of dishes. At the dinner table, Song Sai announced, starting next month, I will begin preparing for the entrance exam. I will cancel the 10-day breaks, and by the end of the month, I will likely have to travel to Shangzhou. Dad, you can let Uncle Zhao know in advance. That's so soon. Doesn't that mean there's less than a month left until the exam? Song Sanyu asked in surprise, putting down his chopsticks. Song Sai nodded, swallowed the chicken in his mouth, and smiled. Yes, it's better to take the exam early. Otherwise, I'll be anxious every day. But taking the exam in August is really tough. August is the hottest month of the year, and I'll have to stay in a stuffy exam hall for 3 days. I think I'll be cooked by the time I finish. Hearing this, the family felt sorry for him. Mrs. Wang thought for a moment and said, I'll bring you some mung beans then. You can make mung bean soup to cool off and take a fan with you. Song Sai nodded, realizing it had to be this way. The county exam is different from the academy exam. The academy exam requires candidates to stay in the exam hall for 3 days, bringing their own candles and food. Although there is food provided, it is distributed equally, regardless of personal preferences or whether it is enough. He Mingqing also nodded and asked in detail what a child needs for private school, how much the tuition is, what the rules are, and what gifts should be given each year. It seemed he was considering sending his child to school in the future. However, Song Sanyu was most interested in this topic. He remembered how he had no knowledge of it back then and had to learn bit by bit. Now he was ready to share his experiences word by word. As they finished talking, He Mingqing raised a bowl of wine and said, seriously, Uncle and Aunt, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten married so quickly. My work at the escort agency is demanding, and I might be away from home for half the year. I will need your help to take care of Dahuai. I've also informed my younger sister. In this county, you are my only close relatives. With that, he drank it all in one go. Song Sanyu laughed and said, What are you thinking? You don't need to remind us about this. We are family. Then, with a serious expression, he added, Mingqing, as long as Dahuai isn't pregnant, you can continue your work. But once she is, you need to be more careful. He Mingqing nodded solemnly, I understand. Once Dahuai is pregnant, I will take fewer jobs. I lost my parents when I was young, so I know how it feels for a child to be without their parents. That's good to hear. Hearing this, the Song family felt completely reassured. Song Sai felt proud of his insight. He had just wanted to mention it casually, but it ended up bringing a couple together. It seemed he really had a talent for matchmaking. As the sun set, painting the sky in golden hues, it was time to return to the county school. Song Sai, satisfied with several boxes of pastries, got onto the ox cart and waved goodbye to his family with some reluctance. Although he had experienced this scene many times, each time his grandmother and mother would have teary eyes. Looking up at the sunset, he rubbed his eyes. The sun's brightness was overwhelming, making his eyes feel uncomfortable. The sound of cicadas filled the air, and the heavy thunder-like noise drifted into the classroom.
It was now the end of July.
The paper on the windows had turned pale from the sun, and the young students in their blue robes hung their heads, sweat trickling down their necks into their stiff collars. Their backs were already soaked, and even the breeze that blew through was hot, mixed with the scent of pine trees and earth from the courtyard, making everyone feel drowsy. With a sharp crack, the teacher's ruler broke the heat, startling some sleepy students awake. Despite the summer heat, the drowsiness was hard to resist. Song Sai, also feeling sleepy, quickly grabbed a cloth prepared earlier, dipped it in water from a bamboo tube, and wiped his face. The refreshing sensation spread through him, banishing his tiredness. Many other students did the same, showing they were used to this routine. Back at the county school, Song Sai immersed himself in practice questions. Aside from sleeping at night, he spent all his time doing problems and listening to the teacher explain them. His appetite had also increased. Where he used to eat one bowl of rice, he now needed two. His friends were in the same boat. Normally, one would expect fatigue to lead to weight loss, but not for Jin Yuanbao. At 14, he had grown to be twice the size of Song Sai, and his round figure seemed even hotter in the summer. Song Sai worried that Yuanbao might suffer from heat exhaustion during the exam. Teacher Chi looked up at the sky, concerned. This year's weather seems hotter than ever, with more rain and mosquitoes. The exam will last 2 days, so remember to bring candles, mosquito repellent, and an oil umbrella. Also, pack some food, preferably snacks that can last a few days. The meals during the exam are not great, and I worry you won't be used to them. I hope you all have good luck and avoid the bad numbers. Everyone had heard stories from older students about the bad numbers, but no one in their school had actually experienced it yet. Song Sai believed he was lucky enough to avoid such misfortune, but he made a mental note to ask his father for a mint sachet and to remind his friends, as the bad number was quite notorious. After days of intense studying, Song Sai felt he had made significant progress. His scores consistently placed him in the top ranks, and with this performance, he felt increasingly confident about the upcoming exam. All right, the time has come for your test. Go home and prepare well. I hope to hear good news from you after the exam, he said before floating away without a trace. After more than 20 days of intense studying, everyone was extremely tired. When they heard they could go home, they happily stood up to pack their bags. In the days leading up to the exam, Song Sanyu would come by every afternoon, so when Song Sai finished packing, he saw his father and uncle. He greeted a few senior brothers and confirmed the departure time for the next day, and everyone returned to their homes. This time they set off 3 days early. Under the blazing sun, the ox carts and horse-drawn carriages creaked as they moved. The coarse cloth covering the carts had already faded to a grayish-white from the sun. The sound of cicadas pierced the thick air, like thousands of saws grinding against the eardrums of the travelers. They hired the Zhao family's escort agency again, but this time it was different because the agency had their sister-in-law. Looking at her sunburned, glistening arms made Song Sai feel hot just by watching. Staying in the cart was also uncomfortable and smelly, with the mix of sweat and the heat from the animal waste. But being outside was even hotter, so he drank a big cup of mung bean soup to cool off. At that moment, he really missed modern air conditioning, drinks, and ice cream. They arrived at the inn they had partnered with last time by evening. The next morning, before dawn, they quickly set off while the air still had a hint of coolness. They didn't arrive in the city until around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Coincidentally, they chose the same inn as last time, and the innkeeper still had a nonchalant attitude.
Everyone was used to it by now.
After paying the money and receiving their room keys, they followed the staff to their rooms. The weather was hot, and the journey had been bumpy, so everyone was exhausted and just wanted to rest. Song Sai slept until it was completely dark. When he woke up, his father, Song Sanyu, immediately got up to bring food from downstairs, smiling, "Eat up. Everyone else has already eaten." "Dad, did you eat?" "I did." "Hurry and eat, then get some good rest. Tomorrow focus on studying."
I know. Song Sai planned to do just that.
He had been sweating a lot on the journey, and his head felt heavy, making it hard to concentrate on his studies. His health was important, and he had no intention of sacrificing it for the exam. After a quick meal, Song Sanyu brought a bucket of warm water. After they washed up, they went to bed. Perhaps it was the good nap in the afternoon, but Song Sai turned over several times without falling asleep. At that moment, his father slowly spoke beside him. "Son, if you don't pass this time, there will be next time. Anyway, our family will always support your studies, and the new shop we rented is now officially open. Our family will get better and better. Blah, blah, blah." In the dark, Song Sai rolled his eyes in silence. His father always offered comforting words before his exams. This time, he felt confident about the entrance exam. However, he didn't argue back. Listening to his father's rambling, he gradually fell asleep, still half-conscious of hearing something about a big, plump wife and a big, plump child. It seemed his father's biggest wish was not for him to pass the exam but to marry and have children, always summarizing with that familiar phrase. The next morning, Song Sai was awakened by the sounds of students arguing in the hall downstairs. "I heard the exam official is from Jiangnan. Someone from Jiangnan would surely appreciate flowery writing," one student said loudly. Another student quickly countered, "You're mistaken. The exam official seems to be from the north, where they prefer strict and disciplined writing." "Where exactly is he from? You all seem so unreliable," other students chimed in. Song Sai stretched and yawned widely, then went downstairs to eat with a few friends. At the table, everyone, likely influenced by the commotion downstairs, began discussing how to write their essays and whether to cater to the exam official's preferences. In the end, they all agreed to write in their own style. Otherwise, trying to change at the last minute might lead to a poorly written piece, which would not be worth it. In the afternoon, they inquired and learned that the entrance exam would be held at the same place as last time, which eased their minds considerably. As the exam approached, Song Sanyu prepared a basket for his son. Besides the usual writing supplies, the basket also contained 2 boxes of pastries, a pack of candles, a candlestick for pieces of salted meat, mosquito-repelling herbs, a bowl of mung beans, a bamboo tube, a fan, and a small iron stove for cooking. The small pot was something Song Sai specifically requested for making mung bean soup to cool off during the exam. Due to the hot weather and the need to stay at the examination hall for 2 nights, Song Sanyu prepared a cooling mat and a thin blanket for his son. Worried about rain during the exam, he also got a large oil paper umbrella. All these items were packed in a coarse cloth bag that he carried on his shoulder. Additionally, he needed to prepare another exam bag because he had one hand holding the exam basket and the other carrying the coarse cloth bag, leaving him with no free hands. The answer sheets had to be collected on site, and since they were special papers that couldn't be damaged at all, having an oilcloth bag was very important. He heard that the chief examiner for the provincial exam was a high-ranking official, commonly known as the Grand Master. Theoretically, this position is a job rather than an official title, and most chief examiners come from the Hanlin Academy. Each year, during the years of the provincial exams, the court sends officials to various provinces for a 3-year term. Their main tasks are to tour the provinces twice within those 3 years to assess student studies and to oversee the examination, which is referred to as an examination. He had gathered all the necessary information and prepared everything. In short, everything was ready except for a little luck. Soon, the day of the exam arrived. With the sound of cannon fire, several fathers arrived early with their children waiting outside the examination hall. In summer, it gets light early, and the area outside the hall was crowded with people. When the gates opened, Song Sai lined up for the security check, which was stricter than the previous 2 times. This time, they checked not only clothing and shoes but also everything below the waist. After a thorough search, he went through a series of processes, including roll call, and finally sat down in his assigned examination booth. Unlike last time, when he was lucky enough to sit in the front row where he could see some greenery to ease his eye fatigue, this time he was in the 4th row, surrounded by walls with nothing to see. The examination booth was small and cramped, containing only a low bed and a desk. There was nothing else. Song Sai dampened a cloth with water to clean the wooden bed, laid down the cooling mat and thin blanket, and then wiped the desk clean as well. After everything dried, he arranged his writing materials on the desk. Despite the limited movement, he was sweating from the heat. He took out a cotton towel to wipe his forehead and hung it around his neck, then fanned himself with a hand fan, which was not very effective, but better than nothing. After resting for a while, he organized the other items in his bag and placed them beside the desk, waiting for the exam to begin. As the sun rose and the sky brightened, the cannon fired again, signaling the official start of the examination. Song Sai took out the exam paper from his cloth bag and carefully spread it flat on the desk. He calmed himself and began to read the answers seriously. After reviewing the questions and finding nothing unexpected, he felt much more at ease. The main exam also tested classical Chinese writing and poetry, but the rules were different from the county and provincial exams. It was said that half an hour into the exam, the proctor would come around and stamp the completed sections of the papers to prevent anyone from switching their exam sheets. Even notes on scrap paper would be stamped. The chief examiner supervised the exam and carried 10 large stamps, each representing a different violation, such as moving seats, switching papers, dropping sheets, talking, looking around, helping others, resisting, breaking rules, mumbling, and not finishing. For example, moving seats meant wandering away from one's desk, while switching papers, talking, and breaking rules were straightforward. Dropping sheets referred to dropping the exam paper on the floor, which was considered disrespectful. Mumbling meant reading aloud while focused on the exam, and resisting meant not following the proctor's instructions. Lastly, not finishing meant not completing the exam by sunset the next day. Overall, these rules were quite strict. Previously, Song Sai had heard from senior brother Zhang He that the chief examiner liked to include some tricky or unusual questions to show off their knowledge. At first, Song Sai was nervous, but when he saw the exam questions and found none of those tricky ones, he felt relieved. However, when he actually started answering, he was startled. No wonder he missed it. The original question was the wives of Mi Zi and Zi Lu, but the exam paper had written the wife of Mi Zi and Zi Lu. It was no surprise he didn't catch it at first glance. Now that he was carefully working on the questions, he realized it. Luckily, he was familiar with the original text. Otherwise, if he had followed the exam question, Zi Lu would have been wrongly implicated in a scandal, which would have been very unfair. Realizing the importance of this question, Song Sai no longer underestimated the exam. He read each question 4 or 5 times before daring to write anything down. Although he was still using scrap paper, he treated it seriously. August was the hottest month of the year, and the exam hall felt like a steamer. Outside, the sound of cicadas was overwhelming, making the candidates restless. Song Sai frequently wiped the sweat from his forehead with a cotton towel, worried that the sweat would drip and dampen the exam paper, which would be a big loss. As noon approached, the weather became increasingly hot. In the sweltering examination room, Song Sai couldn't stop sweating, feeling drenched all over. With no other choice, he put down his pen, gathered his exam papers, and took out a sturdy candle from the stove. He had just enough water in a large bamboo tube to fill a pot, enough for 2 or 3 bowls, which would be sufficient for him. If it wasn't enough, the guards would provide more water later. After lying down for a while, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell. Soon, he heard rustling noises from the front, which sounded like food being served. It seemed it was mealtime at the examination hall. Sure enough, a guard with bare arms, tanned from the sun, placed lunch on Song Sai's table and poured him some water before quietly walking away. The lunch was not very good, but he had to eat it since he would be staying overnight. At his age, he was always hungry, and he worried he wouldn't last without food. Despite the hot air, Song Sai focused on finishing his meal, even eating the radish he usually disliked until nothing was left. After finishing his meal, the guard came to collect the wooden tray. Song Sai lay down on his bed, ready to take a short nap, so he could concentrate better on his studies in the afternoon. However, before he could wake up naturally, he was jolted awake by the urge to urinate. The mung bean soup on his desk was already boiling, so he quickly blew out the candle and went to the restroom. The restroom was quite unpleasant, with waste piled high, maggots crawling around, and flies buzzing. Song Sai held his breath as he went in, and after finishing, he felt relieved but nearly out of breath as he rushed out, glancing at the unfortunate students with a deep sense of sympathy. Thinking about the weather and the environment, he felt a bit restless knowing he had to stay here for 3 more days. However, compared to the unfortunate students, he felt 1,000 times better. Truly, there is no harm in comparison. After taking care of his needs, he returned to his examination room, drank some mung bean soup, and looked up at the glaring sunlight. Song Sai decided to continue sleeping and planned to wake up around 4 or 5 when the sun was less intense to study seriously. Before he knew it, he dozed off. When he woke up, the sun was still high, but the rays were not as harsh as before. He wiped his face with a damp towel, feeling much more awake. Sitting up straight, he began to answer the questions seriously. When he reached the essay question, he read it several times. Encourage farming and sericulture to ensure sufficient food and clothing. The requirement is to reference classics like Zhou Li and Mingzi to propose measures that align with Confucian principles. It is important not to criticize current policies, but to positively suggest ideas, emphasizing the importance of agriculture over commerce, reducing taxes and labor, and highlighting the ruler as a role model. The ruler should educate the people through rituals, limit commercial activities, prevent farmers from abandoning agriculture for business, and allow farmers more resources for production while promoting agricultural technology. This task seems simple, but there are many points to consider, especially avoiding forbidden terms. After completing this question, my mind felt exhausted. After answering a couple more questions, the sky had darkened, but the weather had cooled down a bit, so I decided to tackle a few more questions. On a summer evening, the sound of cicadas filled the air. I lit a candle and placed it on the table, continuing to work hard until I heard the call for dinner. Reluctantly, I put away my answer sheet and focused on my meal. After dinner, I lit some mosquito-repelling herbs and walked around the examination hall to ensure the scent spread throughout. Then I went to sleep. However, that night was not comfortable. The sounds of snoring, talking in sleep, grinding teeth, and occasional mosquito slapping kept me awake, and I woke up the next morning feeling a bit groggy. I shook my head and washed my face. Once I felt a bit more awake, the attendants brought breakfast. I looked at the food on the wooden tray and didn't complain. Instead, I ate seriously. With some pastries and salted meat from home, I felt quite satisfied. After the attendants collected the trays, I began a new round of answering questions. For some reason, the air today felt even more stuffy than yesterday. The sun was hiding behind the clouds, and the students in the examination hall sensed something ominous. Could it be that it would rain? I had the same thought, but remembering I had an umbrella made me feel a bit more at ease. After a while, I looked up and was startled by the dark clouds in the sky. It really was going to rain. I quickly stood up and lowered the curtain at the entrance of the examination hall. Before long, dark clouds rolled in, and the sky became much darker. A flash of lightning accompanied by loud thunder struck above the examination hall, followed by a torrential downpour, causing chaos in the courtyard. Oh, my exam paper. Oh no, the exam tent is leaking. The heavens want to ruin me. The cries of students filled the exam tent, all of them lost in their work, forgetting to lower the tent flaps in time, or not bringing umbrellas. Regardless, the moment a candidate made a sound, it was already decided they would be expelled from the exam hall, where even the slightest noise was not allowed. Even if it was pouring rain outside and drizzling inside the tent, students had to find a way to handle it without making a sound. Sure enough, a little while later, several officials dragged a few students, who looked a bit frantic, out of the exam tent like they were dragging dead dogs. Song Sai was extremely grateful he had brought an umbrella, and it was a large one that provided ample coverage. However, even so, he did not plan to answer questions under these circumstances. Summer storms come quickly and leave just as fast. It was better to wait for the rain to stop before writing. Song Sai carefully stored his exam paper and covered it with a cloth bag, placing it under the wooden bed for peace of mind. As expected, after a while, the heavy rain turned into a light drizzle. Song Sai sat up from his bed, put away the umbrella, and began to work diligently on his exam again. He reached a math problem, read the entire question, and smiled with great joy. This problem was too easy for him, almost a gift. Although he could calculate the answer at a glance, Song Sai still followed the traditional method, writing out the process step by step before finally writing the answer. Perhaps it was because of the recent rain that the air had a slight coolness, making his previously heavy heart feel much lighter, and even the problem-solving process became smoother. Finally, after much anticipation, The last day of the exam arrived. By around 10 a.m., Song-sai had completed his exam paper. Unsatisfied, he carefully checked it from beginning to end, ensuring the format was correct and the paper was clean and tidy. He then packed his exam basket and sat waiting for the time to submit his paper. After having lunch at the exam hall and taking a short nap, the sound of a bell rang out, signaling to the students that it was almost time to submit their papers. Those who hadn't finished needed to hurry. As the sun set in the sky, casting orange light into the exam tent, the time to submit the papers finally arrived. Song-sai sat in the tent, waiting for the officials to come collect the exam papers. Only after they took his paper did he pick up his exam basket and walk out of the tent, feeling the discomfort of his body fade away. At that moment, as he stepped out of the tent, Song-sai felt a great sense of relief. After 8 years of hard study, it was time to see the results. He hoped the outcome would not disappoint him. As soon as I stepped out of the exam hall, the sunlight hit me, and I felt dizzy and disoriented. Everything seemed dark, and I thought to myself, this exam hall is really not a place for people. Son, how are you? Song Sanyu had been worried sick these past few days, especially after seeing 2 students faint in the exam hall and the heavy rain yesterday. Now, seeing his son struggling to stand, he was even more anxious. Song-sai waved his hand, swallowed hard to suppress the discomfort in his throat, and weakly said, I might be overheated. Dad. Let's go back to the inn. I just want to sleep well. The beds in the exam hall were too cramped to stretch out, and after days of curling up to sleep, he felt exhausted and just wanted to lie down and rest. Song Sanyu quickly agreed, said goodbye to a few other fathers, and hurriedly carried his son to the cart to head back to the inn. In a daze, Song-sai felt himself being placed on a bed. Bitter medicine poured into his mouth, and someone gently touched his face. Before falling asleep, he thought to himself that he was just tired from not resting well and being too focused these past few days. When he finally woke up comfortably, it was already the next morning. Song-sai opened his eyes, stretched, and recalled the days in the exam hall, feeling that both eating and sleeping had been quite uncomfortable. Remembering he was hungry, he patted his flat stomach, sat up, and got dressed. He sniffed himself and was relieved to find he didn't smell bad, so his father must have helped him clean up. His dad really took care of him well, but he must have scared him when he left the exam hall looking so unwell. Song Sanyu was worried about his son, sitting in the lobby, but thinking only of him. When he saw Song-sai coming down the stairs, he quickly rushed over and asked with concern, Son, how do you feel? Is anything still bothering you? Song-sai smiled and said, Dad, I'm fine. It's just that the exam hall was too cramped and I was a bit overheated.
Don't worry about me.
He then jumped around a bit, saying, See? I'm doing great. Once they sat down, a waiter brought a big bowl of meat porridge and some small pickles. Everyone ate happily. During the meal, Uncle Meng, still feeling anxious, said, Thank goodness our kids all brought umbrellas. The other day during the heavy rain, I saw several students being dragged out of the exam hall. It was truly a pitiful sight. A few older students were also carried out, saying they had fainted from the heat. At their age, it's concerning, Father Fong said, placing a piece of meat in his son's bowl. Song-sai, curious, asked, Dad, how do you know about the uncles? Did you go to the exam hall? Of course we did. While you were inside taking the exam, we couldn't just sit in the inn, so we stayed outside the exam hall to feel more at ease, Uncle Jean replied cheerfully. Right, especially since it rained heavily the day before. I heard that some of the exam tents in the hall were old and in disrepair. I worried that your papers would get wet, Song Sanyu said, wishing he could have gone inside to fix the tents for his son. Haha. Brother Wang, the questions were about the wives of Mitzi and Zilu. You didn't realize that, did you? Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted in the hall. Everyone turned to see the student called Brother Wang, whose face was pale, clearly shaken. But he wasn't the only one. Although everyone had read the 4 books and 5 classics, there were too many texts to remember every detail, and cries of dismay echoed throughout the hall. Noticing his son's calm demeanor, Song Sanyu smiled. I don't know either. I got it wrong too, Song Sai said quietly, while Jin Yuanbao, looking troubled, added, I remembered it, but I thought the question was different and wrote my own interpretation. Why am I so foolish? It's okay, mistakes happen. Look, many people in the hall got it wrong too, Brother Zhang reassured them. However, Song Sai and Jin Yuanbao did not feel comforted. Their earlier excitement faded. The exact time for the exam results to be announced was unknown, but it was said that results typically took 3 to 5 days. Some said the delay was because after the exam results were out, they had to compare the candidates' county and provincial exam papers to ensure they were the same person, a process called three-way verification. If any discrepancies were found, not only would the candidate be disqualified, but they could also be arrested for questioning. Only after passing all these checks could one truly gain admission. After dinner, several fathers suggested that regardless of the results, they should first visit Hongfu Temple to pay their respects. Everyone agreed. Although it was hot in summer, there were many vendors selling fresh flowers by the roadside, colorful and beautiful. Song Sai noticed a vendor selling sweet drinks and, feeling curious, approached. Seeing his son staring at the sweet drink, Song Sanyu asked, How much for a bowl, sir? The vendor, having good business, immediately smiled and said, 8 coins for a bowl, nice and cold, perfect for now. 8 coins for a bowl was undoubtedly expensive, but considering they were in Shangzhou, it seemed reasonable. Song Sanyu took out his money pouch and bought a bowl for each person present. The others didn't refuse, as the children had been taking turns treating each other during this exam period, and they were used to it. After all, it was about mutual respect, and everyone benefited. The vendor was thrilled with the big sale, smiling widely. He even gave Song Sanyu an extra bowl as a bonus. This way of doing business made both the seller and the buyers happy. Actually, Song Sai had a stereotypical view of ancient times, thinking there shouldn't be such foods. So, he was curious when he encountered the sweet drink vendor. Now that he had the drink in hand, he realized his understanding was narrow. Even his ancestors had a sense of style. Upon arriving at Hongfu Temple, the group solemnly completed their worship ceremony and then returned to the inn. They agreed to wait for the results before going home. At this point, they decided not to worry about a little money. Whether they succeeded or not would be revealed in a few days. They weren't the only ones thinking this way. Many students at the Sifong Inn shared the same sentiment. Few were going home. Most chose to stay at the inn and wait for their results. After waiting for 3 days, Song Sai was very anxious, and so were the others. They stopped going out to play and quietly stayed in their rooms, waiting for the results. Results are out. Everyone hurried to see. Someone shouted from the hall on the first floor. The once quiet inn suddenly buzzed with excitement. Song Sanyu quickly got up and rushed downstairs with his son, who was still practicing his writing. When their cousin and uncle arrived, everyone headed straight to the examination hall. Although Song Sai felt somewhat confident, seeing so many excited and even frantic students made his heart race. When they reached the area near the examination hall, it was impossible to get any closer. Uncle Meng stood on his tiptoes to peek inside and was startled by the large crowd, exclaiming, There weren't this many people last time for the student exam. Why are there so many for the scholar exam? There are too many old students. It's tough to become a scholar. There are only 20 spots each year, and hundreds compete for them. We're lucky here. There are even more people in Jiangnan, a nearby family member of a student remarked. Competing for 20 spots among hundreds is quite exaggerated. A few people felt their nerves tightening upon hearing this. Song Sai noticed that Brother Fong was almost in tears, while Uncle Fong was gently comforting him. In contrast, Jin Yuanbao and his cousin San Tang looked eager, likely already prepared for the outcome. Waiting for the announcement was undoubtedly torturous. Even the usually calm Brother Zhang, he showed signs of anxiety, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the examination hall. They were still a bit far from the hall and didn't plan to push in to see the results. This was the scholar list, and with so many people, a stampede could happen. Perhaps the officials anticipated this, as they had already stationed several guards at the entrance to prevent chaos when the results were announced. The entrance was packed with people, and the owners of nearby tea houses were thrilled. wishing the announcements happened every day so they could earn a month's worth of income in a single day. Song Sai and his friends looked at the dense crowd and chose a tea house with fewer people where they could enjoy tea while waiting for the results. "Look, they're coming out," someone shouted from the crowd, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the entrance of the examination hall. The bright red doors slowly opened, and two guards emerged, one holding the announcement list that immediately captured everyone's gaze. They were eager to see if they had passed. Once the guards posted the list on the notice board, the crowd surged forward. The guards quickly moved to maintain order, shouting at those pushing too hard. After seeing the list, some in the crowd cried, some shouted, some looked lost, and others were overjoyed. In just a moment, Song Sai witnessed the many faces of life. At that moment, his heart, which had been racing, suddenly calmed down. Whether he passed or not was up to fate. Worrying wouldn't help. It was better to enjoy the tea. Song Sai remained calm, but the others around him were not. They stretched their necks to look at the announcement wall, waiting for fewer people so they could check the rankings. There were too many people right now, and they were getting anxious, especially Jin Yuanbao and his cousin, who fidgeted like they had ADHD. First place is indeed Shinjizhou. "I really admire how he can achieve this with so many competitors," one student said after checking the list. "What's so admirable about that? The Shin family already has people in the government. With resources and famous teachers, it's not surprising they succeed," another student replied, feeling frustrated. "Sure. Are you trying to get us killed?" "Don't say that here in Shin territory," a student from their group warned, quickly covering the mouth of the frustrated student. They were just venting their feelings and didn't dare offend the Shin family. The previously upset student now looked nervous and covered his mouth. It seemed the Shin family had a lot of influence in Shangzhou. After all, they had connections in the government. There were special messengers for good news among scholars, but after sitting in the tea house for a while, no one had come to share any good news. However, two officials entered the tea house across the street to announce that a student had placed 16th. The student, who looked to be in his 20s, was thrilled by the news. Given his age, he must have been a long-time candidate, so suddenly passing the exam was indeed uplifting. Not only was he happy, but the tea house owner was also pleased. After all, among several tea houses on this street, only his had shared good news. Many people, hearing that there was a successful scholar in the tea house, wanted to share in the joy, leading to a rush of customers that delighted the owner. Song Sai glanced at the owner of his tea house, who was eagerly watching the students in the hall, scanning the room but not landing on him. Did he really not look like a scholar? "Look, someone is coming with good news. Let's see who it is," a student at the door shouted, causing everyone in the tea house to sit up straight and prepare, hoping the messenger was coming to share good news with them. As expected, the two officials indeed walked over. As they stepped into the tea house, everyone held their breath, hoping the news would be for them. The students' eyes were filled with anticipation. Two officials, clearly experienced, calmly smiled and announced loudly, "Good news! Mr. Meng Zilong from Jinfeng County, Shangzhou, achieved 13th place in the provincial examination." Upon hearing this, Mr. Meng instantly stood up, beaming with joy, showing a big smile. Although it wasn't his own child who passed, everyone felt connected. Song Sai and others congratulated him, while Meng Zilong, under so many gazes and thrilled about his success, blushed deeply. Mr. Meng pulled out a bulging money pouch from his pocket and handed it directly to the messenger. The messenger weighed the pouch and revealed the first bright smile of the day, showing off his big, white teeth. "Another messenger is here. Who is it this time?" A new wave of anticipation filled the air as everyone held their breath, hoping for good news for themselves. Good news! Mr. Zhang He from Jinfeng County, Shangzhou, achieved 17th place in the provincial examination. "Haha, well done, son." Brother Zhang's father stood up, proudly patting his son's shoulder. He stepped forward to take the announcement and gave the messenger a reward. They congratulated him again, but felt a twinge of discomfort inside. More messengers moved through nearby tea houses. Song Sai clenched his fists, his earlier confidence crumbling. He glanced at Fong Xingli, who seemed even more nervous, with red-rimmed eyes, and quickly looked away. Song Sai felt like crying. Had he been too confident? But if Meng Zilong could succeed, how could he fail? Good news! Mr. Song Ziyuan from Jinfeng County, Shangzhou, achieved 7th place in the provincial examination. Hearing his name, Song Sai looked up in disbelief, seeing the envious gazes around him, and his heart soared. Dad, I did it! I really did it! Song Sanyu's eyes turned red as he rushed over and hugged Song Sai, laughing loudly. Good son. You've made your father proud. In his excitement, he expressed his heartfelt emotions. Though a bit shy about his father's public display, Song Sai felt mostly happy, seeing a smile on his father's face that he had never seen before. After spinning around in joy, Song Sanyu finally set his son down, took the announcement from the messenger, and handed over a heavy money pouch, making the messenger leave satisfied. After a long time, there were no more good news bearers. Jin Yuanbao and San Tango were doing okay, but Fong Xingli looked like he was about to cry. Fong Fu comforted his son, saying softly, Lear, you're still young. We'll try again next time. Fong Xingli couldn't hold back any longer. Tears that had been held back spilled over. He only had 1 or 2 chances. If he used one, would he really get another? He thought of his grandparents' frostbitten hands, his parents saving every penny for him, and his older brother delaying his marriage for him. Guilt weighed heavily on his heart, making it hard to breathe. He had worked so hard. Why was this happening? Look, there are good news bearers. Sure enough, after a while, 2 good news bearers walked in, and the students immediately buzzed with excitement, silently praying it would be them. Good news! Fong Xingli from Jinfeng County ranked 20th in the provincial exam. Another from Jinfeng County? It seems like they have had several scholars this year. After a moment of disappointment, one student asked, Is there a famous teacher there? Who knows? We should ask when we get back. Wow, brother, you did it. You ranked 20th. Song Sai excitedly approached Fong Xingli and patted his shoulder. He was genuinely happy for his younger brother. Fong Xingli, who had been crying and feeling heartbroken, thought he had misheard when he heard his name. But when his younger brother patted him, he snapped back to reality and saw everyone smiling at him, which brought back a sense of reality. He wiped his tears and saw his name on the announcement. A big smile spread across his previously tear-streaked face. Fan Fu also smiled, took the announcement, and presented some money, then suddenly began to cry while holding the announcement. Everyone understood this feeling. They had lost all hope, but suddenly there was light at the end of the tunnel. Although he ranked last among the scholars, it was still better than not passing at all. Among the 6 of them, 4 had become scholars. The tea shop owner, smiling broadly, approached and said, What great luck! This is the first time our tea shop has seen so many scholars. Today, tea is on the house for you scholars. This was the first time they received such treatment, and the fathers were pleasantly surprised. The tea shop owner continued, Don't rush to refuse. With so many scholars from our tea shop, business will surely thrive. Treating you to tea is the least we can do. Everyone felt reassured by what the tea shop owner said, so they enjoyed their tea. After a while, they confirmed that no one had received good news, and many people had left the notice board. The group checked the notice board, verified their names and rankings, and left feeling satisfied. Jin Yuanbao and Song Sanhe seemed to have prepared themselves for this moment. They didn't show any sadness about not passing the exam. Jin's father and second uncle also appeared calm, knowing their son's abilities. Just passing the exam to become a student was already a blessing. Once they returned to the inn and closed their room doors, Song Sanyu suddenly turned around, excitedly hugging his son, and exclaimed, Son, you are now a scholar. You are even better than your previous teacher. We should find a house, and I will save money for you to open a private school. What? Although he had the idea of opening a private school with his grades, he could still aim for a higher position. Song Sai patted his father's shoulder and calmly said, Dad, there's no rush on the private school. I want to try for a higher rank first. Oh, wow. you still want to aim for a higher position? You truly are my son, ambitious. It would be great if you became a higher-rank scholar. Our family would really be thriving. Hearing his son's thoughts, Song Sanyu smiled widely. Song Sai felt a bit proud. He had really become a scholar, which showed he had some luck and talent. He thought, I haven't embarrassed the many travelers who came before me. After becoming a scholar, they needed to register their names at the government office and complete the necessary paperwork. It was clear that the officials were ready for this, and when Song Sai and the others arrived and explained their purpose, the officials quickly helped them with the process. They received their scholar robes and were informed to attend the flower banquet the next day. As they left the government office, Song Sai truly felt like a scholar. The flower banquet originated from the ancient flower pinning ceremony, where wearing flowers symbolized honor. It later evolved into a local celebration for scholars. Song Sai was a bit nervous about attending. He feared that someone might want to compose poetry, and he worried he wouldn't be able to think of anything, which would be embarrassing. However, he knew he had to go, as the banquet was hosted by the local officials and not attending would have consequences. The other three were eager to attend the banquet, especially Brother Zhang, who openly said that receiving guidance from the officials would be beneficial. The next morning, Song Sanyu woke up and started getting his son ready. The scholar's robe was likely the same size, but it was too long for him, so he had to carry it with one hand. When they arrived at the hall, he saw that his senior brother Zhang He and the others were all dressed neatly, as if their clothes were custom-made. He felt uncomfortable, thinking he was the only one who looked out of place. The sons were attending the flower-placing banquet, and the fathers couldn't go along, so they sent Uncle Meng to drive the carriage with a few people. The banquet was held at the most luxurious restaurant in Shangzhou, called the Flower Placing Building. Song Sai thought to himself that the owner of this restaurant must have some official background to host such a grand event. As they entered the Flower Placing Building, they saw many scholars enjoying the flowers and tea, looking quite relaxed. It seemed the event hadn't started yet. Look, Liang Xuezhou is over there, one of them said. Following Meng Jilin's gesture, they saw Liang Xuezhou approaching them with an excited expression. I saw your names on the list. It was easy to find you here at the Flower Placing Building. Liang Xuezhou said with a smile as he walked closer. They joked around for a bit and found a place to sit, waiting for the banquet to begin. However, their scholar robes were quite eye-catching, and soon several students came over to greet them, saying things like, I am so-and-so. I ranked this high. May I ask where you placed? After a few students came over to chat, they felt it would be rude to stay seated, so they began to greet the other students and discuss the exam topics. Look, Shun Jizhou is here. Shun Ansho has arrived, one student exclaimed nearby. Song Sai looked up to see a young man of similar age, but much taller than him approaching. The young man wore a blue scholar's robe, a square cap on his head, and a simple leather belt at his waist, with a piece of jade hanging from it. He had a prominent nose and a slight smile. As he passed by, Song Sai noticed that Shun Ansho seemed to look down on him with disdain, as if he didn't even notice him. It wasn't just Song Sai who felt this way. Zhang He, standing nearby, scoffed with that attitude. You'd think he was the only one who passed the exam. Sure, he's the one who scored the top spot, and the Shin family is quite influential in Shangzhou. Let's keep our voices down. Although Song Sai didn't pay much attention to the Shin family, he had heard some things while at the inn and outside the examination hall. In short, this Shin Jizhou came from a good family and had a strong background. He was praised as a star of literature since childhood, so a common person like him should avoid getting involved with someone so influential. Soon, a commotion was heard outside. After a short wait, several middle-aged men in official robes entered. Noticing the many servants bowing around them, it was clear these men were the county magistrate, the governor, and the education official. The students immediately stood up and bowed to them. The governor glanced at the students and smiled, saying, although you have successfully made the list this time, you must continue to stay humble and work hard. I hope you all can reach even greater heights in the future. The students quickly nodded in response, saying, we will remember your teachings, sir. Next was the flower pinning ceremony. As the governor pinned flowers on each student, he encouraged them to keep up the good work. When it was Song Sai's turn, he smiled and asked, "Are you Song Ziwan?" Song Sai was a bit surprised and replied, "Yes." The governor's smile widened as he gently patted Song Sai's shoulder, praising him. "You are quite impressive. Your name is lovely to hear. Keep working hard." Realizing the governor was referring to him, Song Sai quickly responded, "Yes, I will remember your teachings, sir." Being praised by the governor made Song Sai the center of attention among the other students. Seeing that he was young and handsome, they couldn't help but look at him, making Song Sai feel a bit uncomfortable. When he returned home that evening, Song Sanyu was thrilled to hear that his son had been praised by the education official, as if the praise were for him. After the excitement, he touched the flower pin his son brought back and the congratulatory notice, his eyes filled with satisfaction. With the list published and the flower pinning banquet over, it was time to share the good news with the family. That afternoon, Song Sanyu gathered with a few other fathers to meet at the Zhao family's escort agency, agreeing on a time to return home. The head of the Zhao family was delighted to learn that 4 out of their group of 6 had passed the examination and quickly confirmed the return time. The next morning, as dawn broke, a ray of light shone through the window. Song Sanyu was packing while keeping an eye on his son. When he saw his son wake up, he put down what he was doing and said, "Hurry and go eat breakfast. I'll finish packing and then we'll head back. Your mother and the others must be waiting anxiously." Song Sai nodded, quickly washed up, and went downstairs for breakfast. By the time he finished eating, Song Sanyu came down carrying many bags. He wasn't the only one. Since the exam lasted a long time, everyone had brought extra clothes for the summer. Other fathers were also coming down with their burdens. Just as Song Sai wanted to help his father carry some weight, a pair of hands suddenly reached over his head, and a familiar voice said, "Let me help, uncle. I'm strong." "Big sister-in-law, you're here?" Song Sai exclaimed with surprise, looking back at He Mingqing. He Mingqing smiled and nodded, gently patting Song Sai's head. "You did great, Xiaohe. You've become a scholar." Without waiting for Song Sanyu to refuse, she took the heaviest bag from him and headed out of the inn. Song Sanyu thought his niece had made a great choice. She was observant. He had heard them say they were going back, and today she came to help with the luggage. On the way back, they shared their exam experiences. Suddenly, they remembered 2 friends who hadn't passed. It felt like rubbing salt in a wound, so they quickly stopped talking. Jin Yuanbao and Song Sai looked at Zhang Heshir in confusion. Seeing their expressions, Jin Yuanbao rolled his eyes and said, "You think I'm too fragile? Every time I take an exam with Qing Yuan, we always get average scores. I didn't have high hopes for this one, just thought I'd give it a try. Not passing is normal." Song Qing Yuan immediately agreed, "Exactly. You don't need to be so careful. We're not as fragile as you think. There are many paths in life besides studying." Hearing their positive attitudes eased everyone's worries, and they began to excitedly share how they spent the 3 days and nights in the exam hall. This topic captivated not only them but also the fathers and the guards, who were surprised to find that the exam hall in Shangzhou was even more basic than the one in Jinfeng County. After this exam, they would have to wait 3 years for the next county exam. There was plenty of time, and only he, Zhang Heshir, and Meng Jilian planned to continue studying. The other senior brother smiled and said he wouldn't participate in the next county exam. He wanted to find a job to help his family buy a house and let his older brother marry sooner. Song Sai felt regret for Fang Xingli. In his view, it was only a matter of time before Fang Xingli became a successful scholar, but the high tuition fees were indeed a burden for ordinary families. It was already impressive that Uncle Fang's family could support Xingli in his quest to become a scholar. These past few days, Wang and the elderly couple were busy with the shop while silently praying for their child to succeed in the scholar exams. They calculated the days and expected him to return soon, but there had been no news. Finally, the next afternoon, Mrs. Zhang spotted a familiar figure. The shop rented by the Song family was very close to their home, so when Wang and the elderly couple saw someone returning, they immediately closed the shop and gathered around. The neighbors in the alley also knew about the Song family's scholar exam and came over to ask questions. How did it go, mister
Song?
Did your son pass? How did he do? Haha, my son is now a scholar. Song Sanyu stood tall, beaming with pride. Wow, that's impressive. So young and already a scholar. How did he get so smart? What do you feed him? Yeah, tell us. The onlookers looked at the Song family with envy. They knew the Song family used to be farmers, but now their business was thriving. Their son had become a scholar, and they had settled in the county. How did they get so lucky? Despite the chatter around them, Wang and the elderly Mr. Zhang could only focus on the fact that their grandson, had truly become a scholar. That was a significant achievement. Mrs. Zhang was so excited she hugged Song Sai, calling him her precious, while Wang wiped away tears of joy. Mr. Zhang was already imagining how splendid it would be to honor their ancestors with this news. After finally breaking free from his grandmother's embrace, Song Sai felt a bit uncomfortable with so many people around him and hurried home. Once back in the familiar courtyard, Song Sai let out a sigh of relief. If becoming a scholar was this glorious, what would it be like to become a higher-ranking scholar? However, the next examination was still a while away. Song Sai could finally relax, playing with the big yellow dog in the yard while listening to his father and the neighbors boast outside. Occasionally, he heard gasps and laughter, realizing that if his father didn't run a consignment business, he would likely be quite the storyteller at a tea house. That evening, when my older cousin and her husband came to celebrate, Song Dahua smiled at Song Sai and said, I knew you could pass the exam, and you did. The joy of the Song family was still fresh when Song Sanyu began to share stories about the examination hall. Everyone listened in amazement. Even Song Sai was surprised. If he didn't know that his father couldn't enter the examination hall, he might have thought his father was sitting next to him during the test. It was a hot day, and after finishing a bowl of rice, Old Man Song wiped his sweat and said with a smile, Sai, you are now a person of distinction. You should go back and tell our ancestors. Song Sanyu nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Last time when you passed the preliminary exam, your father wanted to take you, but you said you wanted to aim for the next level. This time, you can't refuse. Of course. There's plenty of time before the next county exam. If there's anything my parents or grandparents need me to do, just let me know, Song Sai said, rolling up his sleeves, making everyone laugh heartily. Later that evening, after sending off his older cousin and her husband, Song Sanyu suddenly remembered something and brought out a box from the room. The family was curious about his mysterious behavior and gathered around to see what was inside. Carefully, Song Sanyu opened the box and took out a peony flower. After several days of travel, the flower had wilted and shrunk, but he held it like a treasure, beaming with joy. Parents, this was given to Sai by the examination official himself. Only a scholar gets this honor. The examination official. Oh my goodness, my grandson is truly impressive. Old Mrs. Zhang exclaimed, taking the flower from Song Sanyu with excitement. Song Sai suspected that his grandmother didn't even know what position the examination official held. In the eyes of ordinary people, anyone from the government must be a big deal. Mom, there's more. Song Sanyu said, showing off again as he pulled out a congratulatory notice from the box. He pointed to Song Ziyuan's name and said, Look, Song Ziyuan, my son's name. The Song family recognized those characters. Song Sai had taught them, hoping that one day his parents and grandparents would see his name on the announcement wall. He never expected that day would come so soon. Old Master Song gently touched the name on the good news notice, smiled widely, and tears sparkled in his eyes. After smiling, he wiped away a tear and lovingly patted Song Sai's little head, saying, Good grandson, our Song family will rely on you to shine in the future. Beside them, Wang was also very excited and asked, Will our family become a scholarly family from now on? Mom, a scholarly family needs at least 3 generations of education, Song Sai quickly explained, to prevent his mother from boasting and being laughed at. Oh, that will come soon. You just need to have a grandson, and then he can have a great-grandson. That makes 3 generations, Wang waved her hand dismissively. Well, while that makes sense, what if his future child is not very bright? No, what am I thinking? Song Sai quickly shook his head, almost getting pulled into a silly idea by his mother. All right, I think we should display this good news notice in our living room. What do you all think? Old Master Song suggested. Except for Song Sai, everyone else agreed. If they weren't worried about losing it, they would have wanted to put it right at the shop entrance, to show it off and enjoy all the envious looks. By the way, about our third cousin this time. We know that. It's impressive that Sanho is able to pass the exam. After we return, let's hold a celebration for the scholars together. I'll cover the expenses with your grandmother, and you young folks just enjoy yourselves. Old Master Song, though favoring his youngest grandson, still cared for the other grandchildren. Over the years, the two old folks had lived with the third son, mostly helping out at the shop. The third son even gave them a monthly allowance, and they didn't have to spend money on food or clothes, as his wife took care of that. They truly had no need for money, except for when the eldest two grandchildren got married, when they each gave 3 taels. They had saved quite a bit over the years. All right, Dad decides. Song Sanyu nodded in agreement without hesitation. The next morning, Song Sai woke up naturally and saw that it was already bright outside. He quickly got out of bed, dressed, and had breakfast. Today, he needed to report to the county school and update Master Chi about the exam results. When he arrived at the county school, the young servant at the entrance greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Scholar Shen has arrived." This was the first time someone had called Song Sai like that, and he felt a bit shy. When he entered the county school, the new scholar was surrounded by many people. It wasn't until he sat down in the classroom that he felt a little better. Master Chi had mentioned that students who passed the exam should report to the county school the day after the exam, while those who did not pass could take a short break and rest at home for a few days before returning. At that moment, only Feng Xingli was in the classroom. After chatting for a while, Zhang Hesher, Meng Jilin, and Liang Xuezhou arrived one after another. Once everyone was present, Master Chi looked at them and smiled, saying, "Very good. This year, our county school has produced 5 scholars. Congratulations."
Haha.
After the excitement, his expression suddenly became serious. "Although you have become scholars, there is something I need to clarify. Being a scholar is easier, but passing the annual exam is difficult. Scholars are also divided into levels. The first level is Fu Sheng, the second is Zeng Sheng, and the third is Lian Sheng. You are currently at the Fu Sheng level and must advance step by step. Only when the time is right can you take the county exam." Master Chi continued explaining, and Song Sai learned that Lian Sheng means one can receive a small stipend from the government, which, while not much, is still an honor. The biggest benefit of being a Lian Sheng is the chance to earn additional income, as many students seeking to take the exam need a Lian Sheng as a guarantor, known as Lian Bao. This alone can significantly increase a family's income each year. Zeng Sheng can be understood as a prospective Lian Sheng, as the number of Lian Sheng positions is fixed, usually around 20 per county. In a place like Jinfeng County, where scholarly pursuits are not very popular, the quota is relatively generous. Therefore, as long as a Zeng Sheng scores above second place in the annual exam, there is a chance to be promoted to Lian Sheng. The term Yan Sheng refers to them, the fresh scholars who have just passed their exams. The grading system is also very important. The annual exam for scholars is overseen by the local education official. In each exam, those who perform very well are rated as first class, those with average performance as second class, those who barely pass as third class, fourth class indicates serious issues, fifth class is extremely poor, and sixth class is completely incomprehensible. First and second classes receive rewards, while fifth and sixth classes face penalties. Moreover, even if you fall seriously ill, you cannot be excused from the exam. If you return, you must take a makeup exam. If you miss the annual exam 3 times, you will lose your status as a student. In other words, even if you become a scholar, you cannot relax. Life goes on, and so do the exams. Learning never stops. Seeing that the disciples below looked dispirited, the teacher smiled and said, "Since you have chosen this path, you must walk it with determination. It's not just you scholars who need to take exams. Even after you become successful, you will still have to take tests every year unless you are over 70, seriously ill, or have done great service to the court. For everyone else, you cannot put down your books for your entire life. Alright, I won't say more. Feng Xingli, stay behind. The rest of you can go back and rest well until the end of the month. After saying this, he waved his hand and walked out. Feng Xingli followed him with a serious expression. Song Sai and Meng Zilin exchanged worried glances, thinking that Feng Xingli might be discussing dropping out, which would be a shame. Although he ranked low among scholars and it was tough to pass the next exam, there would always be opportunities if he tried again, but it was his family situation that concerned them. Do you think we should help Feng Xingli? Song Sai whispered to Meng Zilin.
Don't think about it.
With Feng Xingli's personality, he wouldn't accept our kindness without a reason, Meng Zilin replied, looking regretful. After returning from the county school, Mr. Song and Song Sania couldn't wait to go home. They didn't even know when they packed their things, bringing along the box for the good news and peonies, which was quite obvious. Son, hurry up and get in the car. We're going to the town for lunch, and then we'll head back to the village. Oh, and don't forget about De Huang, Song Sanyu urged, thinking of his beloved dog. He quickly went to call the dog, and once De Huang jumped into the cart, Song Sanyu and Mr. Song sat side by side in front of the ox cart and headed toward the town. Since coming to the county to study, it had been several months since he had returned home. This time, he planned to visit teacher Fong and give him a surprise. August had entered autumn, but the days were still hot and dry. However, even in such sweltering weather, the Song family was eager to return home and show off. He had seen his grandmother touch the small box for the good news before, but now he truly felt he had moved beyond the common class and become part of the scholar group, leading his family to a small rise in status. The other members of the Song family were excitedly discussing how to prepare for the feast, how many tables to set, and what dishes to prepare. Meanwhile, Song Sai felt like a bystander, unable to join the conversation, so he simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. San Nyo is back. Hey, the scholar's father has returned. Soon after, Song Sai was awakened by the noise and realized they had arrived in town. They were now heading home from the town gate, surrounded by many familiar neighbors. Some sharp-eyed people spotted Song Sai and shouted, "Look, the young scholar has returned. He's so young and already a scholar. Song boss, don't forget us old neighbors." The owner of the cloth shop said with a smile, his eyes fixed on Song Sai, amazed that he was already a scholar at such a young age. "Song boss, your Ji Yuan is 13 this year, right? Now that he's a scholar, shouldn't we talk about marriage?" A middle-aged woman noticed how handsome Song Sai was and, seeing his status, immediately had ideas. Song Sania knew what the neighbors were thinking and smiled, saying, "No rush. The child is still young and wants to try for more." The middle-aged woman persisted. "Ancient wisdom says, first establish a family, then pursue a career. Once married, he can still take the exams. Right, everyone?"
Yes.
"That's true, but Aunt Jixiang, are you trying to matchmake for someone? It wouldn't be for your chubby daughter, would it?" Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd, all in good spirits, as the neighbors meant no harm. "Sonny, I thought you were coming back tomorrow. Where's my little scholar? Come here for a hug." A rough voice suddenly called from the crowd. Upon hearing this, Song Sai couldn't stay hidden any longer. He peeked out from the cart, and Wang Gui saw a fluffy little head. He stepped forward and scooped his nephew into his arms, examining him while ruffling Song Sai's hair, saying, "How did this little head get so smart? I wonder who he takes after." Song Sanyu quickly joined in, proudly thinking his son looked just like him. Wang Gui glanced at him and shook his head, clearly amused, but Song Sanyu remained convinced his son resembled him, believing his brother-in-law was just envious. When they reached home, Song Sanyu, instead of being discreet, dramatically pulled out a box containing the good news from the cart. Song Sai felt embarrassed. Sure enough, the next moment, Song Sanyu opened the box and, raising his voice much louder than usual, exclaimed, "Look, This is my son's good news. Do you know what a good news notice is? Seeing everyone shake their heads with satisfaction, Song Sanyu pretended to be profound and said, "The meaning of the congratulatory letter is that after passing the exam to become a scholar, the government specially sends you a message of congratulations. It says that my son Song Ziyuan ranked 7th in this prefectural examination." Wow, that's impressive. Very good. Sanyu, how do you read the first two characters? Song Sanyu was taken aback by the question. He hadn't really paid attention to those two characters. Since they clearly conveyed a good meaning, he confidently replied, "Congratulations, it's the word for congratulations." It was actually the word for a good news report, but fortunately, none of the people around could read, or it would have been awkward. Oh, I thought the sound was familiar. In-laws, when did you all come back? Mrs. Ma opened the courtyard door and came out, seeing her little grandson smiling even more, with old Mr. Wang following behind, also looking very cheerful. Haha, it's not that Sai has successfully become a scholar. We plan to return to Songjiekan today, to honor our ancestors tomorrow, and hold a banquet the day after tomorrow. Old Mrs. Zhang explained everything. Great, great. This is good news. We definitely need to celebrate properly. Let's go inside and talk, Mrs. Ma said, noticing more and more people gathering around and quickly pulling them into the courtyard. Song Sanyu was still enjoying his bragging when he saw the situation and had to wrap it up quickly. He waved his hand and said loudly, "The day after tomorrow, we will hold a scholar banquet in Songjiekan. You all must come." He didn't even need to say it. Many people present were eager to go. A scholar banquet is something ordinary people might never get to attend in their lifetime. They wouldn't miss the chance to share in the joy, even if they had to pay to attend. After sending off the neighbors, Song Sanyu carefully put away the congratulatory letter. Song Sai couldn't bear to watch. He guessed his father would show off again when they returned to the village. In their town, only the grandparents lived in the house, while the shop was managed by the uncles. As for the third uncle, he took several nephews back and forth to Wangjiakan to buy wild goods. Now that they had opened a shop in the county town, the demand was high and Wangjiakan could no longer meet their needs, so the third uncle and his team had to go further. Hearing that they would have lunch here, the grandparents were overjoyed. Second uncle Wang Yu quickly ran back to their house in the town to call the family for help. Little Uncle Wang Chuan, along with his eldest nephew, had gone back to Wangjiakan to collect mountain goods and hadn't returned yet. The others rushed back quickly. The three sisters-in-law were worried that so many people would be at the old house at once, and there wouldn't be enough pots and pans, so they returned home carrying a bunch of cooking utensils. In the yard, the two families exchanged greetings and pleasantries, then gathered somewhat awkwardly around Song Sai. The adults were a bit more relaxed, but the older cousins felt shy and couldn't look at him directly. They sensed that their younger cousin had changed a bit after passing the exam, but they couldn't quite explain it. Song Sai joked first, eldest cousin, second cousin, third cousin, fourth cousin, and little cousin, "Why do you suddenly not recognize me? Didn't we see each other last New Year?" He stepped forward and hugged the youngest cousin, Wang Bao, who was the cherished child of their third uncle's family. His chubby little face was so cute to pinch. No wonder the adults used to love doing it. "Eldest cousin, you're amazing. I want to learn from you," Wang Bao said, his eyes sparkling. He was now studying at Master Fong's private school and often heard about how great his eldest cousin was, especially how beautifully he wrote. Their school still had a poster of his writing on the wall, which was indeed impressive. His friends envied him for being Song Ziyuan's cousin, but the teacher became stricter with him after finding out. "Really? Then you need to work hard," Bao, Song Sai replied, then went to the ox cart and found a few handwritten books to give to Wang Bao. He said gently, "These are books I used when I was your age. They have my thoughts on knowledge. See if they help you, and remember to take good care of them, okay?" Wang Bao held the books with a serious expression and said, "Eldest cousin, I will definitely study hard." It seemed that their grandfather's family would produce a scholar. He planned to ask the teacher later about how his younger cousin was doing. Old Mr. Wang had been watching and felt pleased to see his grandson getting along so well with the children. He then turned to his son-in-law, who was boasting to his son and daughter-in-law, and couldn't help but reflect that his best decision in life was marrying Chun Yun into the Song family. Not only did they have a scholar grandson, but they also helped their family move out of the mountains. Little sister, from now on you'll be the scholar's wife. That's quite impressive, the eldest aunt said cheerfully, while quickly plucking chicken feathers. Haha. Big sister-in-law, you're also a scholar's wife, so it's the same, said several of Wang's sisters-in-law, who were all quite nice, especially the eldest sister-in-law, who had been with their family the longest. Hearing this, Aunt Zhao felt happy and looked at her handsome little nephew, asking, "Little sister, now that your little nephew has the status of a scholar, what do you think about his marriage?" Others may not answer, but seeing the three sisters-in-law looking curious, Wang smiled and said, "Ziyuan has many ideas. This little guy isn't the type to just listen to our arrangements. Besides, he's only 13 and is thinking about the county exams. Let's wait a few years and see how he plans his future." Meanwhile, Song Sai got familiar with his cousins and learned that besides his younger cousin Wang Bao, the other three were considering marriage. He was a bit shocked to see three minors in this situation, but remembered that in ancient times, many became parents at 15 or 16, so he didn't say much. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to talk about this in front of his younger cousin, but his older cousin from his second uncle's side was impatient and wanted to speak up. Wang Kong, blushing, leaned closer to his younger cousin and whispered, "Sai, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to marry a girl from town." "Why are you thanking me?" Sai replied. At that moment, his second cousin Wang Yu also came over and said quietly, "Little cousin, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to marry a girl from town either. And me. My mother said that if it weren't for you passing the exam, the oil mill owner from town wouldn't have come to propose to our family," said Wang Zhen, the eldest cousin. Her face flushed as she pushed her two younger brothers aside and spoke softly. "And me. Although my fate isn't decided yet, if my sister marries well, I will too," Wang Xiao, the second cousin, said confidently. "Wait, what did you say about the oil mill owner?" Song Sai asked, surprised. "Eldest cousin, you mean the oil mill owner is named Zhang? His son is Zhang He?" Wang Zhen nodded and then shook her head. "No, his last name is Zhang, but his first name is Zhang Quan. Zhang He is probably his younger brother. I heard that Zhang Quan's brother is also a scholar." Seeing his younger cousin's surprised expression, Wang Zhen quickly explained. "That makes sense. Although brother Zhang He is a bit older, he is still a scholar and wouldn't choose to marry someone from a family that just moved to town. It's not that he looks down on them, it's just that in ancient times, social status mattered. Plus, on the way to Shangzhou, Zhang's father discussed housing prices with Song Sanmi, likely hoping for Zhang He to develop in the county, so it's unlikely he would marry a girl from town. Actually, Zhang He's brother, Zhang Quan, could marry a girl from town, but there aren't many families with scholars in town. So, the Zhang family likely chose to connect with their family because they see potential in them. Once I thought of that, everything made sense. However, because Grandpa didn't want the children to marry in Wangjia village, over the years, several of his cousins have grown older. They only started looking for partners after settling down in town. The older cousin is doing fine, but the older and second older sisters are indeed affected by their age. Now that he has passed the scholar exam, age has become a minor issue. Brother Zhang and Uncle Zhang are both nice people, but he isn't sure about Zhang Quan. He'll ask his brother next time. As for the marriages of the older cousins, he won't pry too much, as in ancient times, the burden of marriage often fell on the women. Besides, Grandpa's family is kind, and the aunts are good people. They are not the type to make life difficult for their daughters-in-law. Hearing that several of her nieces and nephews were discussing marriage, Wang Shi was very surprised. A few months ago, when she visited her parents, they looked downcast, and her brothers and sisters-in-law were worried. She didn't expect that in such a short time, the children in the family would have made progress with their marriages. "Mom and Dad, now you have nothing to worry about. Just wait at home for your great-grandchildren," Wang Shi said, seeing her parents smile, which made her happy for her brothers and sisters-in-law as well. Old Mr. Wang took a deep breath of smoke and laughed heartily, looking even more kindly at his precious grandson. All the credit goes to him. If it weren't for the grandson passing the scholar exam, even after moving to town, the townspeople wouldn't have looked at them twice. But now, in just a few days, the grandchildren's marriages have made progress. Lunch was very lavish, and Grandpa's family was very polite, especially the older and younger uncles, who kept raising their glasses to toast Song Sanyu and old Mr. Song. Finally, Grandpa raised his glass and said loudly, "In-laws, I thank you. If it weren't for Sanyu, our family wouldn't know when we could come out of the mountains. Now that the Wang family is out, the children's marriages have settled. I toast to you." He then drank it all in one go. Old Mr. Song immediately disagreed, saying, "What are you thanking us for? If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have made it to the county. The children are all good. We old folks can just wait to enjoy life and hold our grandchildren." In short, both sides exchanged words of gratitude, and they couldn't skip a single one. If they weren't in a hurry to go home this afternoon, Song Sanyu and old Mr. Song would have been drunk by now. "Enough, enough. Older aunts, you eat," Song Sai said, looking at the mountain of small bowls and hurriedly waving his hands. They were just too enthusiastic. In the afternoon, Song Sai said he wanted to visit Master Fong at the private school. Song Sanyu quickly took a few gift boxes from the ox cart that he had brought from the county and wanted to go along. Seeing his little cousin's eager eyes, Song Sai smiled and said, "Dad, I'll take my little cousin with me to the private school. You can stay home and chat with Uncle for a bit. I'll be back soon." With that, he took his little cousin's hand and left. It was very hot, and when they reached the entrance of the private school, Elder Fong was standing at the door looking outside. When he saw them coming, he smiled warmly and said, "Zuan, you're doing great, bringing honor to our school." Song Sanyu placed the gift boxes on the ground and, along with his little cousin, bowed respectfully to Elder Fong. "That's not necessary. You're now a scholar." Elder Fong quickly stepped forward to help Song Sai up. Song Sai smiled and said, "Grandpa Fong, you are an elder, so it's perfectly fine to bow to you. I brought some pastries from the county for you to try." He then handed over 2 gift boxes. "Thank you," Elder Fong said cheerfully, gently patting Song Sai on the shoulder. He accepted the gifts without hesitation and looked at Wang Bao beside him, saying, "Tian Yuan is here too." The little guy wasn't shy at all and greeted them with a big smile. "Well then, Grandpa Fong, I'll go inside to find the teacher now." "Go ahead, the teacher is in the backyard." Once again in a familiar place, he remembered every crack in the blue stone slabs on the ground. By the well, there were a few more brushes lying on the stone edge. Looking closely, he could still see dried characters on the stone slab. He thought about the times he practiced writing here with his classmates and how they would get scolded by the teacher if they didn't do well. He felt both amused and nostalgic, realizing how quickly time had passed. Those moments had turned into beautiful memories of his time in the past. Leading his little cousin, he confidently made his way to the backyard, pushed open the teacher's door, and saw the familiar figure. His tone became a bit excited as he said, "Teacher, Zuan is here to see you." Master Fong turned around in surprise, his face lighting up with joy. "It's good to have you back. I thought you had forgotten about me." Song Sai immediately bowed respectfully, speaking earnestly, "Once a teacher, always a teacher. I studied with you for 8 years. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have achieved my scholar title today." Master Fong, who had been joking, laughed and stepped forward to help a student up, saying, "I was just teasing you. Sit down and tell me about your future plans." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he frowned and said, "Yesterday, Xingli, Yuan Bao, and Qing Yuan came to see me. All 3 of them have given up on the imperial examination. Yuan Bao and Qing Yuan are doing okay. I would be satisfied if they could at least pass the first level. But Xingli, Sai, that child is so stubborn and thoughtful that it breaks my heart." After saying this, he let out a heavy sigh. Seeing the teacher so upset, Song Si he quickly comforted him, saying, "Teacher, my senior brother just needs some time to think. Perhaps once things settle at home, he will continue on the path of the imperial examination." "I hope so." Noticing that the teacher still looked unhappy, he firmly said, "Teacher, you can rest assured that I will definitely continue with the imperial examination." The teacher's expression changed from gloomy to bright as he said, "You little rascal, of course, you should go since you are ranked so high." Then he noticed a young disciple nearby covering his mouth and laughing. The teacher, intrigued, smiled and said to Song Si, "This is from your uncle's family, right?" Song Si nodded. The teacher laughed. "This little one is quite clever. Though not as good as you, he can compete with your brother Jilan." Hearing this, Song Si was very excited. If he could be like brother Jilan, who is definitely a top student, then it seems his uncle's family will produce a little scholar. Although Wang Bao didn't know who Jilan was, he could tell from his cousin's excited expression that Jilan must be impressive. Could he also become someone like that? Would that make him as capable as his cousin? After that, Song Si shared everything he had learned in the county school over the past few months, including what the teacher there had taught him. When the teacher learned that Chi was a successful candidate and a top scholar, he urged Song Si to study hard. In the end, perhaps seeing that Song Si was still young, he kindly reminded him, "Jiwan, you are younger than your classmates, so make sure to get along well with them and avoid causing trouble. Also, you are still young, so don't rush to find someone. Once you pass the examination, good families will come looking for you." Song Si nodded eagerly. "If you bloom, butterflies will come." "I understand this principle, teacher. If you bloom, butterflies will come." "Ha, that's right." The teacher looked at his young disciple with great satisfaction, feeling very pleased. After discussing a few more academic matters, Song Si presented a set of writing materials he had bought in the county. Seeing the teacher's face crease with more smiles, he knew his father had been generous once again. As they got closer to home, his parents and grandparents became more excited. However, Song Si felt relieved to see the smoke rising from the chimneys in the village. He really didn't want to be the center of attention anymore. Just as they entered the village path, a few children playing at the entrance ran towards them, drooling with excitement, shouting, "Grandpa Village Chief, the scholar is back! The scholar is back!" Their high-pitched voices shattered the village's peace, and it seemed like everyone suddenly sprang into action. More villagers rushed out of their homes, and upon seeing Song Sanyu's family, they all gathered around. Song Si, who had planned to get off the cart and walk home, quickly jumped back into the cart. At that moment, Song Sanyu and the elder were surrounded like stars, receiving the same warm welcome as Wang and old Zhang. Villagers eagerly peeked into the cart, wanting to see what the scholar looked like. Song Si could only slowly step down from the cart. As he stepped down, the villagers of Songjia village erupted with even louder cheers. "Wow, the scholar is back. Yes, the scholar is back. My goodness, you've grown up so well. You look amazing. Not at all like someone from Songjia village. Indeed, you look even cleaner than when you were a child." The Song family was very happy, and Song Si was seriously greeting both the good and bad neighbors of the past. The neighbors were surprised to be greeted by the scholar. They had already learned that Song Sanyu had bought the house and shop in town. Although they initially wondered if he had taken money from the village for selling leeches, they were all from the same ancestor, so they just talked about it. Later, when Song Erniu started buying wild vegetables and mountain goods in the village at prices similar to selling them in town, everyone had no objections. Then, when Song Sanyu bought a house and shop in the county, and his son first passed the child scholar exam and then the scholar exam, the villagers had no complaints. Their village was now different from others. They had a child scholar and now another scholar, making them proud when talking to people from other villages. Everyone envied the Song family village. "Sanyu, you are back to pay respects to our ancestors, right? If our ancestors knew that our Song family produced a scholar, they would be very happy." Uncle Lao Zhen was genuinely pleased. Years ago, when his grandson was seriously ill and they had to borrow 5 taels of silver to pay for treatment, they finally repaid the debt, only for the grandson to fall ill again, leading them to borrow another 5 taels. When they went to Maya Chuntang in town to ask a doctor for a prescription, they happened to meet Sanyu's nephew. After learning the situation, Without hesitation, he paid for the doctor and bought 10 days' worth of medicine. Later, when Uncle Lao Zhen went to repay the debt, the nephew not only refused the money, but also sent a rabbit home for the little grandson to help him recover. Uncle Lao Zhen would never forget this kindness. Uncle Lao Zhen, you are right. It's great that the child became a scholar. We can't just be happy ourselves, we should also make our ancestors proud. Tomorrow we will pay respects, and the day after we will hold a banquet for the scholar. Everyone is invited, said Song Sanyu, waving his hand loudly.
Great.
Everyone must come. Song Sai felt relieved that his father was no longer showing off the good news. He could finally avoid embarrassment. But his happiness didn't last long. The village chief's son, Song Pingshu, curiously asked, Sanyu, in the plays, scholars receive congratulations from the officials. Why didn't the officials come? This question seemed to trigger something. This time, his father stood still, but his grandfather moved again, taking out a box, using familiar formulas and routines, showing off and expressing envy, while the Song father and son wore satisfied expressions. All right, he thought too much. It turns out they had agreed privately, 1 turn each, fair and square. However, when Song Sai saw his 4 most important family members smiling happily, he couldn't help but feel joy himself. Isn't that what he was waiting for? Of course, some people surrounded Song Sai, asking questions. Perhaps because of his current status as a scholar, they spoke softly. Even the familiar uncles and aunts were careful in their words. Song Sai smiled and said, Uncles, aunts, grandpa, and grandma, you all watched me grow up. There's no need to be so formal. Feel free to ask me anything, and you can just call me Sai. It sounds friendlier. This statement instantly won the hearts of everyone in Songjia village, and their gazes towards Song Sai became softer and filled with respect. Dinyan, you really have come back. At that moment, Grandpa Tang's family, the village head, and several elders approached with canes. When they saw that Song Danian's family had truly returned, their joy was immeasurable. As they got closer, Song Dafu patted Song Sai's shoulder and said with a smile, Good boy, bringing glory to our Song family. The village head, stroking his goatee, smiled contentedly and said, Great, great.
Ha ha ha.
The family's eyes were filled with warmth and affection, while the villagers and relatives looked on with satisfaction and happiness. Song Sai looked up at the sky. During dusk, the sun was about to set but still shone with a lasting glow, like a warm smile, just like his current mood, peaceful and beautiful. Back at the small courtyard of the Song family, both the eldest and second uncles were there. The aunts were tidying up inside, while the uncles chopped firewood and swept the ground. Even the 2 sisters-in-law from the eldest uncle's family were busy in the kitchen. When they saw their family return, they immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed over, full of enthusiasm. No wonder they hadn't gone to the village entrance earlier. They had been busy at home. Seeing that it was getting late, the village had urged everyone to return home, suggesting they talk more during the ancestor worship tomorrow. The villagers reluctantly said goodbye to the Song family. Others were fine, but suddenly facing such a warm greeting from his aunt, Song Sai felt very uncomfortable. Growing up, it was already a big deal if his aunt didn't frown at him, and this was the first time she smiled at him so. Well, it was a bit unsettling. Little brother, you're back. Even at 16, with the status of a young scholar, Song San has still acted so childishly. Song Sai was happy and said, We are back to pay respects to our ancestors. The day after tomorrow, Grandpa and Grandma said they would hold a celebration for us as we have passed the scholar exam. Hearing this, Song Sanha's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly walked over to his grandparents and asked eagerly, Grandpa, Grandma, is that true? Grandpa Song gently patted his grandson's head and replied, Of course it's true. Tomorrow, during the ancestor worship, we will tell our ancestors about you and Sai passing the scholar exam, and the day after tomorrow, we will hold a proper celebration for you. Song Sanha was thrilled and began to look forward to the upcoming celebration. Dear old 3, Chunyun, you all have worked hard on the way here. Please sit down. Why are the families of the eldest and second sons still standing there? Hurry up and clean the dishes, Jiang said, feeling a bit upset. It was one thing for the third family to have a scholar, but she couldn't understand how the second family, whose child only played around, could have passed. It seemed unfair. However, Jiang knew that both families were different now. With Jiang being so enthusiastic, not just Song Sai, but others in the Song family felt a bit uncomfortable. However, the children were present, so the second and third families politely nodded in greeting. That evening, the Song family sat at two tables, one for men and one for women and children. The men's table had 2 jars of wine, and Grandpa Song and a few others had already started drinking. Song Sai curiously watched his 2 sisters-in-law holding their little girls, named Nuno and Yaya. Although they were a bit dark-skinned, they were very cute. At that moment, the 2 girls were staring at him with wide, curious eyes. The last time he visited, they were still in cribs, and now they were about 8 or 9 months old. It seemed like they were seeing a stranger for the first time, as he could feel their gaze even after he looked away. Feeling playful, Song Sai suddenly turned his head, causing the 2 little girls to flinch, then break into uncontrollable giggles. The 2 sisters-in-law were surprised to see their cousin playing with their daughters. They were used to seeing him as a polite and refined young man, and it was the first time they witnessed such a playful side of him. After dinner, the family finally enjoyed some cool air in the yard again. Jiang was a bit anxious because the second branch had taken over the business from the third branch, and the third branch had moved to the county. They were the ones struggling the most. She heard that passing the scholar exam could exempt them from labor and taxes, and since their family was the only one farming, she wondered if that meant they could avoid taxes. Jiang's eyes shifted, and Song Danian knew what his daughter-in-law was thinking, but as the father-in-law, he couldn't say much. He turned his head away to avoid seeing it. Then he noticed his 2 grandsons with their dark skin and 2 honest, capable granddaughters-in-law, and his heart softened. Song Sai had already noticed his grandfather's hesitation and saw his gaze lingering on the eldest uncle's family. He knew his grandfather was worried about his son and grandsons. No matter how bad the children were, parents always cared deeply. Looking at his 2 lovely little nieces, Song Sai spoke up, "Grandpa, when I was in Shangzhou handling the scholar matters, the officials told me that scholars can be exempt from 2 labor duties and 30 acres of tax. You should consider sharing this with our family and the villagers." Hearing this, Grandpa Song and old Mrs. Zhang looked excitedly at their grandson, then glanced at the third son and his wife. Seeing that they had no objections, they felt a rush of emotions. It was no wonder the third branch was doing well. Such generosity was something the first and second branches couldn't match. Although the elderly couple favored the third branch, they had secretly supported the first branch over the years. The third branch knew this but never complained. Instead, they worried that the old couple might run out of money and even gave them pocket money each month. They had raised a good son. When Jiang heard about the 30 acres of tax exemption, her eyes lit up. However, when she caught her father-in-law's serious gaze, she felt an inexplicable sting in her face, quickly pursing her lips and lowering her head. Yet, her eyes were not honest as they signaled her 2 daughters-in-law to talk. The 2, seeing their mother-in-law's hint, quickly looked down to play with the daughter as if they didn't see anything. Jiang was frustrated. They were such useless things. "Sai, if you give this away, you'll have to pay taxes when you buy land in the future," Grandpa Song asked for his grandson's opinion before making a decision. Song Sai shrugged lightly, his eyes shining with confidence. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Grandpa, right now it's 30 acres. Trust me, I will earn more for the family in the future. Even if I don't, my dad is here, so don't worry about sharing. Our family isn't short on this." Song Sanyu felt proud hearing his son's trust in him and said with a satisfied expression, "That's right. Dad is here, and so is Sai in this family. Ha ha ha. Good, good. No wonder you are the son and grandson of Song Dajing. Then I will divide it," he continued after thinking for a moment. "We have 20 acres of land, and after using some, we still have 10 acres left. I suggest giving 5 acres to your grandfather's family and the other 5 acres to the village chief to share with the villagers. What do you all think?" "I have no objections," Song Sanyu was the first to respond eagerly. I agree too, Song Danyu nodded. Dad, I'm not arguing, but our family has many people now, and we want to buy a few more acres. It's fine to give some to Uncle, but why share with the villagers? Jiang said cautiously, under the watchful gaze of her family. Be quiet, Song Danyu frowned. The old man waved his hand to his eldest son and said calmly, Our family now has a student and a scholar, so we should think long-term. Besides, everyone in Songjia village is related to us. If these people go out, they represent our family. If we give them a little benefit, they won't speak ill of us, right? Song Sanyu agreed with his grandfather's words. In ancient times, there was a severe punishment for harming relatives. If villagers used his scholar status to get into trouble, it could bring trouble to the whole village. It's better to keep them happy now and persuade them at the ancestor worship ceremony tomorrow. Father is right. We will do as you say. Song Danyu nodded vigorously. Dad, since everyone is here, I have something to say too. Song Ernyu, who had been silent, finally spoke. Go ahead. Song Ernyu smiled and said, It's nothing serious. Our family has been living frugally because Sanha is studying. Now that Sanha has decided to give up the exams and find work in town, and with her Hua and Sanhua also in town, I plan to buy a house there soon. I want to give our land to my elder brother's family to farm, and whatever they grow will be enough for us. Song Danyu was thrilled with this idea. With 20 acres of land now in their hands and no taxes to pay, this was great news. In the future, when they have grandchildren, he would also send them to school to become students or scholars. Also, there's one more thing. The owner of the cloth shop where our Hua and Sanhua work is interested in our two daughters. A few days ago, when I was in town, he privately asked me about this. What do you think, Dad? Hearing this, Song Erhua and Song Sanhua's faces turned bright red. Old Joe, I noticed a few days ago that he seemed a bit anxious. It turns out he was thinking about this good news. Dad, I know old Joe well. His two sons are quite good. They have nice personalities, are capable, and look decent. Although old Joe has his own ideas, he is not a bad person. His wife is gentle too. I guess he is interested because my family has produced one scholar and one student. However, you should investigate this matter thoroughly and not just take my word for it, Song Sanyu said with a smile, sharing details about his friend's family. The elder nodded. Second son, you should look into this. Our family is different now. We must be careful with these connections to avoid any setbacks from the Sanha and Sai families. I understand, Dad. Jiang felt a pang of jealousy in her heart, but couldn't express it, which was quite distressing. Seeing that the second son's family wore cotton clothes while the third son's family wore silk was frustrating. However, remembering that they now owned 20 acres of land made her feel a bit better. Li and Wang were not concerned with what the eldest daughter-in-law thought. They were eyeing the two granddaughters of the eldest son, wishing for their own son to have a child to bring them joy. They were truly envious. On a summer night, the starry skies sparkled with mysterious light, and a gentle breeze brushed against their cheeks, relieving the heat of the day. Song Sai looked up at the stars. The evening breeze cooled the heat, and they gathered to chat about family matters. Suddenly, a star twinkled, as if hidden jade dew was shining. This poem beautifully captured the comfort of family reunions while adding poetic imagination to an ordinary summer night. Thinking about how, in modern times, he would only say, "Wow, how beautiful. The stars are so bright," he realized that now, in ancient times, he could easily come up with a poem. His progress was indeed significant. The ancestral hall was usually only open for villagers to pay respects during festivals, and at other times, only the clan elders could enter. Even the village chief rarely went inside. However, early that morning, the village chief and the clan elders were busy in the ancestral hall, preparing for the upcoming ancestral offering ceremony. When the Song family arrived outside the hall, they found it crowded with villagers, all warmly welcoming Song Sai. Having studied away from the village for many years, Song Sai was not very familiar with many people. He called out to uncles, aunts, and cousins, and regardless of whether he got the titles right, everyone greeted him warmly, saying that the scholar was indeed kind and had not forgotten them. Sai has always been different from other children. Yes, yes, my son loved to play in the mud and fight when he was little. He was always covered in dust. No wonder he became a scholar, he's different. The Song family, led by the elder, followed the village chief and entered the ancestral hall. The offerings in the hall were already prepared, even more lavish than during the New Year. Song Sai and Song Sanha walked to the center of the hall. Village Chief Song Yukai looked at the two young boys with satisfaction and turned to the ancestors, saying, "Dear ancestors, today, our family Song Ziyuan has become a scholar, and Song Qingyuan has become a student. We bring honor to our family." The village chief spoke for a long time, his voice loud enough for the villagers outside to hear. After finishing a segment, he took out the family tree and had the two boys write their names under their achievements. Both the Song family members inside the hall and the villagers outside looked proudly at the two boys. Finally, the two boys respectfully bowed to their ancestors. The village chief walked to the entrance of the hall and said seriously, "Sai has earned the title of scholar, which means he can be exempt from taxes on 30 acres of land. This year, he has decided to give 5 acres for the villagers to use. As for how to use it, discuss it privately and let me know." The villagers were immediately in an uproar. This was great news. Even if they didn't benefit directly, the honor of tax exemption would surely make other villages envious. All right, although our village now has a scholar and a student, you all need to be careful about your behavior outside. Don't tarnish the reputation of Sanha and Sai. If I find out anyone is misbehaving, I will deal with them severely, the village chief warned, giving everyone a stern look. The villagers quickly nodded, eager to avoid any trouble. They weren't foolish. They enjoyed the admiration and had no desire to ruin it. Seeing that the villagers understood, the village chief nodded in satisfaction. Back at the Song family's courtyard, Song Sanya brought the ox cart to take his nephew and son to the town. Coincidentally, Fang Xingli, Meng Jilin, Jin Yuanbao, and Zhang Heshir were all holding their scholar and student banquet today, so the two had to set off early to give their gifts. They first visited Meng Jilin and Jin Yuanbao's homes. It was still early, and there weren't many guests yet, but they were warmly welcomed. The guests from both families, upon realizing that one boy was a scholar and the other a student, were wide-eyed with surprise. They couldn't believe how impressive these young boys were, especially when they looked at their own sons, who only knew how to eat, feeling a bit frustrated. In the morning, they needed to attend 4 banquets. After greeting 2 people and exchanging pleasantries with Jin Yuanbao, they hurried to Brother Zhang He's house, which was easy to find in town due to the strong smell of oil from the nearby oil mill. When they arrived at the door, they saw Uncle Zhang and Brother Zhang He welcoming guests, along with a man who looked a lot like Brother Zhang He, probably his older brother, Zhang Quan. "Junior brother, you're here." Brother Zhang He greeted them warmly, showing his bright white teeth in a smile. Song Sai teased, noticing Brother Zhang He was dressed in red. "If we didn't know you were hosting a scholar's banquet, we might think you were getting married today."
Ha ha ha. You dare to joke about me.
Brother Zhang He pretended to be angry and moved closer to grab Song Sai, who skillfully dodged. "Shao He," Uncle Zhang said, seeing his son nearly 20 still acting childish, and he scolded him with a laugh. Hearing this, Zhang He quickly stood up straight and obediently stood next to his father, as if he wasn't the one who had just been playful. The speed of his change was impressive. However, today Song Sai mainly wanted to see the person who was engaged to his cousin. He was tall and looked familiar, even taller than Brother Zhang He. Song Sanyu was also seeing Zhang Quan for the first time and was carefully observing him. Perhaps the intensity of their gazes made Zhang Quan's face visibly redden. "Hello, Ji Yuan, Qing Yuan, uncle," Zhang Quan said, his face flushed. Song Sai smiled and replied, "Hello, big brother." Song Sanho, not understanding the situation, also greeted him. Seeing Zhang Quan's embarrassed expression, Song Sai pulled Brother Zhang He aside and said, "Seriously, brother, you know your brother is courting my cousin, right?" Zhang He nodded with a smile. "Of course. That's great news." Then he nudged Song Sai playfully. "It would be wonderful if we became even closer." Song Sai replied, whether it happens or not is another matter. Don't talk about it so openly. If this got out and the man had no issues, it would reflect poorly on the woman. I know. You don't need to teach me, Zhang He said, playfully tapping Song Sai on the head. Humph. Song Sai rolled his eyes in annoyance. After exchanging greetings and chatting with the Zhang family, it was already noon, so they hurried to the Fong family for the next banquet. The courtyard of Brother Fong's house is not very big, so the banquet is set up in the alley. By now, the alley is already filled with people. When Song Sai and the others arrive, the Fong family greets them warmly and leads them inside. The guests realize that these are the classmates of the scholar and once again marvel at how well others' children are doing. Brother, we're here. Song Sai waved his hand. Fong Xingli saw his two junior brothers smiling happily and quickly walked over, cheerfully saying, I thought you were at Yuan Bao's place today. We've been there, but we still want to eat at your house, hee, Song Sanha said with a big grin.
Great,
Fong Xingli said as he helped them sit down. Just as they settled in, firecrackers went off in the alley, marking the official start of the scholars' banquet. It was clear that Aunt Fong and Uncle Fong were genuinely happy. The banquet featured mostly meat dishes, with only 2 vegetarian options. Song Sai initially thought Brother Xingli would be sad about not continuing with the exams, but seeing him enjoy the food made him feel relieved. Noticing the worried look from his junior brother, Fong Xingli put down his chopsticks and smiled. Zuan, don't worry about me. For you and Jillian, becoming a jinshi might still be possible with hard work, but for me, it's quite difficult. You know how hard I worked to become a scholar, but becoming a jinshi isn't just about effort. Talent is very important. I'm not continuing with the exams because I know my own limits.
you don't need to worry about me.
By the way, I have good news. Master Chi privately told me that a friend of his needs a teacher for a private school and recommended me. It's 2 taels of silver a month, and if I stay for 3 years, it will increase to 3 taels a month. I plan to start at the beginning of next month. I love reading, and even though I can't take the exams now, being surrounded by books every day is still a good thing. The private school is in the county town, so you can visit me anytime. Also, the county magistrate just sent 10 taels of silver. The messenger said it's for every scholar, so you can expect to receive some at tomorrow's banquet as well. Don't be alarmed when it arrives. After hearing this, Song Sai nodded in understanding. He thought being a teacher at the private school was a good opportunity, especially since it was in the county town, which meant his identity as a scholar wouldn't go to waste. He patted his brother's shoulder and smiled. Brother, that's great. We can visit each other often now. You won't be too strict with your students, will you? Haha, if I have such a clever student like you, I definitely won't be strict. Fong Xingli smiled and joked, looking at his 5th junior brother who was focused on eating. If we encounter someone like the 5th junior brother, we must fight. Song Sanha, with wide, angry eyes, replied, What did I do? You are being discriminatory. Ha ha ha. Initially, Song Sai felt upset that his senior brother could not continue with the imperial examination, but now that he knew his brother had found a good opportunity, all his worries faded away. On the way back, after learning his younger brother's thoughts, Song Sanha said sternly, Little brother, I still have no plans. You should worry about me instead of others. Aren't you going to learn business from Jin Yuanbao? Hee, that's right, but we also plan to visit the county town to look for ways to make money. Song Sai was surprised by his cousin's ambition. With his status as a student, he should be able to do well outside. Besides, they were both 16 and 14 years old, not ignorant children. It was good for boys to explore the world. All right, if you need money, come to me for investment, Song Sai said confidently. Song Sanha was waiting for this response. Feeling a bit ashamed, he realized he had never even held a single silver coin in his life. Now, wanting to find a job without any capital made him emotional, and he said, Good brother, while leaning against Song Sai. This made Song Sai feel a bit uneasy, and he sighed inwardly, thinking he really had a worrying life. When they returned to Songjia village, they were shocked by the scene in the yard. 2 pigs, 2 sheep, a dozen chickens, and a cage of rabbits. It seemed their grandparents had really invested a lot this time. even if Aunt looked unhappy. After all, this was for the second and third households. Haha, you're back. Your grandmother has prepared dinner. We'll eat early tonight because we need to slaughter the pigs and sheep tomorrow morning, said Old Man Song cheerfully. The next morning, while it was still dim outside, Song Sai was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. It seemed the family had risen early to prepare. As he got up to dress, he noticed a bright red outfit at the head of his bed. His mouth twitched as he imagined how Brother Zhang he would tease him, since he had laughed at him first. Resigned, Song Sai put on the bright red long shirt. Although the color was not appealing, the fabric was excellent, feeling cool and comfortable against his skin. Under the sunlight, it shimmered softly, looking quite nice. After getting dressed, he opened the door and stepped outside. Although the sun had not fully risen, the yard was already filled with people from the village who had come to help. There were men and women, young and old, all chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. They instinctively turned their heads when they heard the door open. A handsome young man in a red outfit, with his hair tied up high and flowing in the wind, entered. The once lively yard seemed to pause suddenly, and everyone fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Many young women blushed shyly upon seeing the young man. The sudden quiet puzzled Song Sai, but he brushed it off and politely greeted the elders present. "My dear grandson is awake," old Mrs. Zhang said, smiling broadly at the villagers, her eyes crinkling with joy as she quickly walked over to take her grandson's hand and lead him to the kitchen. Once the scholar entered the kitchen, the villagers of Songjia began to chatter excitedly. "Wow, I wouldn't just call him a scholar. I believe he was a top scholar. Just look at his looks and that smile. If I were 20 years younger, oh my." A middle-aged woman couldn't help but laugh, feeling a bit shy by the end of her comment. Ha ha ha, the villagers burst into laughter. You know, San Nyo and Chun Yun aren't bad-looking, but how did they have such a good-looking child? The moment he stepped out, I thought, little he doesn't look like he's from our village. He must be the son of a wealthy family. Hearing that he was just okay-looking made Song Senyo unhappy. "Andy, what's wrong with my looks? If I weren't good-looking, could I have such a handsome child like Sai?" Haha. The villagers chuckled kindly and continued their conversation. "He's just like those young masters in plays. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to catch his eye." Listening to the villagers' chatter, Song Sai smiled quietly, feeling very pleased inside. Although he didn't think much of his looks, it felt nice to be praised. After a while, his grandparents arrived and more people came to help. Lee's family also showed up but surprisingly stayed close to Lee instead of gathering around Song Sai, which he found curious. A little later, Song Dainyu and Song Sanyo pulled up with a bull cart at the yard entrance. Two burly men jumped down, and as soon as they entered the yard, Song Sanyo greeted them warmly. "Thank you both for coming." The two men, Song Sai and Song Sanha, knew each other. They were chefs at the local tavern and usually got along well with the elder. It seemed that for this banquet, the elder had invited them to cook. Song Sai politely approached and said softly, "Uncle De Kai, Uncle De Jin. Just for the sake of calling Scholar Gong uncle, it's worth it for us to come, ha ha," Uncle De Kai replied cheerfully. "Exactly. It's a great honor to host a banquet for Scholar Gong. Brother Sanyo, no need to thank us. In the future, when your child holds a banquet for the scholar, remember to invite us." The villagers didn't know, but he was aware that in Bai Shui town, 4 scholars had been accepted this time, and among them, Brother Sanyo's family had the highest rank. The chances of them becoming a successful scholar were the greatest. If that happened, wouldn't the chefs who cooked for the scholar also gain some fame? He was happily thinking about how the invitations would flow. With the addition of the 2 chefs, everything in the yard began to run smoothly. The men dragged the pigs and sheep outside to handle them, while the women cleaned the chickens, ducks, and rabbits in the yard. Song Sanha and Song Sai followed closely behind Song Dajing and Song Sanyo, welcoming guests at the entrance. This time, since it was a banquet for scholars and students, the guests included not only people from Songjia village, but also many small landlords from nearby villages, as well as neighbors from the town and county. Additionally, there were the Shun and Zhao families from the county, and the managers Lu from Miaochuan Hall and Lu from Zuifeng Tower. All morning, Song Sai wore a smile that never faded. There were so many people that it seemed there were no seats left, so Song Sanyo had some extra tables set up. When the sun was at its peak, several of his senior brothers arrived. As soon as they saw him in red clothing, not only did Zhang He tease him, but even Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but laugh. The villagers in the yard noticed the two scholars and began to discuss among themselves. Scholar Gong's classmates look different. Yeah, it's true that educated people are never unattractive. The villagers' gazes were too intense, so Song Sai quickly pulled a few of them into the bedroom. When he heard the firecrackers go off outside again, he finally brought them to the table. Song Sanyo sat beside Shen Qian and the head of the Zhao family, toasting them. Both were his benefactors. Without them, his family's consignment business wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Shen Qian was drinking while thinking about the task his wife had given him. She said their daughter, Yaya, was now 13 and they should start looking for a good match for her. Since they couldn't return to the capital, they needed to find a suitable husband for Yaya in the county. They had their eyes on Song Ziyuan, who had just passed the scholar exam, so she asked him to pay attention to him today. The young man was indeed handsome and seemed to have a good character. He was also ranked high in the scholar exam and had a chance to become a higher-ranking official. Although he had to admit the boy was excellent, the thought of his daughter possibly marrying him made Shen Qian feel uneasy. Still, if the boy could become a higher-ranking official, he would be the best choice for Yaya. In the past, he regretted being overly competitive and not seeing the bigger picture. Excuse me, is this the home of Scholar Song Ziyuan? The lively courtyard fell silent when two officials appeared at the gate. Song Sai stood up and said, I am Song Ziyuan. How can I help you? The officials stepped forward, took out a money pouch from their pockets, and respectfully handed it to Song Sai, saying, This is a reward from the county magistrate. Upon hearing that the county magistrate had given a reward, the once quiet courtyard suddenly buzzed with excitement. Although they knew scholars were impressive, they didn't realize how much until they saw the magistrate giving out money, which made the scholar's status more tangible. Song Sai accepted the money and warmly invited the two officials to stay for a meal, and they gladly accepted. Overall, the banquet kept the Song family busy until around 4 in the afternoon, when all the guests finally left, leaving behind a mess. Fortunately, the villagers helped clean up quickly. Wang and old Zhang packed up the leftover food from lunch to take back to the village, and the courtyard finally fell quiet. Is this the home of the Nian family? An elderly voice called from the gate. Everyone turned to see an old man with white hair, thin and frail, wearing oversized, faded clothes. He trembled slightly, gripping a cane with hands that looked like eagle claws. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his deep-set eyes appeared cloudy and lifeless. The old man seemed to struggle to speak, his lips quivering and his throat moving as if he had much to say. Before he could utter a word, tears began to fall, making him look pitiful and helpless, evoking sympathy from those around him. Do you know my father? Song Sanyan asked as he approached the old man and leaned down to inquire. Your father? Are you Dinyan's son? The old man raised his head, his cloudy eyes carefully examining Song Sanyo. After a while, he smiled gently and said, Child, I am your second uncle.
What?
Second uncle? Song Sanyo was taken aback. The others in the yard were also surprised. Inside, Song Laoyi, who was drinking tea with old Zhang, heard second uncle, put down his teacup, and hurried to the yard. Seeing the old man hunched over with messy hair, he quickly approached, brushed aside the hair, and with disbelief in his eyes, he trembled slightly with excitement and hugged the old man, his voice choked with emotion. Second brother, how did you end up like this? Dinyan, I'm fine. Don't cry, Song De Bao said gently, softly patting him to comfort him. Song Laoyi stood up, wiped away a tear, and helped his second brother into the house. He turned back and instructed Song Sanyo, Go, call your uncle and the families of Dinyo and Nyo. Song Sanyo nodded and ran out. Third sister-in-law, Please prepare some food. Wang Shi, filled with confusion, turned and walked to the kitchen. Old Zhang poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table in front of Song Dabao. She had only seen her second brother twice since marrying in, and her impression wasn't very deep, but she knew he had a good character. He had moved to Yunshan Town's Qiao family village, so how had he changed so much? He looked older than the village elders. Wasn't that family supposed to be doing well? Song Dinyen was also puzzled, but more than that, he felt heartbroken. Life had been tough back then, and their parents had no choice but to let his second brother move in with another family. He thought his second brother was doing well, so how did he end up like this? It was all his fault. Now that life was better, he hadn't gone to see his second brother. Second brother, why did you come alone? Is something wrong at home? Grandpa, please don't worry. Let second grandpa have some water and food first. He must be tired from the journey. Song Si noticed that the old man's shoes were almost worn out at the heels. Yunshui town was several towns away, so it was easy to imagine how tough the journey had been. As soon as Song Dabao entered the main room, he saw a young man in red clothes, looking very distinguished. He initially thought it was a guest visiting his younger brother's family, but to his surprise, it turned out to be his younger brother's grandson, leaving him a bit astonished. What is this? Song Dinyen explained, this is my third son's grandson, named Sihi. He is currently studying at the county school and recently passed the scholar's exam. Scholar, that's great. Ha ha ha, my son is saved. Song Daba heard the word scholar, and his eyes widened with excitement. Second uncle, let's eat first. The food was left over from lunch, and Wang quickly warmed it up and brought it over. Song Daba had walked a long way to Songjia village and was very hungry. He took the bowl and began to eat quickly, tears streaming down his face. He hadn't had a proper meal in a long time, which was funny since his family raised pigs and sold meat, yet he hadn't even had a decent meal. Slow down, big brother. There's plenty more at home, Song Dajing said, noticing his brother's tattered clothes and messy hair. He was worried he might choke and quickly offered some comfort. Daba, is that you? Song Dafu rushed over when he heard his nephew mention that his second brother had come. He approached Song Daba, brushed his hair aside, and was shocked to see it was really his brother. Big brother, it's me, Daba, he cried, unable to hold back his tears in front of Song Dafu. His cries were heartbreaking, as if he had endured a lot of pain. Song Dafu hugged his younger brother tightly and asked, Daba, what happened? Why are you like this? Did the Qiao family mistreat you? At that moment, Song Daniu and Song Ernia's family also arrived, curious to see their second uncle. They had only seen him once as children, so they barely remembered him. Now, his sudden appearance at Song's home puzzled everyone. After crying for a while, Song Daba slowly said, Big brother, these years with the Qiao family have been worse than living like animals. He remembered that their family had not lived well, and he didn't want to trouble his brothers unless absolutely necessary. But for the sake of his youngest son's survival, he had no choice but to return. Thankfully, he was back, and his younger brother's grandson was now a scholar, which meant hope for his youngest son. What? What happened? Song Dafu asked sharply. Years ago, their second brother had married into the Qiao family because they were poor. Their parents had even gone to learn about the Qiao family and found them to be kind-hearted, which is why they agreed to the marriage. Now, he wondered what had gone wrong. When I first joined the Qiao family, they treated me fairly well. Although Qiao Mei had a bit of a temper, she got pregnant shortly after we married, so I endured a lot. But then... At this point, Song Dabao's eyes filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and said, That woman gave birth after 7 months. I thought it was a premature birth and didn't think much of it. One day, I went to work in the fields and forgot my tools. When I returned, I caught her being unfaithful. The child wasn't mine. It was that man's. I confronted them, but the Qiao family beat me up and warned me not to speak out in the village. After that, they kept a close watch on me and wouldn't let me leave the Qiao family compound. They locked me in my room every day, probably afraid I would do something drastic. The Qiao family even drugged me and kept me with that woman, which is how we ended up with Jir. For Jier's sake, I had to stay quiet. That woman knew I couldn't leave my son, so she took advantage of me. She spent her time with her lover, treating that child like a treasure while treating my Jier poorly, making him do hard labor every year and not even arranging a marriage for him. I felt powerless to protect Jier. Once he got hurt while working and woke up confused. I thought as long as my child was safe, it would be okay. But then that child got into trouble and racked up gambling debts, trying to make Jier take the blame. How could that be acceptable? The Chiao family didn't care about our lives at all, so I thought to come here. Brothers, you must help me. He stood up, ready to kneel. Song Dafu and Song Danian quickly supported him. Their faces turned pale with anger after hearing Song Debao's words, and the rest of the Song family was equally furious. Song Sanyu stepped forward, gritting his teeth and said, "Second uncle, don't worry. Leave this to me. Second grandpa, just let us handle this. We will definitely help you get justice. Can you tell us what that person did when they made uncle take the blame, and who that man from the Chiao family is?" Song Sai asked, though he was very angry. He knew this wasn't the time for anger since uncle was still in the hands of the Chiao family. They needed to understand the situation first. Yes, second grandpa, tell Sai. Sai is the smartest in our family, Song Sanyu added eagerly. Song Dabo wiped away his tears and said angrily, "That troublemaker has been spoiled by the Chiao family. He spends all day drinking and gambling. I heard he lost over 50 taels of silver at the gambling house in town, so now they want to sell Jier to pay off his debts. I overheard them planning to do this in a few days. The Chiao family has money. They just don't want to spend it. They want my son to take the blame. That woman, Jier, is also her son. How can she be so heartless? And that man is the village chief's nephew, protected by the village chief, which is why they have the courage to continue their affair. This scandal could ruin the Chiao family. Don't worry, second grandpa, I have a plan. You stay here and rest easy. In a few days, we will go to Chiao village to seek justice for you and uncle." Seeing second grandpa trembling with anger, Song Sai quickly comforted him. Song Daba started to cry again. Earlier, he cried out of anger and sadness, but now, with family support, he shed tears of frustration, saying, "I really didn't want to interfere in your lives, but..." "What do you mean interfere? Uncle, you are part of our Song family. When we bring Big Brother back in a couple of days, you can decide whether to stay in Song Village or come with us to the county town. We will welcome you either way," Song Sanyu comforted. "Thank you, nephews, thank you, Big Brother and Little Brother," Song Daba said, unable to stop crying. "Don't mention it. We are all brothers. We also made mistakes by not visiting you all these years. If we had known it would come to this, we should have reported that man and woman to the authorities long ago," Song Dafu said, feeling heartbroken and angry at seeing his brother so upset. Song Erniu was also very angry. "Uncle, don't worry. We will make sure your suffering is not in vain." Song Danian nodded in agreement, looking serious.
Right.
That night, second grandpa walked a long way and, feeling a mix of sadness and anger, soon fell into a deep sleep. However, the Song family could not sleep at all. They were furious that the Chiao family had bullied them and felt their anger rising to the surface. "Dad, what are you planning to do?" Song Sai asked, curious about his father's approach. Song Sanyu thought for a moment and said angrily, "What else can I do? Tomorrow I will go to the city and ask the Zhao family for help. Otherwise, I fear we will be outnumbered in Chiao village." It seemed that Dad had not let his anger cloud his judgment completely. "Dad, even if we call the Zhao family, it's just a matter of numbers. But when it comes to causing trouble, evidence is key. First, you don't have proof of their affair, and second, there's no solid evidence to show that the child isn't from my uncle. If the Chiao family refuses to admit it, can you really just go and harm them? Although the laws in ancient times weren't as strong as today, you would be facing an entire village as an outsider, and that wouldn't work. But how can we prove this? Unless we catch those two in the act," Song Sanyang said, without thinking. Song Sai smiled slightly. "You're right. If we catch them in the act, everything can be explained. Song Sanyang looked confused and patted his son's shoulder. Son, are you silly? Yunshan town is so far away. How can we know if they're having an affair? That's easy, Dad, listen to me. Song Sai leaned in and whispered his plan to Song Sanyang. As Song Sanyang listened, his eyes widened and he swallowed hard before finding his voice. Son, how do you know about this kind of medicine?
He just a guess.
He used to watch palace drama novels, and he didn't expect it would come in handy now. Honestly, this method is straightforward and effective. I like it. I'll go find the Zhao family tomorrow, and we'll set off early the day after, Song Sanyang declared, standing up as if he was about to do something truly remarkable. In Qiao village, Yunshan town, in a hidden haystack, there were whispers and low growls from a man, and suddenly, the haystack fell silent. Why did you think to find me? Hey, why wouldn't I think of you? We have a son now. You're my wife, Qiao Daqiang said with a grin, his hands starting to wander restlessly over the woman. Xiao Mei pushed his hands away and pouted. Humph. Back then you didn't want to marry me, and now we have to meet secretly every day. Even though Xiao Mei was getting older, Qiao Daqiang still liked her charm, so he coaxed her gently. I'm my parents' only son. How could they let me marry into your family? Even though we're not officially married, isn't it the same? Haven't I always satisfied you? Humph. You deadbeat, Xiao Mei said as she got up and put on her clothes. Thinking about her son's debts, she sat back down next to Qiao Daqiang and said, Daqiang, that dead person has disappeared. Do you think he went to find the people from Songjia village? I'm worried that if... Qiao Daqiang squinted and scoffed. Humph, that fool. Even if the people from Songjia village come, so what? They didn't see anything. Hurry up and sell your silly son to settle the debt. Just seeing that idiot makes me angry. The next day, Song Sanyu drove his ox cart to the Zhao family. Song Sai stayed behind to comfort his great-uncle. He understood how anxious his great-uncle felt. The Qiao family was heartless, and now that the eldest uncle was foolish, he would surely be bullied without his great-uncle around. Great-uncle, don't worry. Tomorrow we will go to Qiao village and definitely seek justice for you. Song Debao was still worried about his son at the Qiao family, but hearing his nephew say they would go tomorrow made him feel a bit more at ease. In the county town, Song Sanyu found Zhao Dajia and explained the situation. Zhao Dajia was even angrier than Song Sanyu, as if this had happened to his own family. He immediately patted his chest and promised to personally lead the guards to gather at the entrance of Songjia village the next day. After confirming the plan with the Zhao family, Song Sanyu returned to Baishui town and found manager Liu at Miaochuan Hall. They whispered in the backyard for a while, and Song Sanyu returned home, looking very satisfied. Seeing his father like this, he knew the matter was settled. Dad, is everything arranged? Song Sanyu raised an eyebrow and said, Of course. How could I, Song Sanyu, not handle it? Then he curiously asked, Son, what's the next step? Next, it's time for great-uncle to take action, Song Sai said, a glint of determination in his eyes. The next morning, Song Dafu took a few of his sons. Except for the two daughters-in-law from Song Dania's family who stayed behind with their children, everyone else rode in ox carts to the village entrance. The people of Songjia village were furious after learning the whole story. They wanted to go together, but it was too far, and without ox carts, they could only watch in frustration. When the Song family arrived at the village entrance, the Zhao family's guards were already waiting. They all knew Song Sanyu, and this time they came to support the Song family. Seeing so many people following him to Qiao village, Song Debao's great-uncle couldn't hold back his tears. Great-uncle, do you remember what I told you? I remember. This time, I will make sure that those wrongdoers have no place to hide, and that the entire Qiao family is embarrassed, Song Debao said, gripping the medicine bottle tightly with determination. Yunshan town is a bit far from Baishui town, but it takes less than 2.5 hours by ox cart to reach near Qiao family village. Song Sai was afraid of alarming the enemy, so he had a group hide near the village and let his second uncle return home to follow the original plan. Song Debao tightly held the medicine bottle and walked towards the butcher Qiao's house. The old couple from the Chow family was still alive. For many years, they turned a blind eye to Chow Mei's affair and spoiled the child born from it. They often scolded him and jeer. Song Debeo felt angry but closed his eyes, waiting for his anger to fade before entering the door. You fool, staying at home is just wasting food. You might as well sell him to the gambling house. You don't even know how much he's worth, Chow Dai said while munching on a pig's trotter, teasing Xiao Ji with the leftover bones. What are you doing, Jir? Your dad is back, Song Debeo said when he saw his son kneeling on the ground, drooling while looking at the pig's trotter in Xiao Dai's hand. He walked over and helped his son up. Seeing his father, Xiao Ji's eyes filled with tears as he pointed at the pig's trotter and said, Dad, I want to eat that too. Where did you go today? I missed you so much. Song Debeo gently wiped his son's drool and said softly, Dad didn't go anywhere. If you want to eat, I'll buy it for you later, okay? Okay. Dad is the best. I love you the most, Xiaoji said with a silly smile, clapping his hands happily. Oh, I wondered who was back. It's the child's father. Where have you been all day? You didn't go to Baishui town, did you? Why didn't your good friends come with you? Looks like they don't want you anymore. Xiao Mei mocked as she walked out of the house. Song Debeo pretended not to hear and continued to help Xiao Ji towards the kitchen. Xiao Mei, feeling ignored, shouted, Stop. Didn't you hear me talking? Song Debeo turned around and stared at her, saying firmly, My son is almost sold by you. Is it wrong for me to talk to him? Xiao Mei felt uncomfortable under his gaze and stopped talking. After Song Debeo and his son went to the kitchen, she brought a bowl of pig's trotter from the main room and placed it in front of Xiao Dai, saying affectionately, Son, take this meat back for my dear grandson. Xiao Dai took the plate without hesitation and saw there were only 2 pig trotters. He complained, Mom, why is there so little? This isn't enough for me. Xiao said angrily, Eat, eat, eat. That fool doesn't even know how much he owes. Can't we save some money at home? Upon hearing it was about his gambling debts, Xiao Dai quickly tried to please her, saying, Mom, I won't do it again. You have to gather my money. If not, sell the old one. If that doesn't work, go ask my biological father for some. Xiao glared at her precious son. Sell him? That old man is still your father in name. If you sell him, who will handle all these family matters? Will you do it? Hee, then we won't sell him. After all, that old man was bought by our family as a worker, Xiao Dai said, not upset by his mother's glare, grinning instead. Just go home. Okay, Mom, I'm leaving now. Song Daba heard everything from inside and looked very unhappy, gripping his son's hands tightly without realizing it. Xiao Ji had a sad expression, looking like he was about to cry. Dad, it hurts when you hold me so tight. Song Daba snapped back to reality, gently blowing on his son's hand and softly saying, Son, I will take you away from this home soon. Just be good and sit here, okay? I'll go buy some meat. Meat. I want to eat meat. Dad, hurry and buy it. She will wait for you. Okay, Dad will bring back meat for you. After saying this, Song Daba walked out of the kitchen to the main room, where the elderly Chiao couple was drinking tea. They didn't even look up when he entered, immediately instructing, Daba, the family at the east end of the village is going to slaughter a pig. I've collected the money, you go do it. Okay. Hearing Song Daba's quick response, Old Man Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking he was useless. Old Man Xiao looked down on him, and Old Mrs. Xiao looked down on him even more, not even bothering to glance at him. Song Daba noticed their expressions and felt angry, but he didn't show it. Instead, he spoke kindly to Xiao Shi. Maisie, my leg is hurting a lot today. Can you take me to see a doctor? Otherwise, if my leg gets worse, I won't be able to work in town anymore. Xiao Mei glanced at Song Daba's leg, realizing that this old man would still need to handle family matters, so she reluctantly stood up and walked outside. Wait a moment, it's hot outside. Drink some water before we go, Song Daba said, going to the kitchen to bring a bowl of water to Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi felt a bit surprised but saw Song Daba with his head down, looking weak. She drank the water in one go and said with a stern face, "Hurry up, we still need to go see the doctor, and then slaughter the pig." Let's go, let's go." Song Daba calculated the time in his mind. When he reached an abandoned house in the village, he finally heard Qiao's unusual breathing behind him. Feigning surprise, Song Daba turned around and asked, "Maisie, what's wrong?" Qiao felt a bit dry and restless, her head was dizzy, and her legs felt weak. Seeing this, Song Daba glanced around and, noticing no one was nearby, quickly pulled Qiao into the abandoned house. Although the outside looked neglected, there were signs that people had lived inside. This was the secret meeting place for Qiao and her lover, a fact Song Daba had discovered long ago but pretended not to know. He not only knew this was where Qiao met her lover, but also how they arranged their meetings. He tossed Qiao inside and went outside to a large tree, where he tied a red cloth to a branch before finding a place to hide. Qiao Daqiang had a lot of land, and his father was a carpenter, so they lived well. With nothing to do, he often wandered around here, enjoying time with Qiao Mei before returning home. Today, with no work in the fields, Qiao Daqiang would surely be restless, so Song Daba just had to wait patiently. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Qiao Daqiang appeared, looking around as if he knew he was doing something shameful. Seeing no one, he quickly slipped into the house. Song Daba followed and heard the sound of clothes tearing inside. His expression darkened as he took out a stick of incense from his pocket, lit it with a match, and placed it in the door crack. Then he turned and ran toward the village entrance. Villagers passing by noticed Song Daba's hurried demeanor. Although they found it strange, they didn't approach him, acting as if it were none of their business. Just like when he discovered the affair and reported it to the village chief, no one sympathized with him or believed him, instead blaming him for tarnishing the reputation of the Qiao family and the village. Now, as he was about to expose the Qiao family and the village's secrets, how could he not feel happy? Before he reached the village entrance, Song Sanyu, who had been hiding nearby, hurried over and asked, "Second uncle, is everything ready?" Breathless, Song Daba's smile said it all. Song Sanyu called out to the Song family and the Zhao family guards hiding not far away, and they rushed over. They're inside the house. I lit the incense and came right away. Hurry, Song Daba urged, catching his breath. Second uncle, lead the way. We will help you get your revenge. Song Sanyu supported Song Daba and then waved for his brother Song Erniu to come over. The two of them lifted Song Daba and ran, with the Song family and the Zhao family escort following closely behind. Brother-in-law He Mingqing rushed ahead, directly picking up Song Daba and running forward. A group of outsiders ran toward the village, and even the slowest villagers from Qiao family village knew something was wrong, especially since one of them was carrying Song Daba. Someone immediately ran to inform the village chief and the Qiao butcher's family. Song Daba pointed the way and quickly arrived at the abandoned house. He Mingqing set Song Daba down, then quietly approached the window to look inside, nodding to the approaching Song family. Song Sanyu angrily stepped forward and kicked open the door.
Bang!
Qiao Daqiang and the other Qiao were in high spirits, and after drinking the tea that Song Daba had spiked, along with the fragrant atmosphere in the room, they paid no attention to the noise outside. They only wanted to release their pent-up desires. When Song Sanyu entered and saw the shocking scene, he quickly covered the two with a bedsheet to protect his son's eyes. Dad, how long will the effects last? If the Qiao family arrived and they were still entangled, it would be obvious something was wrong. Don't worry, Manager Lu said it will wear off soon. I estimate the Qiao family should be here shortly. Let's tie them up first, and when the Qiao family arrives, we can show them, Song Sanyu said, and He Mingqing moved forward to tie the two still entangled on the bed together, intentionally leaving it a bit loose for Qiao Daqiang to continue. The Song family gathered in the small courtyard while the Zhao family surrounded the area. Soon, the outside of the courtyard became noisy, as many people seemed to be approaching. The village chief of Qiao family village, while smoking, led the Qiao family and villagers over. When they reached the courtyard entrance and saw a dozen strong men standing there, his pupils contracted. He swallowed his words of reprimand. This was bad. Where did Song Daba find these people? You must be the village chief of Chow family village, right? Don't just stand at the door. Bring the Chow butcher and Chow Dachung's family in. I have some interesting things to show you, Song Sanyu said casually at the courtyard entrance. Who are you? Coming to our Chow family village and acting so arrogantly. Don't think we're afraid of you just because you brought so many people. This is our territory. The village chief's son pointed at Song Sanni and shouted angrily, then turned to Song Dabeo and yelled, Old man, did you bring these people here?
What do you want? Bah.
Song Sanni spat in front of the village chief of Chow family village and angrily said, If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for what happens next. Wait a minute. The village chief of Chow family village glanced at the hatred in Song Dabeo's eyes and remembered the earlier suggestion about bringing in Chow Butcher and Chow Dachung's family. Suddenly, he recalled his nephew's reckless actions and felt a wave of panic. Could it be that his nephew was inside? If so, this matter must be handled secretly. All right, let's go inside. Dad, Chow Tianwang, the village chief's eldest son, asked in confusion, quickly grabbing his father's sleeve. Don't worry, it's fine. All the people from Chow family village are outside. They won't dare to do anything. Chow Gui raised his voice intentionally. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers immediately echoed, Village chief. You can go in. I want to see what these outsiders are so bold about. Exactly.
Right.
After the villagers chimed in, the village chief nodded in satisfaction and led Chow Butcher and Chow Dachung's family into the small courtyard. Once they entered, Song Dainyu closed the courtyard door. Chow Dachung's family looked confused, while Chow Butcher's family felt a bit uneasy upon seeing Song Dabeo, but they quickly remembered they were on their home turf, and that unease vanished. You must be relatives of Song Dabeo. Our two villages are connected, so it's not right for you to come here in such a hurry. But since we are connected, if you go back quietly, we in Chow family village will pretend this incident never happened, the village chief of Chow family village said with a fake smile, pretending to care for everyone. Haha, village chief Chow, you know well how my second brother has been treated in your village. I heard Chow Dachung is your nephew. It's one thing for my brother to marry into your family and work hard, but how do you explain the matter of the green hat for our Song family? Song Dafu said angrily. He had accompanied his father to his brother's wedding, and thinking about the suffering his brother had endured over the years filled him with guilt. Seeing Song Dabeo at that moment, the village chief realized this matter could no longer be hidden. However, even if it couldn't be concealed, they had to try. If the people from Song family village came in such numbers, and if others found out about the affair, how would Chow family village ever hold their heads high again? Song Dabeo, you joined the Chow family, and we treat you well. Is this how you repay us? Chow the butcher shouted at Song Dabeo. Old Mrs. Chow also yelled at him angrily, You are already part of our family, and you dare to go back and gossip? We should never have let you into the Chow family, you ungrateful person. Ungrateful?
Who are you calling that?
Why don't you ask yourself what wrong things you've done? You let your daughter have an affair and even pampered her child. Where do you get the courage? Song Sanyu stepped forward to confront old Mrs. Chow, then turned to Chow Dachung's family and mocked, Do you know your father is having an affair and has a child outside? Chow Dachung's wife was stunned, her face pale, clearly unaware. Chow Dachung's son was also shocked and turned to ask Chow the butcher and the others, What is going on? Chow the butcher, who had been so confident, now couldn't look at Chow Dachung's son and stammered. No need to ask, let me show you something shocking, someone said. He Mingqing had been waiting for this moment. He turned and went into the room, bringing out a couple who were caught together and throwing them on the floor. Everyone gasped at the sight. Chow Dachung and Chow Mei were only covered by a sheet, their hair messy and their bodies marked, making it clear what had happened. Old Mrs. Chow rushed to cover her daughter, but Song Erniu pushed her back. Chow Dachung and Chow Mei, who had been lost in their own world, were suddenly jolted awake by the commotion and looked around, their faces turning pale. Zhang Chui, Chow Dachung's wife, was so furious she nearly fainted, but was caught by her son Xiao Dezhu. Xiao Daqiang, you shameless man. Didn't you say you had already cut ties with this woman? Now you've been caught in bed. How are we supposed to hold our heads up in the village? And do you really want men this badly? I'll make you pay for this. Zhang Cui shouted as she lunged at Xiao Mei, grabbing her hair. Xiao Mei, wrapped in a sheet, tried to pull away as the sheet slipped off, screaming, Daqiang, Daqiang. She shouted while trying to hide behind Xiao Daqiang. Xiao Daqiang quickly wrapped Xiao Mei in a bedsheet and protected her behind him, which only angered Zhang Tsuya more. Zhang Tsuya rushed in front of Xiao Daqiang and slapped him twice, angrily scolding, Xiao Daqiang, do you even care about me? You actually protect this person. Are you even human? What did you mean by saying she had a child out of wedlock? She then glanced at Xiao Butcher's family, noticing their evasive eyes and their unwillingness to meet her gaze. With a look at Xiao Dai, who resembled Xiao Daqiang, she staggered back a few steps, trembling with disbelief as she looked at Xiao Daqiang. Xiao Daqiang kept Xiao Mei behind him and pointed at Song Debao, shouting, How dare you bring a member of the Song family here? After all these years of giving you a place to stay, and Mei even had a son for you, you actually dare to.
Slap.
How dare you bully my uncle? I'll make sure you regret it. Jiang was the first to rush forward, slapping Xiao Daqiang several times. Afterward, still unsatisfied, she pulled down the coverings from both of them, causing Xiao Mei to scream loudly. No one expected Jiang to be the first to lose her temper. The Song family was shocked, especially old Master Song, who smiled at his daughter-in-law's boldness. Jiang, surprised by the praise, quickly rolled up her sleeves, eager to impress the elderly couple further. Xiao Butcher, old Xiao, couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer and stepped in front of them, asking the Song family, What do you want? Yes, what do you want? Village Chief Xiao Gui, realizing the situation was beyond repair, echoed, not wanting it to become public knowledge. What do we want? Humph. Your Xiao family has ruined my uncle's life, and my brother became foolish because of you. We don't ask for much. Your Xiao family should compensate us with 200 taels of silver. Otherwise, we will make this a big deal, exposing this couple to the village and dragging you through the streets, making your Xiao family infamous in our county.
How about that?
Song Sanyu said calmly. Oh my goodness, where would we get 200 taels of silver? Xiao Butcher trembled with anger upon hearing the amount. Village Chief Xiao took a deep breath, looking at the Song family with a helpless expression. Yes, Xiao Daqiang and Xiao Mei are indeed at fault, but you can't just demand 200 taels of silver. We are just farmers. We don't have that much money. Isn't that unfair to us? Why listen to them? Let's just throw this wild couple out and let the Xiao family feel the heat. Zhang seemed impatient and was ready to step forward. Song Sanyu noticed that his sister-in-law was suddenly sharp and strong today, so he decided to treat her better when he returned home. Village Chief Xiao's expression darkened as he looked at the Song family. He suddenly remembered there were still over 10 people outside and said to Xiao Butcher Xiao Daqiang, Get your money ready. We have no money. Xiao Daqiang, if you want it, just take it.
Zhang Kuye replied firmly.
Cui, our family. Xiao Daqiang's father approached, wanting to say something. Zhang Cui shot him a cold glance. Dad, do you know that Xiao Daqiang has people outside and even has a grandson now? Xiao's old man was taken aback and started to look away. I forgave Xiao Daqiang for his past mistakes because of the kids, but now he's doing something so foolish. I won't cover for him anymore. If there's no money, don't expect to get any from me. Xiao Daqiang was unhappy. Zhang Cui, you wicked woman, I have a share of the family money too. Your share? I bet all of that is with that shameless woman. Dezhu, do you agree with your mother's decision? Xiao Dezhu glanced at his younger brothers, saw they had no objections, and finally looked at Xiao Daqiang. Lowering his head, We won't have a father like you anymore. Xiao Daqiang panicked, wrapping himself in a blanket and trying to pull his son closer, but Xiao Dezhu pushed him down. Xiao Mei was also dragged down, and their appearance disgusted everyone present. Xiao Daqiang turned to Xiao Butcher, who looked helpless. We don't have that much silver. Even if we sold the land and house, it wouldn't be enough. Grandpa, no selling. We can't pay 200 taels anyway. It's better to pay off my gambling debts first, or the owner will cut off my hand. Xiao Dai wanted to play dead but quickly shook his head to refuse when he saw Xiao Daqiang targeting his family. Dai, I'm your father. Xiao Daqiang insisted. You are not my father. I am not an illegitimate child. At your age, it's embarrassing. It would be better if you were gone. Xiao Daqiang felt more convinced of his idea as he spoke. Xiao Daqiang and Xiao Mei looked angrily at Xiao Dai, truly shocked that their son could be so heartless. Dabao, please show mercy. For the sake of our marriage and for Jir, give us a chance to live. Xiao Mei, fully aware of her fear, crawled on her knees to beg Song Dabao. Seeing Xiao Mei kneeling and begging in such a pitiful manner, Song Dabao felt a sense of satisfaction. I find the words, for the sake of our marriage, disgusting. And as for Jir, don't mention him. You are not worthy to be his mother. 200 taels of silver is already generous. You can start gathering the money now. We will wait at the village entrance. If you can't raise it today, I won't mind letting the neighboring villages know about the disgraceful things happening in Qiao family village. One should show mercy when possible. Song Dabao, don't push people too far, Qiao the butcher said, narrowing his eyes in anger. Song Sihe, sensing the threat in Xiao the butcher's tone, stepped out from behind Song Sanyo and said slowly, Village Chief Qiao, your villagers have done such disgraceful things, which reflects poorly on your leadership. I heard that Xiao Dachong is your nephew. It seems your control isn't very strict. Who asked you, a mere child, to speak? Xiao the butcher shouted angrily. Song Sihe ignored Xiao the butcher and smiled at the village chief Qiao. Hee, I am just a new scholar and will return to the county school to study soon. My teacher is a longtime friend of the county magistrate, and I believe he would be willing to speak on my behalf. At that point, it won't just be about 200 taels of silver. Do you understand, village chief Qiao? Upon hearing this, Qiao Gui felt a surge of panic. Seeing the young man before him, full of confidence and nobility, he suppressed his fear and bowed. It is my failure to manage the people of Qiao family village. Scholar, please rest at the village entrance. I will personally supervise them in gathering the silver for you. I hope you can show mercy and not bring this up with the county magistrate. He was clearly trying to flatter. Xiao Dachong anxiously said, Uncle, be quiet. You have no say here. Since the village chief is so sensible, we will spare some face for Qiao family village. Grandfather, let's wait at the village entrance. Song Si, he said coldly, glancing at the village chief, and then he stepped out of the small courtyard, followed closely by the Zhao family escort and the Song family members. As they reached Xiao the butcher's home, Song Dabao brought his obedient son from the kitchen in front of everyone, his expression softening as he gently said, Jir, these are all your relatives. Look, you even have a cousin who is a student and another who is a scholar. Dad, can a student eat meat? Xiao Daji asked curiously as he looked at Song Sanha and Song Sai. Of course. Uncle, let's take you home to eat meat right now, okay? Song Sai said softly as he approached Xiao Daji. Yay, yay. Xiao Daji was thrilled to hear he could eat meat and danced with joy. The group returned to the village by ox cart, and Song Sai quietly asked, Great-grandpa, I didn't make that couple suffer. Instead, I just want them to pay money. What do you think? He initially wanted to make a big fuss, but realized that would only cause more harm. It was better to get something practical to compensate for the damage. Song Dabao shook his head, gently comforting his sleeping son, and said softly, Nephew, you did the right thing. I wanted them punished too, but thinking about it, that would be too easy for them. Instead, let them pay 200 taels of silver. That way, they would lose everything, selling their house and land, and even their children becoming outcasts. With the money, I can take good care of you and Daji. Daji has had a hard time because of me, and I want him to be happy every day from now on. After the Song family left, the villagers of Qiao family village began to gossip. Although they didn't know exactly what happened in the courtyard, they could guess from the noise. They looked down on Qiao Butcher and Qiao Daqiang's family. The village chief came out with a serious expression, staring at the Qiao Butcher and Qiao Daqiang's families. "Hurry up and gather the money. Otherwise, our village will face trouble." "Chief, we don't have that much money. You're asking for my life," old Qiao said with a sad face. Qiao Gui scoffed. "No money? You still need to gather it. Our village is large, and if your family brings shame upon us, your children's futures will be at risk." They were trying to drive them out of Qiao family village. Their business had been here for years. If they were kicked out, how would they survive? Qiao Butcher quickly shook his head and gritted his teeth, saying, "I'll gather it." Seeing Qiao Butcher understand the situation, the village chief, Qiao Gui, nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "I will come to collect the money in 15 minutes. After saying this, he led the villagers back, leaving Qiao Daqiang's family and Qiao Butcher's family standing there in shock. "We don't have the money, and we don't want Qiao Daqiang either. You can take Qiao Mei if you want." Zhang Chui looked cold and, after speaking, left with her family. Qiao Daqiang's sons looked at him with disdain and followed the old Zhang family, without hesitation. Qiao the Butcher was now completely anxious. It was hard for his family to gather 100 taels of silver, let alone 200. Qiao Dai was even more worried. He still hadn't paid off his gambling debts. If Qiao Daqiang's family didn't give him money, what would happen if the gambling house came to collect? He rushed in front of Qiao Daqiang's sons, held out his hand to stop them, and said defiantly, "Don't leave. Qiao Daqiang is your father. You can't just ignore him." Qiao Dazhu, furious, laughed mockingly and said, "Aren't you also Qiao Daqiang's son? You've been in contact all these years. Do you think our whole family is foolish?" After saying this, he slapped Qiao Dai twice, making him see stars. Qiao Dai's wife wanted to step in but was glared at by several of the old Zhang family's daughters-in-law. Qiao Daqiang came out of the house, quickly protected Qiao Dai, and angrily scolded Qiao Dazhu, "You know he's your brother. Why are you hitting him?" He then turned to Zhang Chui and said, "Hurry up and get the money. Even if you don't care about me, you should think about the children." Zhang Chui glared at Qiao Daqiang and shouted, "You old fool. Our family doesn't have that much money. Since you know this affects the children, why are you messing around outside? I'll make you pay for this." As soon as Qiao Mei saw Qiao Daqiang being hit, she rushed over to confront Zhang Chui. This made Zhang Chui's daughters-in-law very upset, while Qiao Mei's only daughter-in-law quietly pulled her son away to hide. At the village entrance, Song Sanyu waited for almost a quarter of an hour, and seeing that no one from Qiao the Butcher's family had arrived, he frowned. Just as he was about to go back and confront the Qiao family, he saw the village chief approaching. "This is 200 taels of silver, in various denominations. Count it," Qiao Gui said, handing the silver to Song Sanyu. He then turned to Song Sai in the ox cart and smiled awkwardly. "Now that we've paid the silver, can we consider this matter settled?" Song Sai chuckled lightly. "Of course, Dad. Let's head back." Song Sanyu counted the silver and confirmed it was exactly 200 taels. He waved to the Song family and the Zhao family escort, saying, "It's exactly 200 taels. Let's go back." Not long after they left, Qiao village's chief son, Qiao Tianwang, approached with a dark expression and gritted his teeth, saying, "Dad, are we just going to let this go? I can't accept this. Who knows if that brat is just pretending to be something he's not." Smack. Qiao Gui was feeling troubled when he heard his son speak. He turned around and angrily slapped him, scolding, "What can you do about it? Our village doesn't even have a scholar. If it's true, our Qiao family village will be marked with shame. Do you still want to take over my position in the future?" Thinking about the benefits of being the village chief, Qiao Tianwang didn't argue. He suddenly remembered that they had lent 5 taels of silver to the butcher's family today and frowned, saying, "Dad, forget about Qiao Daqiang. After all, he's our brother. What does the butcher's family matter? Qiao Dai is just a foolish person. Why did you lend the money?" Qiao Gui took a puff of his pipe, squinting and smiling. "If Qiao Dai is caught and Song Daba returns to Songjia village, who will inherit the butcher's skills. Our family won't lose by lending 5 taels. This time, with 200 taels, the butcher's family will contribute 120 taels. This money is all because of that skill. Now they are in dire straits, having nothing but their house. Tianwang, do you understand what I mean? Xiao Tianwang's eyes lit up, and he laughed, then gave a thumbs up, saying, Dad, you're really clever. Ha ha. By the time the Song family returned to Songjia village, it was already afternoon. As soon as their ox cart entered the village, they saw the village chief, Song Yukai, leading dozens of young villagers with farming tools, marching towards them. Song Sanyu quickly jumped off the cart and rushed forward, asking, Chief, what are you doing? Is something wrong in the village? Seeing that Song Sanyu and the others had returned safely, Song Yukai sighed in relief. You all left early, and since it's already afternoon, we were worried you might face trouble from Chiao family village. We were coming to look for you. Thank you for your concern. Everything is settled, said Song Dajing and Song Dafu as they got down from the cart to express their gratitude. Song Yukai waved his hand, saying, No need for thanks. Daba is one of us. It's only right. Now that you're back, we can relax. He then told the villagers behind him, All right, it's all good. You can go back home and get back to work. Seeing that they really were needed, the villagers returned home in small groups. Song Sai noticed that the group from Songjia village consisted of strong, big young men, including some from families that usually didn't get along with his. He couldn't help but think of how his aunt had bravely led the way in Qiao village. It made him smile. People really are complicated beings. Sometimes they can make you so angry, yet at other times, they seem quite lovable. Even if there's a bit of showmanship involved, it still makes you feel that this person isn't bad, they're actually pretty nice. By afternoon, he couldn't let the Zhao family from the escort agency go back hungry. Song Sanyu invited them to stay for a meal, and the head of the Zhao family naturally agreed. They enjoyed a hearty meal together, and by the time the Zhao family left, it was already evening. After the meal, Song Dafu and the families of Song Dainiu and Song Iniu went home, leaving only Song Sanyu's family, along with Song Debao and Xiao Daji. At that moment, Xiao Daji was happily gnawing on a pig's trotter, while Song Debao worried that his son might overeat and quietly tried to persuade him to stop. However, Xiao Daji refused to let go of the trotter. Seeing this, Song Sai brought over some candy from the house, popped it into Xiao Daji's mouth, and showed an expression of pure delight. This is so delicious, even better than meat. Upon seeing this, Xiao Daji suddenly felt that the pig's trotter wasn't as appealing anymore. He squeezed over to Song Sai's side, eyes fixed on the candy, swallowing hard as he quietly asked, Nephew, is this really tasty? Seeing the adorable little uncle, Song Sai thought he was just the cutest and handed all the candy to him with a smile, saying, You'll know once you try it. Excited to receive the candy, Xiao Daji's eyes squinted with joy. Nephew, you're so good to me. I'll find some red fruits for you next time. He quickly popped the candy into his mouth, mimicking Song Sai's earlier expression of bliss, saying repeatedly. Song Debao quickly moved the pig's trotter aside, feeling very happy that his nephew didn't mind his son at all. Old Master Song sat under the eaves of the main room, happily watching them. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and said to his brother, Brother, from now on, Jir will take our Song family name. Tomorrow, let the village head add you and Jir to our family tree. Hearing this, Song Debao was momentarily stunned, and his eyes turned slightly red as he choked up, saying, All right. In the yard, Song Sanyub was brushing the back of a cow when he saw his second uncle crying and quickly comforted him, saying, Second uncle, this is a happy occasion. Don't cry. We still have things to discuss with you. Song Daba, feeling a bit shy with everyone looking at him, wiped his tears and smiled. What is it? You can tell me, Sanyub. Haha, it's not a big deal. My brother Sai is going back to school at the end of the month, and we need to have someone at our shop. Our whole family has to go back. Second uncle, do you want to come with us to the county town? Or would you prefer to stay here in Songjiekan? Song Daba gently patted his son's head and said, "We'll stay in Songjiekan and not go to the county town. By the way." He turned and went back inside, taking out some silver given by the Chiao family. He walked over to Song Saniab and said, "This money, Jir, and I won't use it all. You can take it and spend it. Your nephew will definitely need money for school." Song Saniab quickly waved his hands. "Second uncle, our family has money. You should keep this for yourself to buy good food and fun things for your elder brother. Our family is going to the county town, and there won't be anyone at home. You can stay here and treat it like your own home. If you need anything, just ask my elder brother or second brother." "Exactly. Why are you giving money to the kids?" "Our family doesn't lack money," said Song Danian, walking over and pushing Song Daba's silver box back, looking displeased. "Yes, yes," old Mrs. Zhang quickly agreed from the side. With the whole family refusing, Song Daba had to leave the money behind, thinking he would secretly exchange the silver for land later to give to his nephews so that when he got older, his son would have something to rely on. That night, after arranging for the two to rest, Song Saniab returned to his own room, looking tired. Wang and Song Sai were counting the gift money. They had been busy with the second grandfather's matters these past 2 days, and only now had time to tally the gifts received. Seeing this, Song Saniab became interested and leaned over to the mother and son. Noticing a table full of coins and even some banknotes, he happily said, "Wow, it looks like we can earn back the money for the banquet this time." Wang counted the money and, seeing Song Saniab's greedy expression, replied, "We invite people to eat to make everyone happy. Why are you thinking about earning the money back?" Realizing he was being scolded, Song Saniab nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, I was just joking." After counting, it totals 32 taels, 3 chien and 21. If we add the 10 taels from the county magistrate, it will be 42 taels, 3 chien and 21. Song Saniab's eyes widened in disbelief. So much? How can it be this much? Although the villagers were generous this time, each family contributed 20 to 30 coins. It still seems too much, almost matching the housing prices in their town. Wang knew the reason and pointed to a pile of silver coins, saying, "My family contributed 5 taels, Mr. Fong sent 2 taels, Mr. Chi sent 4 taels, and several classmates from Sanha and Sai each gave 1 tael. The Shun and Zhao families each gave 1 tael. Your elder brother's family also contributed 1 tael, and the 2 shopkeepers Lu each gave 1 tael. Neighbors from the town and county, along with some small landlords from nearby villages, also sent silver. All these contributions added up to a lot of money. Who said that poor scholars are better off than rich candidates? At least in the village and town, scholars can't be too poor. It's understandable for families that are close to us to give gifts, but why are these small landlords contributing?" Wang was puzzled. Why are these people sending money? We don't have any connections with them. They can't be trying to ask my son for favors, can they? That won't do. Don't worry, as long as we don't cause him trouble, it's fine. It's not like he's giving 5 or 10 taels. Accepting it won't be a problem. After all these years in the town and county, Song Saniu understood this principle. Everyone just wants a sense of peace. Song Sai nearby thought the same way. The social interactions and strategies of ancient people were no less than those of modern times. Early in the morning, while Song Sai was still asleep, he felt a light tickling sensation at his nose. Unable to resist, he turned over, but the tickling continued. He groggily opened his eyes to see his uncle squatting by the bed with a dogtail grass. Seeing him wake up, his uncle quickly moved away, wide-eyed and innocent, saying, "Your uncle asked me to wake you up. My grandfather asked you to wake me up, but he didn't tell you to use dogtail grass." At that moment, his uncle didn't seem foolish at all. When he made a mistake, he was quick to shift the blame. Though it was summer, there was still a hint of coolness in the morning air. After getting dressed, he stepped out into the small courtyard, where the air was filled with the fragrance of tender leaves and soil. Outside the courtyard, the greenery was lush, and the morning light made the leaves shine brightly. In the distance, the valley echoed with the cheerful songs of kingfishers, creating a lively and vibrant scene. It had been a long time since he felt the joy of waking up naturally without worrying about studies, with his mind relaxed. In the courtyard, only Wang and old Zhang were present. The others were not around. Song Sai curiously asked, "Mom, where are Dad and the others?" Wang was sewing summer clothes for Song Ji when she heard something and looked up. She pointed towards the back mountain and said, "Your father and the others went to chop firewood on the back mountain. They plan to gather more today to make it easier for your second uncle." The feast was over, and the matters regarding the second uncle were settled. The county school would start in a few days, so it was time to return to the city. "Mom, when are we going back?" During school, I wished to return home quickly, but at home, I wanted to go back to school soon. It was truly a conflicting feeling. Today, your father still needs to go to town to buy some things for your second uncle and handle your uncle's name change in the family register. Once all that is done, we will go home tomorrow. It's been a long time since anyone has been at the shop. Wang was also eager to return. There were still live animals at the shop, and even though Dehua often went to feed them, she was still worried. Song Sai nodded and walked into the kitchen. A bowl of thin porridge was warming on the stove. He didn't have much of an appetite in the morning, so a bowl of porridge with a little pickled vegetable was just right. After finishing the meal, Song Sai pulled up his uncle, who was happily playing with ants on the ground, and prepared to go for a walk. Song Sai first took Song Ji to visit their uncles. Along the way, he quietly said, "Uncle, we are going back to the county tomorrow. Only you and the second uncle will be at home. If you feel bored, you can come to play at the old house, okay?" Song Ji nodded obediently, imitating the adults by patting Song Sai's head, looking reluctant, and said, "Nephew, I will miss you.
Can you not go?
If you stay, I will share my candy with you." Song Sai chuckled and replied, "Uncle, that candy is mine anyway." Song Ji quickly covered his pocket, pouting and frowning, said, "What's mine is mine. If you give it to me, it's mine." Okay, it's yours. I won't take it." Song Sai took Song Ji to the old house, where his aunts were sorting through wild vegetables, and his sisters-in-law were helping the little girls, Nyo Nyo and Yiya, learn to walk. They were very warm and welcoming when they saw Song Ji. Especially his aunt, who was busy serving tea and pouring water, left Song Sai feeling quite flattered. "Uncle, if you feel bored at home, you can come to play at the old house. Look, these are your two little nieces. Aren't they adorable?" The little kids were soft and cute, with their little arms like lotus roots, making them even more endearing. Song Sai hugged one and pinched the other, finally sitting on a bench with one on each leg. The two little girls were not afraid and looked at him with wide, curious eyes. Song Sonha, who walked out of the house, found it amusing as he clapped his hands to tease the children who wanted to be held. However, the two kids only focused on Song Sai, ignoring him completely. Seeing how much Nyo and Yaya liked him, Song Sai took out 2 small silver coins from his pocket and handed one to each child, smiling, "Here, take this and buy some candy later, okay?" "Oh no, you shouldn't do that. The kids are still young," the two sisters-in-law quickly stopped him. Even though their uncle's family was doing better than theirs, they were still quite well off, at least among the best in the village. Despite how their uncle sometimes seemed displeased with their grandmother, he had given them nearly 15 taels of silver over time, and they were grateful for it. "It's fine, just keep it for fun." Yes, keep it for fun. "Our Nunyo and Yaya love their little uncle the most," Jiang said, seeing her granddaughters with the silver coins and smiling widely. Fearing that her daughters-in-law would refuse, she quickly responded. Once the children received the coins, they shifted their attention away from him. The two sisters-in-law came forward to take the kids back, and as Song Sai turned around, he saw his uncle staring at his clothes with an unhappy expression, pouting. "I want some too. You give them to them, but not to me. You don't like me." All right. Song Sai took out another silver coin and placed it in his uncle's hand. However, his uncle still looked displeased, pouting even more. "They each have 2, and I only have 1. You don't like me, humph." His uncle didn't seem foolish at all, at least not with him. Resigned, Song Sai took out another silver coin and gave it to his uncle. Finally, his uncle's mood brightened and he carefully tucked the 2 coins into his pocket. Then he took out 2 pieces of candy and gave one to each granddaughter, saying, "Seriously, good girls, here's some candy for you." Seeing his uncle playfully interacting with the 2 little girls, Song Sai touched his pocket and then his nose, looking up at the sky. Today is not a good day to go out. I've run out of my private savings." After playing at the old house for a while, Song Sai took his uncle for a stroll around the village. Along the way, they met many villagers, and Song Sai called out to everyone politely, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. The people of Songjia village were very happy that the scholar did not look down on them just because he had passed the exams. As the sun reached its peak, Song Sai quickly pulled his uncle back home. The yard was filled with dry firewood. Song Daeniu and Song Eniu were busy chopping, while Song Laoyizi and Song Saniu stacked the chopped wood in the corner of the yard. Meanwhile, Er Yi and Song Dae and Song Ir were digging in the backyard. Their backyard used to have a vegetable garden, but since no one lived there and with uncle and second uncle getting busier, the garden was left unattended and became overgrown with weeds. Now they were tidying it up so that it would be easier for Er Yi and uncle to plant vegetables later. Once the house was organized, the family washed their hands and had a meal before quickly going to the village chief to add Er Yi and uncle to the family registry. When Song Sai's family was about to return to the county, the villagers came to see them off. They had never thought much of education before, believing it only taught a few characters. They thought becoming a scholar was just a dream, but now that a scholar was among them, bringing real benefits to the village, the villagers couldn't help but have other thoughts. It was normal to have such thoughts, as most of the people in Songjia village were relatives within 5 degrees of kinship, with very few families beyond that, making some ideas inevitable. However, with his status as a scholar, there wasn't much he could do for the village unless he became a higher-ranking official to truly help the people of Songjia village. The villagers stopped at the village entrance after sending off Song Dafu's family. Village chief Song Yukai and Song Dafu privately called over Song Laoyizi and Song Saniu. Song Yukai pulled out a money pouch from his pocket and handed it to Song Laoyizi, speaking sincerely, "Our village has benefited from your grandson, so we can't take without giving. This 20 taels of silver is contributed by all the villagers, not much, but it's a token of our appreciation." Song Saniu quickly waved his hands to refuse, but Song Laoyizi took it with a smile, saying, "The villagers have good intentions, so we won't be polite." "Dad, why did you take this?" Song Saniu asked, confused. But seeing his father accept the money, he didn't say anything more, thinking they could always return it later. After sending off Song Dafu and the village chief, Song Saniu, driving the ox cart, looked puzzled and said, "Dad, why did you take the villagers' money? Even without it, I would definitely help them." Song Laoyizi rolled his eyes at his son and said earnestly, "Only by accepting the money can they feel at ease. It's the same principle as accepting gifts from the small landlords in the neighboring village." Song Saniu scratched his head and replied, "But they are all from our village. There's no need to be so polite.
Let's just keep it for now.
If Xiao He really becomes successful in the future, he can repay us later." Since the elder had spoken, Song Saniu had no objections. Perhaps feeling happy about returning to the county town, Wang and Lao Zhang chatted nonstop along the way. They talked the most about how he looked good in red clothes. Lao Zhang suggested that Wang prepare more brightly colored outfits, which made Song Sai feel quite embarrassed. "Mom, Grandma, I'm going to the county school to study, not to show off like a peacock. We have enough clothes at home, so there's no need to prepare more." Song Sai didn't want to dress too flamboyantly and be laughed at by his schoolmates. All right, I understand." After a bumpy ride filled with laughter, they soon arrived at the county town. Song Saniu drove straight to the shop. He had been most worried about the wild chickens and ducks while at home. As soon as they reached the shop, they saw several buyers waiting at the entrance, with Song Dahua and He Mingqing warmly welcoming them. Seeing his uncle's family return, Song Dahua visibly relaxed and said, "Uncle, Aunt, you're finally back. I don't know what happened these past few days." Even though I fed them, they still looked thin, so I had Mingqing come with me to open the shop early. It's okay, Dahua. You've worked hard these days. That's nothing. Seeing that his family was still busy, Song Sai felt bored and decided to go out for a stroll. Having stayed in the county town for a while, he knew many people around, so Song Sanyu was not worried about him going out alone. He casually reminded him to come back early and then continued to work with Wang and Lao Zhang at the shop. In August, the weather was hot, and flowers bloomed on both sides of the street, filling the air with their fragrance. "This is my money pouch. You are a thief." Just as Song Sai was enjoying the fragrant air, a distressed voice rang in his ear. Looking up, he saw a short, well-dressed middle-aged man being held by a tall, thin young man in coarse cloth. The young man wore an outer garment covered in grease, likely a local vendor. The young man angrily said, "This is clearly my money pouch. You are a thief. Give me back my money." "Humph. Do I look like a thief who would steal your money pouch? You, a street vendor. How could you afford such a nice pouch? It seems your business is bad, and you want to blame me. Someone should witness this." The middle-aged man shouted, pointing at the money pouch and the crowd around them. "This is a busy area, and now there's free entertainment to watch." When a young man shouted thief, everyone gathered around, curiously looking at the two and whispering among themselves. "I know this vendor. He sells fried dough sticks, and his business isn't great. How could he afford a silk money pouch? Would you spend that much?" The bystander quickly shook his head, saying, "I wouldn't. Silk is so expensive. I can't even buy silk clothes, so how could I buy a silk money pouch?" "Exactly. That money pouch must belong to the rich man. Look at his silk clothes. He can't be a thief. It's probably the vendor who wanted to steal money and got caught, so now he's putting on a show for us." The crowd murmured, mostly believing the rich man and discussing the vendor in rough cloth, with some even voicing accusations. "All right, stop pretending. Apologize to this gentleman before he gets angry. If he reports you, you won't get away with it." The crowd echoed, "Yes, don't be foolish." The vendor's eyes turned red with urgency. Hearing the crowd's accusations made him feel more wronged, and he shouted, "This is really my money pouch. It has 10 taels of silver, which we saved for a long time, and he stole it. You have to believe me." But no one believed him. The middle-aged man smugly said, "You stole my money and made up this story. You don't look wealthy. Just apologize to me today, and I'll forgive you." "How dare you? This is my money. Why should I apologize to you, you thief?" The vendor's anger grew at the rich man's words. The crowd was also upset by the vendor's refusal to admit guilt, urging the rich man to report him. The rich man said seriously, "He might just be confused. I won't report him. I just hope he doesn't steal again. I'll give him a chance." He sighed, trying to appear noble. Such a good person. If I were stolen from, I wouldn't let him off so easily. Exactly, thieves are so bold these days. As the crowd praised the rich man and criticized the vendor, Song Sai, who had been observing for a while, shouted loudly, "He is not a thief." As the vendor and the wealthy man argued, Song Sai was quietly observing to see who the thief was. At first, he thought the vendor, dressed in coarse cloth, couldn't possibly have a silk purse. However, the longer he watched, the more suspicious the wealthy man's behavior seemed. First, he noticed that the wealthy man's silk clothes did not fit well. The hem was dragging on the ground. If he were truly wealthy, why would he wear ill-fitting clothes? It seemed likely that these clothes did not belong to him. Second, when the crowd suggested calling the authorities, he clearly saw the wealthy man tremble slightly, as if he were very afraid. Of course, he couldn't conclude who the real thief was based on just these two observations. However, during the argument, he noticed a deep sense of anger in the vendor's eyes, as if he were about to cry, while the wealthy man couldn't hide his smugness, with a smile that seemed too pleased for someone who had just been robbed. Even a generous person would likely show some anger in such a situation, rather than looking so self-satisfied. Trusting his instincts, Song Sai stepped forward from the crowd after declaring that the vendor was not the thief. "Where did this child come from? Go stand aside," said a man with a long chin and a mole who was trying to shrink back into the crowd. Song Sai replied calmly, I will leave once I find out who the thief is. Why are you so eager to send me away? The man looked suspicious and untrustworthy. Who are you to tell me what to do? You're just a child, the man said, noticing others were looking at him, and quickly shrank back even more. Song Sai did not argue. He performed a respectful bow to the crowd and said loudly, I am a student from the county school. My teacher taught me that one should not judge by appearances. Today, because of coarse cloth and silk, is it fair to label someone a thief? Hearing the mention of the county school, the onlookers began to take a closer look at the young man. He was extremely handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his lips were red. Dressed in a blue long robe, he exuded the aura of a scholar. The previous dissent in the crowd quickly faded, and only one curious young man asked from the back, Do you have a way to tell? Of course, I can let the money speak for itself. May I ask the wealthy man to hand over the purse? Song Sai turned to the elegantly dressed man. Who knows if you're really not in cahoots with him? If you take the money bag and run, where will I go to chase you? Seeing the rich man's anxious expression, Song Sai became more certain of his guess and said loudly, My surname is Song. My name is Yuan. I just became a scholar this year, and my name should still be on the notice board at the county office. Do you really think I would be a thief? As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. He's so young and already a scholar. His name is indeed on the notice board. I heard he ranked the highest among the scholars in our county. What a surprise to meet him today. If a scholar says so, maybe we really misunderstood the vendor. That could be true. The rich man grew anxious and shouted at the crowd, What scholar? You believe him? Why would a wealthy person steal money? Then let the scholar prove it. He said the money can speak, so why not cooperate? A young man couldn't help but say. Someone in the crowd whispered, Is he feeling guilty? The rich man immediately replied, How could that be? If you want to try, then let's try. The vendor looked at Song Sai with gratitude and worry. Song Sai first asked the vendor, What business does your family have? We've been selling fried dough sticks for over 10 years, the vendor replied nervously. Song Sai nodded and turned to the rich man, And what business does your family have? My family. We run a medicine shop. Song Sai nodded again, and then addressed the growing crowd. The vendor's family sells fried dough sticks and has been doing so for many years, so the money should smell like oil. The rich man's family runs a medicine shop, so the money should smell like medicine. Why don't we pour out the money and see what it smells like? Yes, why didn't I think of that? My family makes tofu, and our house smells like beans. The money from the fried dough sticks should definitely smell like them, a middle-aged woman in the crowd exclaimed, slapping her thigh in agreement. The scholar is truly impressive. Hearing about the oil smell, the vendor quickly stepped forward, poured out the coins from his money bag, and sniffed them happily, saying, This 10 taels of silver took us a long time to save. You can smell the oil on it. As for this silk, it was a wedding gift from my sister's husband. The fabric was expensive, but we didn't buy much. My sister made a few money bags and gave one to me. He then held the coins up for the crowd to smell. The crowd gathered closer to smell it, and suddenly everyone started talking loudly. It really does smell oily and quite a lot. That's true. When the rich man heard this, his eyes widened, and he casually said, What's the big deal? I ate fried dough sticks this morning. It's normal to smell like oil. You run a medicine shop, and you don't smell like any medicine at all. How is that possible? At this point, without needing Song Sai to say anything, some people in the crowd began to look at the rich man with suspicion. Another person quickly agreed, There's really not a hint of medicine smell. It's very strange. Don't panic. You said you ate fried dough sticks this morning, so your hands must have oil on them too. Why don't you show us your hands? If you have oil, maybe I misjudged you, but if you don't blame me for reporting you. He wanted to see how long this rich thief could keep pretending. The rich man felt uneasy under the crowd's suspicious gazes and turned to run away. However, he hadn't taken 2 steps before several young people blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? You almost made us misunderstand a good person. You can't escape today. The young people surrounded the thief, who realized he had no chance to escape, and stared intently at Song Sai. It seemed he held a grudge against him. In the crowd, one person was crouching and trying to sneak away, and Song Sai had noticed him right away. He shouted, "Quick, stop that person, they might be accomplices." The man who was crouching got scared and quickly turned to run, but he was also surrounded by several passers-by. This man was none other than the one with the long chin and a mole. "Thank you, scholar. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't just lose my money today, I wouldn't be able to live with myself afterward." The vendor, seeing the thief caught, was overwhelmed with joy and grabbed Song Sai to thank him. Just as Song Sai was about to say something, he heard a loud shout from behind. "Watch out, there's a knife." As the sound of a blade slicing through the air reached him, Song Sai immediately stood on his left foot and executed a spinning kick with his right foot.
Clang!
The knife fell to the ground. Years of practicing Tai Chi were not in vain. "Wow, this thief even wants to kill someone. Quick, report it." The crowd was shocked, and several young people rushed forward to pin the thief down, while some older women ran toward the county office. The thief's eyes were bloodshot, and even when pinned to the ground, he struggled defiantly. After a while, someone in the crowd shouted, "The county officials are here." A few women brought two officials armed with long knives, and the crowd parted to let them through. The officials looked serious, and one of them was slightly surprised to see Song Sai, saying, "Why is the scholar here?" It turned out to be the official who had come to his house to share good news. Before Song Sai could say anything, the crowd eagerly explained the situation. "Oh, it really is the scholar. No wonder he could tell the real thief from the fake. Sir, this thief stole a bag of money from someone selling fried dough sticks. Yes, just a moment ago, he wanted to harm this young scholar. If the scholar hadn't kicked the knife away, who knows what would have happened." The crowd chattered, quickly recounting the events. Upon hearing that the thief dared to attack in public, the two officials approached him and slapped him. Only then did they realize he was an old acquaintance. "Oh, it's you, Zhang San. We just released you from jail a few days ago, and you're already up to no good again?" Seeing the officials had arrived and escape was hopeless, the thief Zhang San decided to remain silent. "You really are bold. Before, you only stole quietly, and now you're thinking of harming someone. This scholar is a new talent in our county, recognized by the magistrate. If something happens today, it won't just be you in trouble. Your parents might not fare well either." Hearing this, fear finally showed on Zhang San's face as he shouted, "I act alone. It has nothing to do with my parents." He was still a good son, but no one wanted to hear him talk now. The officials quickly tied the two together with rope and pushed them forward. Song Sai remembered Zhang San's bloodshot eyes and approached the familiar official, worriedly saying, "I exposed Zhang San. Will he?" He feared retaliation, especially against his family. The familiar official smiled and quietly reassured him, "Don't worry, scholar. This time, he's not just guilty of theft. He also attempted murder, especially against someone like you with a reputation. What awaits him is a life of hard labor in the northern mines. Whether he ever returns is uncertain." Hearing about the northern mines, Song Sai finally felt relieved. The county magistrate of Jinfeng County sent all serious criminals to the northern mines. It was said that the conditions there were harsh and the climate severe, but the area was rich in mineral resources. Therefore, any serious criminal was sent there, and very few returned after being sent. After sending off 2 constables, the crowd gradually dispersed. The fried dough stick vendor was very happy to get back his lost money and warmly pulled Song Sai towards a stall, smiling as he introduced his fried dough sticks. "I've been making these for over 10 years, and they taste great. Let me take you to try some." Originally planning to go to a tea house to listen to stories, Song Sai couldn't refuse the vendor's enthusiasm and followed him to the stall. After Song Sai left, Zhao Shi pulled her daughter Xinyue out from a nearby clothing shop. Watching Song Sai's departing figure, Zhao Shi felt admiration. No wonder her daughter often mentioned him at home. With his looks and intelligence, he was indeed impressive. It seemed her thoughts were not wrong, but the key was whether this Song family boy could pass the exams. Mom, why don't you let me find that young man? Shun Yueyue pouted, looking unhappy. Zhao Shi gently tapped her daughter's forehead and said softly, there are differences between boys and girls. If you were still young, it would be fine, but you're almost 14 now, so you need to be more careful. Hearing this, Shan Yueyue pouted in frustration. I know. She huffed, but she already knew where the young man's home was. Meanwhile, the vendor brought Song Sai to stall and pointed to a young woman frying dough sticks. This is my wife. Wait a moment. I'll fry some for you to try. After saying this, the vendor rolled up his sleeves, handed his money pouch to the young woman, and said with a worried expression, if it weren't for this young man, I would have lost my money pouch to a thief. Please keep it safe while I fry some dough sticks for our benefactor. The vendor's wife quickly secured the money pouch and warmly invited Song Sai to sit down. In front of the fried dough stick stall, there were 2 small tables. As soon as Song Sai sat down, the vendor's wife enthusiastically brought over a bowl of soy milk. Drink this first. The dough sticks will be ready soon. Our dough sticks are really delicious, you'll see. Thank you. Oh, no need to thank me. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have lost the hard-earned money we saved. The vendor's wife touched the money pouch and sighed. We've been saving for years to buy a small house in the county. If we lost those 10 taels, it would take us even longer to save again. Thankfully, fortune smiled upon us, and we met a kind person. Song Sai waved his hand and said, it's no trouble at all. No matter who I meet today, I will help. You don't need to worry about it. A vendor brought over a wooden tray with 6 sizzling oil sticks on it. The vendor cheerfully called out to Song Sai, come eat. They are fresh and very crispy. The sun was almost at its peak, and Song Sai was indeed a bit hungry. He picked up an oil stick with chopsticks and dipped it in soy milk, enjoying the delicious taste. The vendor didn't boast about his oil sticks. They really did taste good. It was the best he had eaten in ancient times, but it seemed business was slow. In the time he had been there, only 2 customers had come by. Curious, Song Sai asked, your oil sticks taste great, but why aren't more people buying them? The vendor sighed and replied, my oil sticks are 2 coins each, and customers think that's too expensive, so they go to other places. But 2 coins isn't really expensive. We hardly make a profit just from the oil and flour. If we lower the price, we won't be able to stay in business. 2 coins for an oil stick isn't really expensive. It's more about selling a lot for a little profit. Song Sai suddenly thought of a couple from his neighborhood in his past life who sold delicious and fragrant oil sticks. A neighbor had mentioned they added sesame powder, which made them extra tasty. Thinking of this, Song Sai said, I have a good idea that requires a little investment, but it will definitely taste better. Would you like to know? Naturally, if there's a good idea, who wouldn't want to sell more? The couple nodded eagerly, and instead of frying more oil sticks, they sat beside Song Sai to listen carefully. It's simple. You should grind some sesame powder and mix it into the flour. This way, the oil sticks will be crispy and tasty. Also, since customers think your oil sticks are expensive, you could try a loyalty program. For example, buy 5 oil sticks and get a smaller one for free. If there's a benefit, people will be more willing to come. Since you're already selling at a low profit, a little extra won't matter. The vendor calculated the costs and nodded seriously, seeming to take the advice to heart. However, it was just a suggestion from Song Sai. Whether they would implement it was up to them. After eating 2 oil sticks and drinking a bowl of soy milk, Song Sai felt full and said goodbye to the couple. The vendor then brought over a large lotus leaf, wrapped up 7 or 8 oil sticks, and handed it to Song Sai. No matter how much he tried to decline, he eventually accepted it. Thank you. Thank you. You are too kind. My family also has a shop that sells wild game. If you come by, I can give you a discount. Sure, we'll definitely visit when we have time. Although he said this, he thought to himself, so the wild game shop in the city is run by a scholar's family. I heard wild game is quite expensive. He should just stick to buying some pork. At noon, Song Sai hurried home with some fried dough sticks. It was already this late, and his mother and grandmother must be cooking. He wanted to get home quickly while the dough sticks were still warm and crispy. As he entered the yard, he saw that his mother and grandmother were indeed in the kitchen starting the fire. Song Sai untied the grass rope from the lotus leaf and handed each of them a fried dough stick. "Mom, Grandma, try these, they should still be warm." Wang Shi took the dough stick and noticed there were still many more in the lotus leaf. Curious, she asked, "Why did you buy so many? If you wanted fried dough sticks, I could have bought some for you this morning." Song Sai smiled and replied, "I didn't buy these. Someone gave them to me." He then recounted what had happened that morning. Wang Shi and old Zhang were shocked to hear that a thief had used a knife. They immediately rushed over to check Song Sai, with old Zhang murmuring, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You little rascal. That's not how you ask for help. What if you got hurt? You're our only child. If something happened, how would your father and I manage?" Wang Shi was clearly shaken, placing her hands on her chest and letting out a sigh of relief. Song Sai scratched his head, not saying anything. It had indeed been dangerous. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been in serious trouble. Knock, knock. There was a gentle knocking at the door. Thinking it was his father and grandfather returning, Song Sai quickly walked to the door and opened it. Standing at the door were not his father and grandfather, but two unfamiliar children. They looked about 7 or 8 years old and wore clothes that were already faded from washing, clearly from a less fortunate background. The two children carried a small load of firewood on their backs, which seemed quite heavy, causing their bodies to bend slightly. When they heard the door open, both children looked up at Song Sai with hopeful expressions. "Hello, big brother. Does your family need firewood?" asked the slightly taller boy, looking eagerly at Song Sai. "They buy firewood from villagers near the county town. A load weighs about 100 pounds and can last for about half a month. The price is reasonable, at 40 coins per load. The two little boys have around 40 to 50 pounds of firewood, and it's neatly stacked, looking very pleasing." Seeing that the older boy didn't respond, the taller boy looked disappointed but continued to sell their firewood. "Big brother, my brother and I chopped this firewood early this morning. You only need to give us 15 coins. "Yes, just 15 coins, the shorter boy chimed in softly. When the older boy still didn't speak, the taller boy grew anxious. They had been selling firewood for a long time and hadn't sold any yet. If they didn't sell it, there would be no food at home, and their sister would go hungry. Tears filled the boy's eyes as he looked up and softly pleaded, "Big brother, even 10 coins would be okay.
Can you buy it?
My mom and sister are waiting for us." Unable to hold back, he burst into tears, and the younger boy started crying too. "Hey, don't cry, don't cry. I'll buy it," Song Sai said, snapping back to reality. He hurriedly took the firewood off the boys' backs and comforted them gently. "Really, big brother?" The taller boy's eyes lit up with surprise. Song Sai nodded and gently patted their heads. "Yes, I'll buy it. Why are your sister and mother waiting for you?" The boys, who had just stopped crying, started again. "Our dad died after falling from a roof while working in the city. Mom got very sick because of it, and we spent all our money on her medicine. We have no money left." "So, you thought of chopping firewood to help your family?" The taller boy nodded, wiping his tears. "Yes, we ran out of food. Mom has nothing to eat and my little sister has nothing to eat either. That's why I thought of going out to chop wood, but we've gone to many places, and no one wants to buy." Feeling sadder, the two boys rubbed their red eyes and quietly sobbed. "Poor little ones, come inside. We'll buy it." Wang and old Zhang appeared, their eyes filled with compassion. Song Sai returned to the kitchen and took out the fried dough sticks from the table. He led the two children to the main room and gave each of them one, saying gently, "Go ahead and eat." The shorter boy took the dough stick and looked at his older brother. When he saw his brother nod, he dared to eat. The taller boy took the dough stick, swallowed hard, and held it tightly in his hand without eating it. "It's okay, eat it. There's more after you finish," Mrs. Zhang said with a smile. Hearing this, the tall boy carefully took a bite of the dough stick, chewed it many times before finally swallowing. "Thank you for buying firewood from our family. My name is Gao Ming, and my brother is Gao Tian," Gao Ming said cautiously. Andy, big brother, can we bring firewood to your house in the future? Don't worry, we won't come every day, just a few times a month, enough for my mom and sister to eat. After saying this, he felt a bit shy and worried about asking too much, looking anxiously at the Song family. Of course, you can. But you're still young. What if something happens when you go out of the city? Although the laws were strict and human traffickers faced severe punishment, it was still a risk. In ancient times, without surveillance, being taken by traffickers could mean a lifetime of trouble. Gao Ming's anxiety disappeared at once. He happily patted his chest and said, "Big brother, you don't need to worry. We don't go far when we leave the city, and there are people around. We have many friends there, so it's safe." Then he carefully asked, "Can we really bring firewood in the future?"
Of course you can.
Mrs. Wang nodded in agreement, saying yes, but next time don't carry so much. You need to grow, and carrying too much will hinder that. Yes, yes, Mrs. Zhang added. Hearing this good news, the sadness that had lingered for days faded away. Gao Ming happily said, "Thank you, thank you. We will make sure to gather firewood well." "Good kids, take these," Mrs. Wang said, bringing some brown rice, whole grain flour, a piece of cured meat, and some fresh fruits from yesterday. She also took out 100 coins and handed them to Gao Ming.
No.
"We're already very happy and satisfied that you buy the firewood from us. We don't need anything else." Gao Ming quickly waved his hands, especially refusing when he saw the meat among the items. The family is having a hard time and doesn't want to accept help from others. Song Sai, who likes the two children more and more, gently said, "How about this? Mom, you keep the money. We won't pay. These things can be considered your firewood expenses for the month. What do you think?" Gao Ming shook his head and sincerely replied, "Big brother, we can't earn that much from cutting firewood. I've been to the grain shop and know that rough rice costs 5 won per pound and rough flour costs 8 won per pound. Meat is even more expensive. I only need rice and flour. I don't want anything else. Their mother doesn't have milk, so if she cooks the rough rice a bit thicker, she can eat it, and then the little sister will have milk to drink." Behind them, Gao Tian looked at the cured meat and swallowed, but understanding his brother's refusal, he stopped looking at it. Hearing such sensible words from the children made Wang and old Zhang feel heartbroken, especially Wang, who thought about how her own son used to want meat but couldn't have any, which made her feel very sad. How could this little bit of rough rice be enough for 4 people for a month? After thinking for a moment, Song Sai patted Gao Ming's small shoulder and said softly, "You can manage, but what about your mother and sister? Your mother is still recovering. What if she gets sick again if she doesn't eat well?" "Yes, their mother is just recovering from a serious illness and is still lying in bed. If she could eat enough, maybe she would be able to move around soon." Gao Ming looked at the rough rice, flour, and cured meat, made up his mind, clenched his fist tightly, and raised his head seriously, saying, "Thank you, big brother. We will repay you when we grow up." "Right, we will repay you," Gao Tian added from behind. Song Sai gently patted the 2 boys on their heads and asked, "Do you need me to help you carry it back?" Gao Ming shook his head. "No, big brother. We can carry it." He then took the rough rice and flour on his shoulder, while Gao Tian carried the cured meat and vegetables. Worried that the children were carrying too much and it would attract attention, Song Sai went to the kitchen and got a basket. He put several items inside and added some firewood on top to make it look like a basket of firewood. After finishing this, he clapped his hands and said, "Go on. Be careful on the way." Gao Ming shouldered the firewood and bent down to thank the Song family before hurriedly heading home. Their mother and sister hadn't eaten since last night, so they needed to get back quickly. Wang and old Zhang watched the 2 children's figures and couldn't help but sigh. Gao Ming ran with the basket, pulling his brother along toward the northern district. Even though the strap was digging into his shoulder, he didn't stop. At that moment, he just wanted to get home quickly so that their mother and sister could eat. The 2 ran quickly across the street and soon reached the northern district of Jinfeng County. The northern district was filled with rural families who came to the city to make a living. Gao Ming's father was a skilled carpenter, and as far back as Gao Ming could remember, they had lived in the northern district. Gao Ming often heard his father say that when he turned 10, they would no longer have to rent a house and would buy a small home in the southern district, allowing the family to escape the crowded northern district. However, before that day could come, his father had an accident. The little savings they had were spent on his father's coffin and his mother's illness. Young Gao Ming felt as if the world had collapsed. He didn't know how to save his family until yesterday when they ran out of food, and his sister cried until her voice was hoarse. That was when Gao Ming finally found the strength to act. As the eldest son, he felt he should support the family and be a source of strength for his mother and siblings. But figuring out how to make money was a big challenge. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that they had never bought firewood. His father always went out to chop it himself. Almost everyone in the northern district went out to gather firewood, and many even sold it when they had free time. If others could sell firewood, why couldn't they? The northern district was filled with low-roofed houses and even some temporary wooden structures. The originally wide path felt narrow because of these wooden houses. The two of them navigated through the winding paths and entered a small courtyard. The yard was not big, with only 6 or 7 rooms, each filled with people. As they carried their baskets, many curious eyes peeked out to see what they were carrying. When they saw it was firewood, their curiosity faded. They entered a small room, and Gao Ming quickly set down his basket. He excitedly rushed to the side of a young woman lying on the bed, who was softly coughing. In a hushed but excited tone, he said, "Mom, my brother and I met kind people today. We went up the mountain to chop firewood to sell, and they gave us a basket of food. They said they would buy our firewood in the future. We won't go hungry anymore." The young woman, who had been feeling weak, felt tears welling up in her eyes upon hearing this. She wiped her tears and pulled her 2 sons close, examining them carefully. Seeing they were unharmed, she sighed in relief. "You've worked so hard for this family at such a young age. It's my fault for being unwell and burdening you," their mother said, covering her eyes with her hands, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to hold back her tears. Gao Ming hugged his mother and said with a choked voice, "Mom, please don't think like that. Dad is already gone. If you leave us too, what will happen to me and my younger siblings? My brother and I can earn money now. When we grow up a bit more, we'll work to support you while you take care of our little sister at home." Seeing his mother and brother crying sadly and remembering their father, Gao Tian also felt a deep sadness in his heart. The family held each other and cried for a while until they felt a little better.
Wah wah wah.
The little baby, who had been sleeping soundly in bed, opened her eyes wide. Not seeing her mother and 2 brothers pick her up as usual, she pouted and started to cry. Gao Ming wiped his tears and gently picked up his sister. The weather was hot, and she had many red spots on her face, which made him feel very sorry for her. But since she was still small, he didn't dare to take off all her clothes. Instead, he picked up a wooden fan nearby and gently fanned her while softly humming a lullaby. The little girl might have felt the cool breeze and snuggled closer to Gao Ming. "Give her to me. Fong Fong is hungry," Gao Mu said as she took the little girl into her arms. The baby started to wiggle toward her grandmother. After finally reaching the food, the little girl quieted down, but before anyone could relax, she began to fuss again. Gao Ming quickly realized what was happening and turned around to grab some brown rice from the basket. He carefully took out 2 handfuls of rice, put them in a pot, added 2 bowls of water, and covered it. Gao Tian, without needing his brother's instructions, carried the stove to the door and started to cook the porridge. Their home was just 1 room, so they usually cooked outside and brought the food inside when it was ready. The fire burned brightly, and soon the pot filled the air with a rich rice aroma. Gao Ming and Gao Tian were fine after eating, but Gao Mu had been sick for several days and hadn't eaten well. Now, smelling the rice, her stomach began to rumble. Gao Ming stepped outside, stirred the pot with a wooden spoon, and tasted a few grains. The rice was soft and the broth thick. He patted his younger brother's shoulder and said, "Take it inside." Gao Tian obediently put out the remaining firewood and brought the stove inside. Gao Ming carefully took out the preserved meat hidden at the bottom of the basket, sliced off 3 thin pieces, and added them to the porridge. Gao Mu was surprised to see such a big piece of preserved meat. Did that family give you this too? Gao Ming nodded. Yes, the young man's family is really nice. They not only said they would take our firewood in the future, but also gave us so much food. Yeah, thank goodness the heavens are still looking after us. Husband, please bless our family from above, Gao Mu whispered with her hands together. They made a thick bowl of rice porridge from 2 handfuls of rice and 2 bowls of water, topped with 3 thin slices of cured meat. Gao Ming served the porridge, gently blew on it, and carefully brought it to his mother, saying softly, "Mom, eat quickly. Xiao Tian, go get another bowl. Mom will eat with you," Gao Mu said, not wanting to eat alone, directing her younger son to fetch a bowl. Gao Tian stayed still, smiling shyly, and said quietly, "Mom, you don't need to worry about us. My brother and I had fried dough sticks at the young man's house. I had 3, so I'm not hungry anymore."
You eat.
Exactly, Mom. Look at our mouths. They're all oily. We just had fried dough sticks at the young man's house, so don't worry about us. Gao Ming chimed in with a smile. Gao Mu looked at her 2 understanding sons, her eyes slightly red. She picked up her chopsticks and fed Gao Ming some meat from the porridge. Gao Ming worried that if he didn't eat, his mother would cry even more, so he leaned forward and ate the meat. Gao Mu then gave a piece of meat to her younger son. Seeing his older brother eat, Gao Tian quickly came forward to eat his share too. After finishing the porridge, Gao Mu felt warm in her stomach, but soon she felt a tightness in her chest that was a bit painful. She quickly held her daughter close. The little girl smelled the familiar scent and immediately snuggled into her mother's arms. As soon as she tasted the milk, she quieted down. The room was filled with the sound of the little girl eagerly swallowing, while Gao Ming and Gao Tian had already fallen asleep in bed, snoring softly. Time flew by, and soon it was the day to report to the county school. Song Sai was about to take the county exam, also known as the autumn examination. The county exam happened every 3 years, and the study schedule was not as tight as before. Students could also choose to be day students instead of boarding students. However, Song Sai decided to be a boarding student. During a scholar banquet, he had discussed this with his brother Zhang He and Meng Jilan, and they all agreed that living at school was more suitable. Even though the county exam was every 3 years, it was still important to be diligent to increase the chances of passing. Son, see if there's anything missing. Honestly, it might be better to live at home. I could pick you up every day, which would be nice. This time, it's not just a few months for the exams. You'll be staying for 3 years, and you only get a break once a month. Song Sanyu closed the wooden box, lifted it onto the cart, and looked displeased. Song Sai smiled but didn't say anything. Ever since the family learned about his encounter with the thief, he hadn't been able to go out alone, especially with his father watching him closely. Dad, living at the county school makes it easier for me to attend morning and evening classes. Although the provincial exam is still a long way off, I need to prepare for the next level. It's worth it for our family to improve. Just like you work hard for my future, I'm willing to put in the effort now so that my future child can enjoy better opportunities. Song Sanya listened to his son and finally said, "That's your child, not mine. I just want my son to have a comfortable life." Well, it seems that even mentioning a future grandchild won't persuade my father. When they arrived at the county school, Zhang He and Meng Jilian were already there, and the beds were made. This time it was just the 3 of them sharing a room. Zhang's father and Meng's father were also present. When they saw Song Sanyu and his son, they warmly greeted them. After Song Sanyu helped organize Song Sai's things, Zhang's father eagerly pulled him outside, with Meng's father following along. "Brother Zhang, what's going on with your father?" Song Sai asked curiously. Zhang He smiled shyly, his face turning red as he avoided eye contact. It seemed he had a crush. Sure enough, the sun-tanned Meng Jilian, who had been home for a few days, covered her mouth and giggled. "We're going to have a sister-in-law soon. Her family lives in the county, and Uncle Zhang is helping Brother Zhang look for a place." Wow, that was quick. But it makes sense. Brother Zhang is already 19. If he hadn't been focused on his studies, he would have married and started a family by now. With 3 years until the provincial exam, it's understandable that Uncle Zhang is eager. Besides, becoming a jinshi isn't easy. Song Sai looked at Brother Zhang with curiosity, gossiping and laughing with Meng Jilian. This time, 5 people passed the county exam and became scholars. He, Meng Jilan, Zhang He, Fang Xingli, and Liang Xuezhou. Since Fang Xingli gave up on the imperial examination, only 4 remained. Teacher Qi placed them in a separate classroom, not with the other scholars. Song Sai guessed it might be because they ranked higher or because they were the latest group of scholars. The teacher had high expectations for them. Usually, Teacher Qi rarely taught lessons. Instead, he asked a friend from the academy to bring a pile of review materials for them to practice. If they encountered something they didn't understand, they would write it down and discuss it later. Today, after finishing the exam questions, Teacher Qi did not rush to leave. He stood at the desk, stroked his beard, and with a serious expression, addressed the students. Before we start the formal lesson today, I want to explain what you need to learn to become a successful candidate and the benefits of passing the exam. First, I will discuss what you need to study and pay attention to. To pass the scholar exam, you only need to memorize the 4 books and 5 classics thoroughly to have a good chance of success. However, becoming a candidate is not that simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't be held once every 3 years. Some people even spend their whole lives preparing for the local exams. To become a candidate, we must not only memorize the 4 books and 5 classics, but also learn how to apply the knowledge to government affairs and current court policies. You need to pay attention to all of this. In the future, I will post the court reports on the notice board so you can keep an eye on them. Next, I will talk about the many benefits of passing the candidate exam. At this point, Teacher Qi paused intentionally, noticing the eager expressions on the students' faces. His previously serious demeanor softened considerably. Once you become a candidate, your status will greatly improve. The most honorable thing is that you will receive 20 taels of silver directly from the provincial government. The top candidate is called the Jiyuan, the second is the Yiyuan, and the third, fourth, and fifth are known as Jinkue. The rest are collectively referred to as Wenkue. Just think about it. If you become a candidate, your family will have a plaque at the entrance of your home, elevating your entire family to a higher status. This is a great honor. Moreover, after passing the exam, your title will change. Previously, you were called scholar, but after passing, common people will respectfully refer to you as master. Additionally, each year, the official examination results will be printed in the court reports, known as the Dinka Lu, which records names, hometowns, backgrounds, and rankings. These reports are even previewed by the emperor. The most important thing is that your political status will greatly improve. Those who pass the examination can be directly chosen as local officials, such as county teachers, instructors, clerks, or even county magistrates in northern regions. Then there is the cultural influence. If you only pass the scholar exam, you can only start a small private school and must handle everything yourself. However, if you become a successful candidate, you can establish a large academy, serve as its head, lead local education, and participate in major events like Confucius ceremonies and community gatherings as a key figure, becoming a cultural symbol in your area and earning everyone's respect. Legally, you'll have privileges and can stand on equal footing with the county magistrate. Even if you commit a crime, you might receive a lighter sentence or pay a fine instead. Of course, the most important thing you want to know is how much land tax you can be exempted from. In our region, successful candidates can be exempted from taxes on 600 acres of land, as well as from labor duties. Scholars can only be exempted for themselves and 1 family member, while successful candidates can be exempted for themselves and 5 family members. This is why there is a saying about poor scholars and wealthy successful candidates. However, these privileges have both advantages and disadvantages. Some people misuse their status as successful candidates, and I hope you will stay true to your principles. Even if you become a scholar in the future, always act with integrity and honesty. The group nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the teacher was pleased and said, "Keep studying," before leaving. Zhang, he was the first to speak up, looking surprised and exaggerating. "Wow, an exemption on 600 acres of land tax. If I pass, I'll be the hero of the Zhang family, and my father will be bragging every day. Song Sai was also amazed by the many benefits of becoming a successful candidate, especially the tax exemption and the ability to open an academy. One of his dreams was to start a private school, and if he passed, he could open a larger academy and be its head. Just thinking about it was exciting. Meng Zhilong was equally surprised, wide-eyed and covering his mouth in disbelief. Liang Xuezhou, who was the same age as Zhang He, was slightly older by a few months and already married with children, so he was more composed. Hearing about the benefits of becoming a successful candidate, he calmly flipped through his books and said, "We're still far from passing the exam. Do you know what the acceptance rate for successful candidates is? In provincial exams like the county tests, many people compete for just one spot. In our relatively small province, the number of spots is very limited. That's why, after several years, our county still hasn't produced a successful candidate. So, let's focus on studying and stop daydreaming. We can't compare ourselves to wealthy families or officials. Without proper guidance or good study materials, we have to rely on our own hard work. I think we should visit the capital city more often, as they likely have better resources than our county. What do you all think?" Upon hearing Liang Xuezhou's words, the excitement of the group suddenly faded. It was true, with so many advantages, nothing would come without effort. "Since we need to go often, how about we make a plan with Uncle Zhao to visit every few months?" "Zhang," he suggested. The others agreed, without hesitation. After listening to Brother Liang Xuezhou, the group stopped being so relaxed. Teacher Qi noticed their serious attitude and thought his motivational talk was effective. Little did he know that the students had already accepted the harsh reality. The odds of success were very slim. Even Song Sai felt uncertain this time. In previous exams, he had some confidence, but now he felt like he was just trying to find his way. During the last exam, they only had 4 months to prepare, and he had never left the county school, focusing solely on his studies. Today was different. Teacher Qi arrived early and asked them to get ready for an outing. An outing? Song Sai looked up at the bright sun. Even though it was September, it was still hot. Teacher Qi must not mind the heat. The students each brought a water pouch, and Song Sai, worried about the heat, also packed a few apples. Once they were ready, Teacher Qi leisurely led the way, with the students following him closely. Teacher Qi first took them outside the city, to the fields. Seeing the rice grains full and bending the stalks, and noticing some farmers playing with their children in the fields, he smiled and stroked his beard, saying, "Good, good. This year has been favorable for crops. It will surely be a bountiful harvest." Then he turned to his students and gently asked, "What do you feel when you see these beautiful scenes? Do you have any feelings you want to express?" I knew that the teacher wouldn't be so kind for no reason. It was too hot to walk this far. There must be no emotional expression involved. No matter what the disciples thought, Teacher Qi was cheerful and even found a shady spot to sit down, smiling as he watched them, waiting for them to express their feelings before carefully assessing them. Liang Xuezhou was the first to stand up and say, "May the wind be gentle and the rain be timely. May the granaries be full and the people live in peace." Senior brother Zhang, he also added, "In the days of Yao, the sun shone brightly and the crops grew abundantly. No one picked up what was lost, and there were no barking dogs at night." After Meng Jilin and the other 2 senior brothers finished, he stood up and loudly declared, "The Book of Documents says, virtue leads to good governance, and governance is about caring for the people. The current ruler has lightened taxes and encouraged farming, so heaven has sent sweet rain in response to his kindness, and the earth has produced good harvests to reward his noble heart." Wow, everyone here is a great candidate for public service. What seems like a simple scene can inspire so much thought. Senior brother Liang combined nature with politics to highlight peace. Senior brother Zhang used ancient kings to illustrate the virtue of rulers, and junior brother Meng even quoted classics to link the emperor's virtue with nature's abundance, giving legitimacy to politics. Thinking about it, Modern kids the same age as junior brother Meng are still in middle school, while those the same age as senior brothers Liang and Zhang are in university dorms playing games. In ancient times, at this age, they could already compose poetry and take exams. He needed to come up with something good. He couldn't fall behind. Seeing teacher Qi nodding in satisfaction under the tree, Song Sai, feeling competitive, quickly brainstormed. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. With a confident smile, he walked among them and loudly said, "Heaven drips jade due to nourish the mulberry and hemp, while young and old leisurely sing among the flowers. The imperial palace shines like a clear mirror, with golden waves of rice rolling across the fields. Benevolent winds and rain bless the ends of the earth, and official documents bring spring without burdens. Granaries are as high as mountains, and the people enjoy a bountiful harvest like immortals." Very good, very good. The jade dew nourishing the mulberry and hemp symbolizes the ruler's virtue, nurturing the foundation of people's lives. The clear mirror of the imperial palace represents a corruption-free court. The spring brought by official documents indicates that officials govern without oppression, instead nurturing the people. And the image of the people being well-fed is vividly portrayed. The poem has balanced structure, unified imagery, and a compact overall form, expressing ideas smoothly and naturally. Master Qi listened to his young disciple's poem and was very impressed. His eyes showed appreciation as he walked over and gently patted the disciple's head, generously praising him. Song Sai felt a bit shy and scratched his head, smiling as he said, "It's not bad. But please, Master, give this poem a title." Master Qi nodded and looked out at the endless fields, saying thoughtfully, "The Book of Songs has a verse. In a bountiful year, there is plenty of millet and rice and countless harvests. This is not just due to the heavens' favor, but also because of wise rulers and capable ministers, allowing all people to enjoy the joy of a good harvest. Since the scene of abundance reflects the shared governance of rulers and ministers, how about we call it Ode to Benevolent Governance in a Bountiful Year?" "Ode to Benevolent Governance in a Bountiful Year," Song Sai murmured, smiling. "I'll go with what the master says." "You are very clever, little junior brother," Zhang he exclaimed in amazement. Liang Xuezhou and Meng Zili nearby nodded in agreement with Zhang He's words. Song Sai felt delighted inside, maintaining a calm expression, thinking it was all just a small matter. Master Qi's assessment for the day wasn't over yet. Next, he asked everyone to find corresponding lines from the many ancient poems they had memorized, based on themes like mountains, water, and trees. Each person took turns reciting a line until they had exhausted their knowledge. Only then did Master Qi suggest they take a break. After a mental challenge and non-stop talking, everyone was quite thirsty. Song Sai took an apple from his bag, sat down next to Master Qi, handed him an apple, and shared one with each of his older brothers before keeping one for himself. With a crunch, he took a bite of the apple, and his face scrunched up slightly. The apples in ancient times were not very sweet and were mostly sour. Most ancient fruits lacked sweetness and were more sour, which Song Sai found hard to get used to at first. He especially missed the sweet apples, giant grapes, and juicy watermelons from modern times. However, he reminded himself that those modern fruits were products of technology, while ancient fruits were healthier and more natural, so he shouldn't be too picky. After finishing the apple and expressing his feelings, Master Qi leisurely led his disciples back to the city. Just when they thought the day's activities were over and they could finally return to the county school for a meal, Master Qi took them to the Northern District. Jinfeng County is divided into 4 districts: East, West, South, and North. The Eastern District is the wealthy area of Jinfeng County, where families like the Shuns and Zhaos live. The Western District is slightly less affluent, but the residents there are still relatively well off. Most of the lively streets and markets in Jinfeng County are located in the Western District, where their family's game store is situated. When they first entered the North District, it was not too bad. Although it wasn't as lively as the other districts, it was relatively clean. However, as they walked further in, they noticed the oppressive chaos of the North District. The streets were cluttered with junk, and some piles even had people living in them. The houses were low and dilapidated, creating a gloomy scene. Song Sai even thought that living in Songjia village was better than staying in the North District. At least Songjia village looked spacious and bright. Among the group, Song Sai was the least surprised. The ones who were most shocked were Liang Xuezhou, Zhang He, and Meng Jilan. Although they all grew up in the town, they came from wealthy families, unlike Song Sai's family, which had only recently become well-off. Seeing everything before them, their surprise was hard to hide. Kafuzi noticed the expressions on his disciples' faces. All of them came from decent backgrounds, and passing the imperial examination was not a problem for them. However, they had overly idealistic views and had never seen the hardships of life. The current emperor, born into a poor family, often disguised himself to visit the people and understand their struggles. A couple of years ago, during one of his visits, the emperor found a local official who was excessively overweight and reprimanded him for being overindulgent while the people suffer. Afterward, he ordered a thorough investigation, which revealed much corruption. Furious, the emperor had the official paraded through the capital and executed, causing widespread fear among officials and even sparking a weight loss trend. Kafuzi pointed to the low rooftops of the North District and said seriously, "You're still young and must see things from different perspectives. In this world, where there is prosperity, there is also poverty. 1 or 2 silver coins may not seem like much to you, but for the people in the North District, it can last for several months. If you manage to pass the examination or achieve greater success in the future, I hope you will treat the common people kindly." The group looked at the low houses and simple wooden shacks, nodding deeply after a long silence. No matter the era, the divide between rich and poor is always evident. A few people stood out with their clothing here, causing many children to peek out from their doorways, curious about them. Song Sai noticed that although the houses around were simple and the streets were dusty, the children, despite wearing patched clothes, were clean and had fair faces. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. A little boy with big, bright eyes saw Song Sai and immediately filled with joy. He ran out from the doorway, and when he got closer, he shyly scratched his head and quietly said, "Benefactor, why are you here?" "Who are they?" Song Sai crouched down, smiled, and gently patted the boy's head, saying, "They are my teacher and senior brothers. We came here for a walk. Is this your home?" Since they agreed last time that these 2 little ones would bring firewood to his house, the boys had been visibly happier each time. They were very polite, delivering firewood 4 times a month, and would leave quickly after dropping it off, no matter how much Wang and old Zhang tried to keep them or offer them something. Although Gao Tian was small, he was very polite. Hearing that they were his benefactor's teacher and senior brothers, he quickly stepped forward and said softly, "Hello, teacher." "Hello, senior brothers." Chifuzi and the others were surprised and stared at the little guy, making him blush. "Big brother, would you like to visit my house? My mother is feeling much better now. A few days ago, she mentioned wanting to thank you, but then she said to wait a couple of months." "I don't know why," he said, scratching his head in confusion. Then he suddenly ran toward the small courtyard behind him, turning back to shout, "I'm going to tell my mother. Big brother, please wait for me." Before Song Sai could stop him, the little boy had already dashed inside. "Little brother, how do you know this child?" Zhang He asked curiously, and the others looked at Song Sai with interest. Song Sai stood up and smiled, saying, "Not long ago, this boy and his brother came to my house to sell firewood. I felt sorry for them, so I gave them some food and promised to buy firewood from them in the future. We got to know each other over time. They are very polite. Since he has gone inside to inform the adults, I will go in and say hello. You all wait here for a moment. It wouldn't be right to just leave." Chifuzi smiled and said, "No problem. Since we are here, we should greet them." With the teacher saying that, the others naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Before long, a young woman came out holding Gao Tian's hand. She warmly greeted Song Sai and the others, saying, "Come in and sit for a while. Xiao Tian, go call your brother back." "Mom, I'm going now," he exclaimed, then dashed out like a little firecracker. Since all the visitors were men, Gao sure didn't invite them inside but moved the table and stools outside. She poured a bowl of warm water for each of them and, feeling a bit shy, said softly, "This is all I have at home. Please don't mind." The men quickly waved their hands. Although they didn't enter the house, they could see that it was very simple inside, likely so bare that even mice wouldn't visit. "Benefactor, I wanted to thank you in person, but I'm still not fully recovered. Once I'm better, I will definitely come to visit," Gao Shi said, a bit embarrassed as she approached Song Sai. "No need. It was just a small favor. You don't have to worry about it," he replied. For their family, it really was just a small effort since they had to buy firewood every month anyway. Gao Mu waved her hand gratefully, saying, "It may be a small favor to you, but to me, you are a great benefactor. You know our situation. If you hadn't provided food for my son, my daughters and I would have starved long ago." After saying this, she bowed to Song Sai. He quickly stepped forward to help her up, thinking to himself that it was no wonder the two little ones were so polite. When Gao Tian returned with Gao Ming, the little guy was very happy to see Song Sai. He proudly showed off his sister, carrying her out for everyone to see. The men played with the little girl for a while before getting up to leave. If they stayed any longer, they would be seen as a spectacle. The small courtyard housed several families, and knowing they were teachers and students from the county school, the residents kept looking them up and down. Although their gazes were friendly, it was still quite uncomfortable. After turning from the North District, the group was exhausted. They had walked a long way that day. After having lunch in the cafeteria, they returned to their dormitory and took a comfortable nap, which eased some of the soreness in their calves. He had also observed all day and truly found no sign of any trouble with the teacher's legs. He moved with remarkable agility. In the afternoon, after washing his face and feeling fully awake, Song Sai went to the classroom with his senior brothers. Once they sat down at their desks, they suddenly noticed that today's test questions were different from usual. In the past, the teacher would place a few test papers on the desks early in the morning, and everyone had to finish them within a day. That evening, he would correct them and explain the mistakes the next day, helping everyone remember better. But today, aren't these legal questions? Are the candidates really being tested on law? Sure enough, after a while, Teacher Chi walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered, he smiled and looked at Song Sai, saying, "Duan, you're quick-witted. How did you figure out who the real thief was so fast? Aren't you afraid of making a mistake? And you managed to dodge when the thief pulled out a knife. It seems I underestimated you." Song Sai was surprised that the teacher knew about his catching the thief. Feeling a bit shy, he chuckled and said, "Hee, I just thought the thief was suspicious, so I wanted to expose him." "How did you find out, teacher?" Teacher Chi smiled broadly and said, "Today, the county magistrate called me to discuss this matter and praised you greatly, saying you are a brave and clever young man." Song Sai felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He didn't expect his small act would earn praise from the county magistrate, and he felt a bit excited. Zhang He and the others looked curious and eagerly asked Teacher Chi what had happened with Song Sai. Before Song Sai could answer, Teacher Chi couldn't help but speak first. This case is called the true and false thief. In the end, the thief was sent to the northern mining area. After finishing the story, the teacher still looked unsatisfied. He then reminded them, the story of the true and false thief is now being told in all the tea houses in the county, so you can go listen to it during your break in a few days. Little junior brother, you're amazing. You have sharp eyes. Brother Zhang praised him with a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Liang Xuezhou and Meng Jilin looked at him with admiration as well. At that moment, Song Sai's vanity was satisfied. He decided to take his family to listen to the story during the break, so that his parents and grandparents could enjoy it too. Yuan, what if the silver didn't smell of oil at that time? Teacher Chi asked, stroking his beard and smiling at his young disciple. After thinking for a moment, Song Sai replied, if there's no smell of oil, it's still fine. Their family sells fried dough sticks, so there's a strong smell of oil. Over time, the silver would definitely have a layer of oil on it. At that point, if you take a basin of hot water and put the silver in, the oil halo that appears is the best proof. Isn't the oil halo The thin layer that forms on the water when we wash dishes? Song Sai nodded and noticed that the teacher and his senior brothers looked curious. He stood up and began to explain seriously, when oil meets water, they quickly separate and form distinct layers. This happens because oil is usually less dense than water, causing it to float on the surface and create an oil film. We use hot water because its high temperature weakens the attraction between water molecules, reducing surface tension, which allows the oil to spread more easily into a thin film. Everyone listened and nodded, but then looked at him with confusion, not understanding terms like molecules and density, which seemed complicated. Seeing their expressions, Song Sai realized they probably didn't understand, which was normal since this was modern physics. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly said, "Wait a moment, I'll show you an experiment." Then, under the curious gazes of everyone, he ran to the cafeteria, asked the cook for a basin of hot water and a basin of cold water, and brought back a small jar of oil. "I know you don't understand, but you will once you see this." He then dropped a few drops of oil into both the cold and hot water basins. Song Sai pointed at the two basins and said, "Teacher, senior brothers, look at the difference in the oil in cold water and hot water. This is also why I am confident I can catch the thief. Even without a scent, I have other ways to tell." Teacher Chi watched the changes in the oil patterns in the water, smiled, and nodded. He reached out and patted Song Sai's head, saying, "Very good, very clever. Junior brother, what was that kick you did at the end? Is it related to the Tai Chi you practice every day?" Meng Jilian asked, focusing on something different from the others. She remembered how the junior brother practiced Tai Chi daily and was eager to learn if it was that impressive. Hearing about Tai Chi, Liang Xuezhou and Teacher Chi also looked over with curiosity. They had thought Song Sai's random movements were just simple exercises, not realizing they could be useful. Could it be some kind of martial arts secret? Actually, it wasn't Tai Chi. It was mostly his strong alertness. Tai Chi was just a way for him to exercise and relax in the morning. "What is Tai Chi, and where did you learn it?" Teacher Chi asked, stroking his beard and looking curiously at his student. As expected, Teacher Chi got right to the point. Tai Chi emphasizes the balance of yin and yang and the harmony of movement and stillness. It has many benefits. An old master named Zhang Sanfeng taught me, and he encouraged me to study it well. "Yes, that's right, Elder Zhang. I'm sorry to borrow your martial arts skills, but don't worry, I will definitely help promote them. If you are interested, you can join me for practice in the mornings." He is also very good at teaching Tai Chi. It's as easy as splitting a big watermelon in half, one half for you and one half for him. Hee, super simple, right? "Okay, I will learn from you too, Zhang." He was the first to raise his hand. Meng Jilan followed suit, raising her hand. "Me too, me too." It seemed like if she was just a second late, she couldn't become a great martial artist. Ahem. Since everyone wants to learn Tai Chi from Ji Yuan, why not have all the students at the county school practice together in the mornings? It will strengthen their bodies and improve their flexibility.
Why not?
Teacher Chi waved his hand and set the time for daily morning practice. Song Si he nodded. He had no objections. After all, this was just like leading a dance group. No big deal. "Teacher, are we going to learn about the law?" Song Si he asked curiously, pointing at the exam papers spread out on the desk. Teacher Chi picked up a paper and said seriously, "Yes, as candidates, you also have the chance to hold official positions. So for the next few years, you need to learn the basics of the law well. This exam paper has 6 questions about the law, all related to common cases in our great Chi. Since you haven't really studied law yet, try writing down your thoughts first and I will explain each one later." After Teacher Chi left, the group picked up their papers, frowning as they began to think deeply. Song Si he picked up the paper and read aloud softly, "A and B fought over a boundary dispute. A struck B on the head with a wooden stick, and B fell to the ground. 10 days later, B died from his injuries. According to the Great Chi Law, how should this be judged?" It seems that during the next break, he needs to buy more books about the law, especially the Great Chi Law. However, the teacher wants them to try writing their answers first, so he will write according to his own thoughts. He has seen quite a few law questions for modern civil service exams, so he will compare the answers with ancient laws. First, A struck B on the head with a stick, and B died 10 days later. Here, it is essential to consider whether A's actions constitute intentional injury. The intent behind intentional injury leading to death is different from that of murder. Since B died 10 days later, it needs to be determined whether the death was directly caused by A's strike. This requires the involvement of a medical examiner to confirm whether external factors or other reasons caused the death. Although ancient times had forensic experts, they lacked modern precision instruments. Even if there were other causes like a brain hemorrhage or cardiac arrest, after B's death, it would likely be determined that A was the murderer. Moreover, a wooden stick can be quite harmful. The moment A picked up the weapon to strike, it constituted a crime. The most critical point is that the blow was to the head, which is the most vulnerable area. Therefore, A cannot escape the charge of intentional injury. Even if not sentenced to death, A would face a long prison term. If A continued to be violent after the initial strike, it would be considered intentional homicide. However, in such cases, it is important to see who struck first. If B attacked first, and A was just defending, that would be considered normal self-defense. But according to the scenario, it states that A hit B with a wooden stick. Thus, the conclusion is that A would receive the death penalty. In ancient times, without precise instruments, as long as B died, A would definitely be found guilty. After finishing this question, Song Sai glanced at the others, who were still deep in thought. He touched his clever little head, feeling proud of his talent for being an official. For the second question, a wealthy merchant verbally divided his estate among his 3 sons before he died, but did not write a will. After the merchant's death, the eldest son took all the property, while the second son claimed, "Father said this before he died," and went to the authorities. The youngest son claimed that their father promised him a shop. How should this be decided? This shows that as people age, they should quickly divide their estate. Otherwise, many issues arise later. However, this question is simple. Verbal promises are not enough. Even if the words were beautiful, if your name is not on the will, it means nothing. The elderly man has 3 sons, and without a will or prior gifts, the estate should be divided equally among them. However, in ancient times, it seems the eldest son would take the larger share, about 60%, while the second son would get 40%. But this is unfair. It should depend on who cared for the father more, and the distribution should be adjusted accordingly. Song Sai wrote on his draft paper, "The caregiver receives 50%, while the other 2 sons each get 25%. After writing several questions, he looked up to see the sun setting, casting a warm glow over the land and turning the desks orange. "I'm so tired. I walked so far this morning and have been working on these questions all afternoon," Zhang, he said lazily, stretching and rubbing his temples. "Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal. We can continue after that," Liang Shuezhou said, putting away the test papers and standing up. The others followed him to the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, many students were already eating. When they saw their group, they casually greeted them and then continued to focus on their meals. As the saying goes, teenagers can eat their parents out of house and home, and that was certainly true. They devoured their food so quickly that not even a drop of soup was left. The wooden trays were cleaner than their faces. When they returned to the classroom, Teacher Chi was already at their table, reviewing their test papers. The students quickly sat down and waited for his feedback. Teacher Chi looked through each student's test paper, a smile flickering in his eyes. In a gentle tone, he said, "I have reviewed your papers and the answers vary. After today, remember to buy The Great Chi Law and study it thoroughly. This kind of legal book doesn't need special explanations if you understand it well. However, the questions today are quite common, and I will share some real cases to illustrate." Hearing that there would be stories, Song Sai and the others immediately became interested. 2 years ago, in our county, there was a case. A was a wealthy merchant with hundreds of acres of good land, and B was a farmer he hired to grow crops. One day, A found that B had not planted the crops on time, so he slapped B a few times. B's face became red and swollen, but he didn't retaliate. It was only when A started insulting B's parents that B unable to bear it, picked up a stick from the ground and struck A on the head. Unexpectedly, this blow severely injured the wealthy man. Although A received treatment, he passed away 15 days later. Can you guess how our county magistrate ruled in the end? After hearing the story, Meng Zilian expressed her anger, saying, "In my opinion, even though B caused A's death, it was because A insulted his parents first. B's actions were provoked, so I believe he shouldn't receive the death penalty." Yes, that's right. What do the rest of you think? Teacher Chi nodded, stroking his beard, encouraging others to share their thoughts. My view is similar to Jillian's. B's crime doesn't warrant death. Although A died from the beating, it was A's insults that led to this tragedy. If A hadn't insulted B, this wouldn't have happened, Zhang He said thoughtfully. Liang Xuezhou nodded and then shook his head, frowning as he slowly replied, "You make good points, but not entirely right. While A did insult B, B's action of killing A was excessive. My conclusion is that he should receive the death penalty." Upon hearing Liang Xuezhou's verdict, Zhang He and Meng Zilian couldn't sit still. Senior brother, how can you rule like that? Exactly, B didn't do it on purpose.
Don't rush.
Let's see what our junior brother has to say, Master Chi said with a smile, stopping them. Song Sai scratched his head and noticed that Zhang He and Meng Zilin were looking at him with eager eyes. He shrugged, pretending not to see, and turned to Master Chi, saying, "I think the senior brother is right. It should be a death sentence." Liang Xuezhou smiled at this. Our junior brother is smart. Yuan, why do you say that? Master Chi asked kindly, looking at his young disciple. First, the relationship between the farmer and the wealthy merchant is one of employment. If A finds that B has not completed the task on time, we need to consider if A's demands were reasonable and if an ordinary person could finish the task in that time. If an ordinary person cannot complete it, then A's behavior might be seen as picking a fight. If an ordinary person can complete it, then B might be slacking off. However, regardless of whether it's picking a fight or slacking off, A does not have the right to punish B privately. Second, A hit B until his cheek was swollen and continued to do so, even insulting B's parents. Only then did B start to resist, but he did not do so barehanded. He picked up a wooden stick from the ground. A stick is a blunt weapon, and at the moment B picked it up, the situation turned into mutual fighting. However, B chose to hit A on the head, which constitutes intentional homicide. Of course, A also bears some responsibility, but it's not a crime deserving of death, so B should not be sentenced to death. After sharing his views, Song Sai looked at Master Chi and his senior brothers, who all had different expressions and were momentarily silent. After a while, Zhang He, the first to react, said unhappily, "Junior brother, B just made a mistake in self-defense. Isn't a death sentence a bit much?" Meng Zilin nodded in agreement. We can't prioritize the deceased just because someone died and ignore the harm done to them. That would be unfair. The law must be strict. If it's not strict, how can we expect others to learn from it? Liang Xuezhou countered with a different perspective. Song Sai raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, "Don't rush. I have more thoughts. While it's true that A is deceased, we must consider whether B was the cause of A's death. There could be other explanations, such as pre-existing health issues or other accidental factors. These are unknowns, and the coroner cannot guarantee that their examination is completely accurate. Although the law is strict, its application must have compassion. The death penalty is just my answer, but the specific situation depends on the circumstances." You all make valid points. Teacher Chi enjoyed seeing his students deep in thought. After praising them, he continued, "Our great Chi law has a rule regarding this case. If someone injures another person, the limit for causing harm is 10 days, and if using another object, it is 20 days. If someone dies within this period, they are judged according to the murder laws. If outside this period, or if someone dies for other reasons, they are judged according to the laws of assault. A stick is considered another object, and the period for this is 20 days. In this case, the wealthy merchant died on the 15th day, which is within the limit, so Party B's actions fall under fighting leading to death, and should be punished by death. As for Ji Yuan's other points about the cause of death, they are also reasonable, but the county office has experts to make that determination. But that's not fair. That's very unfair. Zhang He and Meng Jilan began to protest, clearly unhappy with the judgment. Teacher Qi raised his hand to signal them to be quiet and stroked his beard with a smile, saying, although the death penalty was given, there were many witnesses at the scene of the fight who heard the wealthy merchant insult others' parents first and strike first. Our great Qi law classifies insulting parents as a serious crime, punishable by 100 strokes and in severe cases, even hanging. The merchant's insults were quite serious, so the county magistrate ruled as follows. The farmer who intentionally caused death and the wealthy merchant who insulted others' parents should both receive the death penalty. However, since the merchant's insults and attacks occurred first, even though he was killed by Party B's actions, he deserved his fate. Party B, although not intentional, caused a death, so considering the circumstances, while the death penalty is unavoidable, he must also receive 100 strokes. That sounds more reasonable, but 100 strokes must be very harsh. Upon hearing that Party B would not face the death penalty, Zhang He and Meng Jilan sighed in relief and smiled again. However, before they could celebrate for long, Teacher Qi continued seriously, although the county magistrate ruled this way, you cannot write it like this in your exams. Where the death penalty is necessary, it must be applied. The Great Qi Law has always had strict regulations. When you take the civil service exam, you must be strict and not act on impulse. As for leniency outside the law, that can only be considered once you become an official yourself. Do you understand? Teacher Qi finished, looking sternly at his two students, Zhang He and Meng Jilan. We understand. Teacher, we understand. The two reluctantly nodded in agreement. It was their first encounter with the law, and such strict laws made them feel a bit uneasy. Liang Xuezhou and Song Sai also expressed their understanding, and Master Qi nodded before continuing to explain the next question. After an hour and a half of studying in the evening, Song Sai seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He discovered many unreasonable aspects of ancient laws, such as children reporting their parents for crimes would first face punishment for acting against morality, receiving 50 strokes, and before reporting to the authorities, they would suffer even more. Who would dare to report after that? There was also the issue of bending the law for ethical reasons. When laws and ethics conflicted, ethics took precedence. For example, a wife killing her husband could face the death penalty, while a husband killing his wife might receive a lighter sentence. Isn't this a clear injustice, reflecting the idea that the husband is the head of the wife? Furthermore, punishments were determined by social status. Nobles and officials could have their penalties reduced, while commoners had to face harsher consequences. If a servant harmed a commoner, it was a crime, but if a commoner harmed a servant, they could receive a lighter sentence. Doesn't this encourage the arrogance of commoners towards servants? Foreigners could pay fines instead of serving sentences, while Han people had to endure physical punishment. What was the reasoning behind this? From these various rules, it was clear that the law was a tool of control rather than a means of protecting rights. The judicial system was arbitrary, making it difficult to achieve true justice. After class, when they returned to their dormitory, the group continued discussing the fairness of these laws. However, the conclusion they reached was that if they could become officials in the future, they would ensure justice for the wronged. Yet, Song Sai outwardly went along with the conversation, while internally he understood that while it sounded simple, it was incredibly difficult to achieve. When everyone around you is corrupt and you are the only one who stands for justice, you become an outsider. Therefore, he had no interest in becoming an official. His greatest wish was to pass the imperial examination, become a schoolmaster, and teach students about new ideas, including difficult arithmetic and some basic physics. That was his biggest aspiration at the moment. Before long, it was the end of November. The early winter chill was not biting but rather refreshing. The sky appeared exceptionally clear, and leaves gently fell in the breeze. Song Sai woke up naturally and, hearing no noise from the courtyard, guessed that his parents had gone to the shop. He then slowly got up to dress and wash. "Good morning, my dear grandson." Old Mrs. Zhang walked in upon hearing the movement. "Grandma, why didn't you go to the shop?" Now their shop has established itself in the county town, and business is quite good. As a result, they have added several services, such as plucking feathers, skinning, and cleaning, accepting advance orders, and delivering cleaned goods to the door. Just these two services have kept the shop bustling, so the whole family pitches in every day. Old Mrs. Zhang adjusted her grandson's collar, her eyes full of affection, and said gently, "Since you finally have a day off, I will wait for you to have breakfast before we get busy." Song Sai put his arm around old Mrs. Zhang and smiled. "All right, after breakfast, let's go to the shop together. It's boring for me to stay home alone." Old Mrs. Zhang readily agreed, happily nodding. Although it was a good thing that her grandson had passed the exam to become a scholar, he could only return home for 3 days a month while studying at the county school. Old Mrs. Zhang thought about him every day, so she was glad to have him around during his day off. Breakfast was meat pies and egg custard, and Song Sai ate with great satisfaction. Seeing her grandson enjoy his meal made old Mrs. Zhang feel as sweet as honey. After breakfast, Song Sai and old Mrs. Zhang walked to the shop. Upon arriving, they saw a busy scene inside. Their shop was about 120 square meters. Although it looked spacious, a few large cages took up most of the space, and they also needed to leave an area for handling wild game. With several family members standing inside, it felt quite crowded. When Song Sanyu saw his son arrive, he frowned and said, "What are you doing here? The shop smells bad. Hurry back home. I'll make you something good for dinner." "Yes, son, go home. I'll make soup dumplings for you tonight," Wang said, skillfully plucking chicken feathers in agreement. They still thought of him as a child. Song Sai replied, "Dad, I don't mind staying here. I can help you out. How about we close the shop early this afternoon and go for a walk in the street?" Song Sanyu thought his son wanted to buy something and nodded in agreement. But when he saw Song Sai roll up his sleeves and come over, he quickly stepped out of the shop, pulling Song Sai to stand in front of the cages outside. "You just stand here and call out to any customers." It seemed unlikely that he would be able to help inside, so Song Sai nodded and stood in front of the cages, looking at the wild chickens and ducks inside. "Oh, Boss Song, is this your scholar son? He looks really handsome," a vendor across the way exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he smiled at Song Sanyu. Song Sanyu was busy and happy when he heard someone praise his family's business, immediately smiling widely and humbly saying, "Oh, it's nothing. Just good fortune." Hearing this, the customers who were hesitating at the stall became generous, thinking that if the scholar sold wild game, he must be clever. Buying it for their grandchildren would surely help them think better. Song Si admired two laws from the Great Qi dynasty. One was the immediate death penalty for human traffickers who sold women and children, and the other was the abolition of the rule that forbade merchants' children from studying and that scholarly families could not engage in business. In the previous dynasty, merchants were looked down upon, and even if they earned a lot of money, they were not respected, and their children were not allowed to attend school. On the first day of the current emperor's reign, he boldly announced to the people that everyone could study, regardless of their background, and that heroes come from all walks of life. If someone like him, a scholar, had lived in the previous dynasty and dared to sell goods openly, he would likely have lost his title. Fortunately, he was born in the Great Qi, where people lived in peace and the country prospered, treating scholars with respect. When the sun was high in the sky, Wang and Old Zhang took Song Si home to prepare lunch, leaving Song Sanyu and Old Master Song to watch the shop. Since their son planned to take the family shopping in the afternoon, Song Sanyu thought that the family hadn't had a good rest in a long time, so he decided to finish up and deliver the wild game, then close the shop for half the day. Old Zhang thought that her little grandson only had 3 days off in a month, so she wanted to prepare something special for him. Early that morning, she went out to buy a lot of ingredients. Since moving to the county, she and Wang had learned many new recipes from their neighbors, and today was the perfect time to use them. Wang pulled a fresh white fish from the water bucket, and as it splashed around, She wiped her face, which had fishy water droplets on it, and called out, "Mom, how are we going to cook this fish?" Old Zhang lit the stove and handed the big white fish to her daughter-in-law, saying, "Let's make fish balls for my grandson. You go clean the chicken and peel some chestnuts. We can make chestnut chicken later." "Okay, Grandma, making fish balls is too much work. How about we just cook the fish?" After a busy morning, Song Si didn't want old Zhang to prepare such a complicated dish. Old Zhang looked at his little grandson with affection and said softly, "It's no trouble at all. If my grandson enjoys his food, I'm happy. Just make sure to get the fire going well today." Well, knowing that advising him was useless, Song Si simply closed his mouth and began to tend to the fire seriously. Old Zhang worked quickly, placing fresh white fish on the cutting board, splitting it in half, and scraping the fresh fish meat off with a knife. Then, he chopped the meat into small pieces, added bean flour and pork, and mixed it all together with his hands. He added some salt water, chopped green onions, and ginger juice, then mixed it vigorously to form fish balls. Once they were shaped, he boiled them in hot water until cooked, then placed them in cold water to cool down. The fish balls turned out firm and bouncy. Song Si tried one and found it very tasty. Seeing his grandson enjoy them, old Zhang set aside a few on the stove for him to eat first, then started making fish head soup. As the aroma of the fish soup grew stronger, old Zhang quickly added the fish balls, covered the pot, and let it simmer on low heat. Meanwhile, Wang was preparing the wild chicken and cleaned the chestnuts. Old Zhang chopped the chicken into pieces with a knife, while Wang added oil, green onions, ginger, garlic, cooking wine, and sugar. Once the aroma of the onions and garlic filled the air, she added the chicken and stir-fried it. When it was about half cooked, she added chestnuts, salt, and bean paste, then covered the pot to let it cook. With 2 pots on the stove, the delicious smells filled the kitchen. "Big brother, I brought firewood." It was the voices of the 2 little ones from the Gao family. Song Si quickly walked outside and saw the 2 kids struggling to drag a pile of firewood that was almost as tall as they were. He hurried over to help. "Why did you chop so much? You're still small, and if you tire yourselves out, you won't grow." Seeing the deep marks on their arms from the ropes, Song Si felt a bit sorry and couldn't help but scold them. Gao Ming dropped the rope and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a grin, saying, "Big brother, it's fine. My little brother and I dragged it all the way here. If we get tired, we just take a break. It won't affect us. Plus, my mom is here too. She's helping us take turns." Beside him, Gao Tian nodded seriously with his big round eyes, agreeing with his brother. "Aunt Gao is here? How did he not see her? Is she still outside?" Song Si peeked out the gate and indeed saw Aunt Gao carrying a child and holding some things. He immediately ran up to her and warmly said, "Aunt Gao, you've come. Please come in and sit for a while." When they returned to the small courtyard, they saw the 2 little ones already busy stacking firewood in the corner, working hard. Wang and old Zhang were very happy to see Gao and quickly led her into the main room. Gao smiled shyly and handed over what she was carrying, saying a bit embarrassed, "I should have come to thank you earlier, but I've just been feeling unwell. Please don't take it the wrong way." Wang and old Zhang quickly waved their hands, saying, "No need to worry, there's nothing to take wrong. Is this your little girl? She's really adorable." The little one was nestled behind the adults, her sleeping face rosy, with her tiny hands tightly clenched above her head. Wang took the little girl from Gao's back, and she didn't wake up. Instead, she seemed to sleep even more soundly in a different position. Holding her softly in her arms, Wang wished the little girl were hers. Wang noticed the child's clothes were a bit small and had a patch on them. She gently returned the little girl to Gao and went inside to get some of her son's old clothes, which she had never been able to throw away. These clothes would be perfect for Gao's 2 boys. She also took half a yard of cotton fabric, as the little girl was just a few months old and needed soft clothing. Wang initially thought about handing them directly, but worried that Gao might feel uncomfortable accepting them since Gao's boys had never asked for anything from her. After thinking for a moment, she folded the cotton fabric several times and laid it out, then neatly placed her son's old clothes inside, wrapping them up with the fabric before taking them to the main room. Sister, this package contains my son's old clothes. It's getting cold, and the children can't be dressed so lightly. If you don't mind, please take them home. Gao was about to refuse, but quickly swallowed her words and smiled, waving her hands. I don't mind at all. I'm just troubling you again. Old Zhang cheerfully said, Oh, it's no trouble at all. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it through this time, Gao said, her voice a bit choked with gratitude as she looked at Wang and old Zhang. After exchanging polite words for a while, Gao realized it was getting late and quickly stood up to leave with her 2 children. Wang and the others tried to keep them from leaving, but they couldn't. Gao carried her daughter on her back and held one son by each hand as they walked home, with Gao Ming and Gao Tian happily chatting along the way. Gao Tian couldn't hold back and exclaimed, Mom, the big brother just gave us a huge piece of candy. After speaking, she saw her mother's disapproval on her face and quickly said, Mom, I originally refused, but the young man said if I didn't agree, he wouldn't bring firewood to our house anymore. Her mother remained silent. Seeing his mother not responding, Gao Tian nervously glanced at his brother. Gao Ming shook his head at his younger brother and then took their mother's hand, looking serious, and said, Mom, if you don't agree, I will return it right now. Gao Shi looked down and saw her 2 sons looking at her anxiously. She felt a pang of sadness. Her sons should be carefree. They were so close to moving out of the northern district and buying a house in the southern district, but now… Gao Shi composed herself and gently said, It's okay, you can keep it. I found a job that pays 400 coins a month. I will save money to pay it back slowly.
Yay!
Mom, you earn 400 coins a month. My brother and I can earn 100 coins a month too. You can use the fine rice to make porridge, and we will eat the brown rice. If you eat well, our little sister will grow up healthy and strong. Gao Ming and Gao Tian were excited to hear their mother had a job and earned money, jumping around happily. While it's good that the children are so understanding, Gao Shi felt more heartache. She squatted down and hugged her 2 sons, softly saying, My dear sons, you've worked hard. Gao Ming and Gao Tian hadn't been held so closely by their mother in a long time. Their faces turned red, and hearing their mother say that, Gao Ming shook his head vigorously and said, Mom, we're not hard at all. You're the one who works hard. We can take care of our little sister while you go to work. Gao Tian completely agreed with his brother and nodded vigorously. Gao Shi smiled, stroking her sons' heads. Her feelings shifted from sadness to comfort. Even though their father was gone, they would still live well. Meanwhile, after seeing off the Gao family, Wang, Lao Zhang, and Song Sai packed the food into boxes and took them to the shop to eat with Song Sanyu and the old man Song. The shop was already clean, and Song Sanyu had quickly set up a small temporary table with wooden boards. The family ate the food from the boxes quickly and cleanly. Once Wang washed the boxes, Song Sanyu and the old man took off their outer coats, closed the shop door, and followed behind Song Sai to stroll around. In their county, there are several tea houses. The one he chose is a bit far from their shop. Song Sanyu, following behind, thought his son was reluctant to buy anything after walking for so long, so he quickly stepped forward, patting his chest proudly and said, Son, just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you. Do you need new books or writing pads? Song Sai shook his head and smiled, saying, Dad, just come with me. What's the point of wandering around without buying anything? But since his son said so, Song Sanyu didn't argue, and the others in the Song family had no objections either. When they arrived at the tea house, Song Sai pulled everyone inside, and they soon realized he had brought them to listen to a storytelling session. The tea house was crowded, and after they finally found a spot to sit, they heard the storyteller strike the wooden block loudly, causing all the tea drinkers to fall silent. Today, I will tell you about the true and false thief case. The scholar was not only handsome but also sharp-eyed, able to tell who the real thief was at a glance. Who would have thought the thief would try to attack the scholar, only to be kicked away by him, flying dozens of meters? In the end, the county magistrate discovered that this thief was actually a repeat offender. In a fit of anger, he was sent to the northern mining area. Song Sai twitched his lips, his forehead covered in sweat. Kicked away for dozens of meters? Was he turning into Superman, or had he eaten some super spinach? Was he really that impressive? You don't know, but I was there. The scholar was 8 feet tall, and the muscles on his arms nearly tore his clothes. That thief, pretending to be rich, tried to attack, but the scholar kicked him away for dozens of meters. Yes, I was there too. The scholar's name is Song Ziyuan, and I heard he ranked highest in the county scholar exam. Truly brave and clever. I was there as well. The scholar is really handsome and quite young. It's rare to see someone so young with such bravery and wisdom. Exactly. Praise erupted from all around. Song Sai had initially wanted to show off in front of his parents and grandparents, but he didn't even need to. Although the stories were a bit exaggerated, he felt secretly pleased. The Song family had already felt familiar when they heard about the true and false thief, and upon realizing the story was about their own child, they straightened their backs proudly, wanting to tell everyone that the hero was their son or grandson. When they left the tea house, everyone except Song Sai still looked eager for more. Son, did you already know you would tell this story when you called us to the tea house today? Song Sai scratched his head, smiling a bit shyly. Yes, the teacher said the county magistrate knows about this matter and even praised me. Hearing this, the Song family couldn't stop smiling. Their child was really doing well, and they felt so happy. As they passed an arch bridge, Song Sai suddenly saw a familiar figure ahead. Upon closer look, it was Yeya, the little girl. What was she doing here? Just as he was about to greet her, he saw another familiar figure rush up to her and start pulling at her. How inappropriate, especially in public. Song Sai quickly ran over, and the confused members of the Song family followed him. I don't need your false kindness here. If it weren't for your grandmother and your father being so tricky, would our family even be in this place? Now you're pretending for whom? Although Shun Yueyue had lived in Jinfeng County with her parents since she was young, her parents had told her all about the old grudges when she was old enough to understand. Seeing Shin Zizhou acting all friendly now only made her feel disgusted. Yeah, you misunderstand. My grandmother and father don't want to drive uncle away. Grandpa and Grandma have always wanted you to come back. Shin Zizhou knew about the family's past issues, but since so much time had passed, why cling to it? It would be great to return to the capital. Shun Yueyue slapped Shin Zizhou's hand away as he tried to get closer, sneering. Humph, are you joking? Your grandmother is so clever. Would she really let us go back? Shun Zizhou frowned, looking upset. Yeah, look at how you are acting, with no manners at all. She is still your grandmother. How can you speak like that? I'm sorry, but this is how I talk. I only have one grandmother, and we've already split our family. Don't bother my parents anymore, just go back. Shun Yueyue said impatiently. She had finally sneaked out to play without her mother knowing, and before she could enjoy herself, she saw the last person she wanted to see. Shin Zizhou had always been pampered in the capital and had never faced such treatment. He angrily flicked his sleeve and said darkly, I thought of you as my only sister and wanted to bring you to the capital to arrange a good marriage for you. But you are so stubborn and unreasonable. Please, do you really think your family is that kind? After so many years of ignoring me, now you want to talk about a good marriage? Would you believe it if it were happening to you? Shun Yueyue laughed instead of getting angry, as if she had just heard the best news. Yeah, Song Sai saw that the argument between the two seemed to be getting worse, so he hurried over. When Shun Yueyue heard the familiar voice and turned around, she saw her benefactor, who was smiling brightly. Shin Zizhou frowned even more tightly. Following Shun Ye's gaze, he saw a plain-looking young man with a look of disdain in his eyes. No wonder Grandma said that Uncle's family was small-minded and had lowered themselves. After all, they were from a respectable family, and how could they associate with such common people? Why are you here, big brother? Shun Yueyue asked, feeling her gloomy mood lift at the sight of Song Sai. I came to the tea house with my family to listen to stories today, and I saw you on my way back, he replied, then smiled at Shin Zizhou and said, Hello, Shinancho. Shin Zizhou was slightly taken aback, surprised that this person recognized him. He was also a scholar, But what did that matter? What resources could a small county provide? Yeah, I'm looking out for you. If you think it over, you can write to me. Maching, let's go, Shun Jijo said, giving Song Sai a dismissive glance and nodding before leading his followers away. Shun Yueyue rolled her eyes at Shun Jijo's retreating figure and turned back to see Song Sai smiling at her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she explained, "He's really annoying and has no manners. You don't need to pay attention to him." Song Sai replied, "It's fine." At least this time he greeted him. Last time, he had received nothing but a disdainful glare. "Was that person your brother?" Song Sai asked curiously. Since Shun Jijo and Ye shared the same surname, could they be related? Shun Yueyue reluctantly nodded, pouting and frowning as she said, "He's my grandfather's stepson's grandson." The relationship was a bit complicated, but wasn't it normal for ancient people to have multiple wives? Although the Qi dynasty wasn't as extravagant as previous ones, there were still requirements for wealthy officials regarding concubines. However, seeing Ye so upset suggested there was more to the story. Song Sai decided not to ask further, as they weren't that close yet. "Miss, we should head back. We've been out for a while, and if the master and madam find out you're missing, there will be trouble," Xiao Dao, who had been quietly following Shun Yueyue, reminded her, noticing that she seemed to have more to say. Shun Yueyue was about to continue speaking, but quickly swallowed her words. Looking up at the sky, she gasped, realizing she had lost track of time. "Oh no! I have to go back. Big brother, let's talk next time." After speaking, without waiting for Song Sai to respond, she lifted her skirt and ran away quickly. The little girl is really cute, her happiness and anger clearly shown on her face. Just as Song Sai turned around with a smile, he saw his father running over from a distance, looking very curious. "Son, who is that girl? She looks lively and adorable." His father had just seen him joking with the little girl. Could it be that his son was starting to have feelings? Was he going to become a grandfather sooner than expected? When Song Sai saw his father's teasing expression, he knew what his father was thinking. He replied, "Dad, what are you thinking?" "She is Shun Yueyue, the daughter of Uncle Shen, the little girl who got lost when she was younger." Then, feeling a bit curious, he asked, "Dad, our family's business was able to stabilize thanks to Uncle Shen. Have you never seen Yaya when we deliver gifts to the Shen family?" Song Sanyang shook his head. "I haven't seen her. Even though Uncle Shen helped our family, it seems he doesn't want to get too close. Every time we deliver gifts, it's all very formal. My relationship with the Zhao family is even better. However, Uncle Shen did attend our family's scholar banquet a while ago." Although Song Sai didn't catch everything clearly, he heard something about the capital city. It was normal for Uncle Shen not to want to get too close, but their family was able to establish themselves in the county quickly, thanks to Uncle Shen. Perhaps it was just a small favor for him, but it was a huge benefit for their family. "Alright, I still need to go to the bookstore to buy some books. Let's head back, Dad, Mom, and Grandma." Okay. They didn't have anything else to buy, so they followed Song Sai to the bookstore, bought a few books, and then headed home. "Oh no, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt Sai, why are you all back so late? I've been waiting for a long time." Song Sanha was bored, squatting at the gate of the yard. When he saw his uncle and aunt return, he excitedly stood up, but after squatting for so long, his legs were numb. As he stood up, he grimaced in pain, leaning against the wall for support. This startled old Madame Zhang, who was walking ahead. She quickly ran over to Song Sanha, looking worried. "Sanha, what happened? Where does it hurt? Where is your father?" Old Mr. Song looked around but didn't see his second son. He turned to ask his grandson. Song Sanha paused for a moment, waiting for the numbness in his legs to go away before he stood up again, scratching his head and grinning. "Grandma, I'm not hurt anywhere. I just squatted here for a while and my legs got a bit numb. Grandpa and Dad didn't come. I came with Jean Bao. Jean Bao and Uncle Jean went to rent a house. From now on, Jean Bao and I will look for jobs in the county. Let's go home first," Wang said, opening the yard door and walking in. "It's not good for the whole family to stand outside like this." As soon as they entered the main room, Song Sanyu couldn't help but ask, Sanha, does your dad know you came to the county today? You didn't sneak out, did you? He looked at his nephew with suspicion. This nephew has always been restless, and now that he's not in school, his wild side is coming out again. Song Sanha pouted and crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Uncle, I didn't sneak out. I came to find a job, and my dad knows about it. Find a job? What can you do? How about helping at my shop? This silly kid doesn't even know if he's telling the truth. Let's keep him here until the second brother arrives. Song Sanha shook his head confidently. Uncle, Jin Bao, and I are going to start our own big venture. We want to make our own way. Ha ha ha, that's ambitious. Song Sanyu laughed, narrowing his eyes, and patted his nephew's shoulder, curious. So, what do you and Jin Bao plan to do? Song Sanha felt a bit shy and stammered, we still need to observe. Observe. Well, he hasn't even figured out what to do, just thinking about going out to explore. I hope he doesn't get taken advantage of. Song Sanyu really wanted to see what was going on in his nephew's head all day. Just as Song Leo Yizi and Song Sanyu were about to give this clueless kid a good talking to, there was a knock at the door. Old Song. Open the door. It's old Jean. Song Sai opened the door, and standing there were two shining figures in the sunlight, almost blinding him. Wow, it hasn't been long since he last saw Jin Bao, and he's already outshining Uncle Jean. Plus, they were both wearing yellow clothes, making them look, well, quite round and plump. No, that's not right. They look healthy and prosperous, cough cough. When Jin's father saw Song Sai, he smiled widely. Oh, it's only been a few days, and Ji Yuan has grown taller and more handsome. He looked just like a certain concubine saying that the fourth prince has grown taller again. It's old Jean.
Gomein.
Among his son's friends' fathers, old Jean is the one he gets along with best, so Song Sanyu was particularly happy to see him. Jin Yuanbao saw Song Sai and, with his chubby little hand, patted Song Sai's shoulder, raising his eyebrows and asking, little junior brother, have you missed me these past few days? Yes, I've missed you every day, replied Song Sai. Despite his usual silliness, Jin Yuanbao was very kind-hearted. Hearing this, Jin Yuanbao immediately felt relieved and smiled widely, like a doe that suddenly blooms into a flower, his double chin wobbling adorably. Jin Fu entered the main room, greeted the Song family, and then, rubbing his large belly with a frown, said with a wry smile, Yuanbao is my only treasure. Ever since he passed the entrance exam, he has been insisting on going out to explore on his own, looking down on our family business. Although he was indeed a mischievous child, Song Sanyu tried to comfort Jin Fu, saying, Yuanbao is a boy, and he's 14 this year. It's good for him to go out and experience life. He then pointed at Song Sai, who was already buddying up with Jin Yuanbao, and added, my nephew feels the same way. They're both old enough, so let them have their fun. After a while, when they get tired of it, they'll come back. Running a business isn't easy. These words struck a chord with Jin Fu, who nodded eagerly and said, exactly. I remember how hard it was for me when I started my business. Today's kids don't know how lucky they are. Old Song, I can't let go of my business in town, so please keep an eye on this kid. Song Sanyu nodded readily, sure. After giving his instructions, Jin Fu hurried back to town, leaving Jin Yuanbao and Song Sai staring at each other, both looking confused. Ahem, do you two want to hear my advice? Song Sai asked softly. Yes, yes, yes. They both nodded eagerly, as if they had found a lifeline. It's simple. You both need to work in my father's shop for a month. If you can stick it out, I'll help you with your future plans. If you can't last a month, you should head back to town. Jin Yuanbao was the only child in his family, and his cousin was the only boy in his uncle's family. He doubted they could handle the challenges of the outside world. It might be better to let them back out if it gets too tough. If they can endure, then they can discuss future plans. Ji Yuan, do you really have a plan? Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but ask. Before Song Sai could nod, Song Sanha felt confident about the situation. His younger brother was smart, so he must have a plan. He patted his chest and assured, it's just 1 month of work. No problem, I'm in. With the partners on board, Jin Yuanbao had nothing to add and quickly followed Song Sanha's lead, saying, "Exactly. We're destined for great things. Well, I hope you can really stick to it and don't end up complaining later." When it was time for dinner, Song Sania learned that the two kids were going to help at his shop. Since it was his son's idea, he agreed, without much thought. He felt reassured seeing the kids and confirmed the opening time for the next day. After dinner, Jin Yuanbao and Song Sanha returned to their own place. The house rented by the Jin family was very close, just a few dozen meters away. When Song Sanyu saw the two enter a courtyard and not come back out, he felt relieved and went back inside. In early winter, it got dark quickly. The oil lamp was lit early, and Wang thought it would soon be cold. Worried about her son getting chilly at school, she began sewing cushions and shoe insoles under the lamp. Since it was rare for them to have a break, Song Sai didn't want to go to bed early. He sat next to his mother, listening to her share interesting stories about home. Since his son started school, such warm moments had become rare. When Song Sanyu entered and saw the scene, he quickly squeezed in beside his wife, occasionally chiming in and making Wang laugh so much that she could hardly continue sewing.
"Dad, how's business at home?" Song Sai asked.
The business seemed fine, but he didn't know the details, so he took the chance to ask his father if he needed any advice. When it came to business, Song Sania thought his son was worried about it not doing well, so he proudly replied, "Son, our business is getting more stable. Almost half of the restaurants in town get their supplies from us.
This is thanks to you.
Before you passed the scholar exam, we didn't earn much, but since you did, several restaurants have been eager to do business with us. But don't think I'm foolish. I know how much to charge. I won't ask for a penny more. We can do business, but nothing else, so just focus on your studies at school. Our family is doing better now, so you don't need to worry." Yes, your father is right. The money we earned in town was spent on the house and shop in the county. Now, your father and I are saving money for you to take the exams, get married, have children, and buy land. Son, you don't need to worry about family matters. Whatever you want, your parents will try to fulfill it. Just focus on your studies." After saying this, Wang reminded him, "I've heard that passing the exams is very difficult. We should know our limits and not overexert ourselves. Remember to eat the food your father and I bring you. You are still growing, and you must take care of your health, understand?" Song Sai felt warmth in his heart. It seemed like his family had never placed demands on him. Even studying was done at his own pace, and his parents didn't seem to care whether he achieved any titles. To them, he was the most precious. Though his parents were only in their 30s, years of hard work had left their faces weathered, with a few gray hairs and fine lines around their eyes. He realized he hadn't truly done anything for them, yet they were slowly aging out of his sight. Song Sai adjusted his mood and said with a gentle smile, "Mom and Dad, you should have some expectations of me. Otherwise, I might become a wasteful person. They say you can tell a lot about a person from childhood. You were always clean, polite, and well-mannered. So how could you turn into a wasteful person? If that happened, it would be because we didn't educate you well, and that would be our fault." At that moment, he finally understood why many people shared pictures of their children on social media. It was probably this feeling. "Dad, I think our business can expand further." He thought about the stockpile of furs in the shop and had an idea. Song Sai's eyes lit up as he asked, "Son, what good idea do you have?" He nodded seriously and said, "Dad, I noticed that wild game with skin and without skin are priced differently. Yes, most people buy it with the skin, but some wild game is too expensive, so we have to sell it without the skin. Of course, we don't waste the skin. We can prepare it and sell it too. What if our family opens a clothing shop that specializes in selling fur?" I remember going to a clothing store with my mother, and a regular rabbit fur coat sold for 8 taels of silver. If we could turn all the rabbit and fox fur we have into clothes. Song Sanyu had never thought about making and selling clothes. Usually, he only thought about selling game and sending it off, while the leftover furs were given to the Zhao family to sell, earning just a little more than what hunters would get. But if he saved the furs, rented a shop nearby, and hired a couple of seamstresses, it seemed like it could work. Wang also shared the same idea. Their family had a lot of furs, and if they made them into capes to sell, the price would definitely double. After thinking for a moment, Song Sanyu seriously said, "Let's give it a try. We already have a batch of furs. We can gather more. Once we have a wider variety, we'll rent a shop. I'll keep an eye out for any available shops nearby during this time." Song Sai was just giving suggestions, but whether it would succeed depended on their father, who had a talent for business.
"Let's take our time.
If your mother and I get too busy, remember to hire help. Your grandparents are getting older, and it's not good for them to sit there every day. Plus, you'll need to take care of the children in the future, so you should also pay attention to your health. Especially the grandmother, whose back was slightly bent due to age, making her look fragile." Song Sanyu and Wang enjoyed listening to their son's gentle reminders. It warmed their hearts. "And about cousin Jin Yuanbao, since he's helping us this month, you too can ask him to do whatever you need. If he can stick around, I have another idea for him."
Song Sanyu nodded. "I understand.
I won't let those two boys have any free time." He hoped that after all the hard work, Jin Yuanbao would lose a bit of weight. Otherwise, seeing him so plump was quite overwhelming. Meanwhile, just a few meters away, Song Sai and Jin Yuanbao were excitedly dreaming about the future, unaware that starting tomorrow, good days awaited them. That night, while the Song family enjoyed warm moments together, the couple from the Shin family in the East District tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Although Shan Yueyue hadn't told them, the maid, Xiao Dao, had shared everything about seeing the young master during the day with her parents. Upon hearing this, Shin Qian and Zhao were both troubled. The more Zhao thought about it, the angrier she became. She sat up and leaned against the bed, frowning, unable to suppress her anger. What do they mean by this? We've already split the family, yet they still reach so far. How shameless can they be? It hasn't even been a year since my mother-in-law passed away, and your father has already married a woman with a child, placing her under your mother-in-law's name and treating her as the legitimate heir of our family. He wasn't satisfied with having a good wife at home and had an affair with another woman, who even had a child older than you. I suspect my mother-in-law died from anger. All these years, they pretended to obey you, but secretly laughed at your foolishness. The family hired tutors for your older brother since childhood, while you were coddled and only learned trivial skills. You even called that woman mother affectionately. Later, your brother became a successful official, and there was no place left for you in the family. They even tried to undermine your marriage. If it weren't for me, you would have been nothing but a pawn, completely drained by the Shin family. And now, that old witch wants to extend her reach to the county. How utterly shameless." After Zhao finished speaking, she was still furious and pounded her fists against Shin Qian, who was still lying on the bed. Dear, please calm down. Let me see if your hands are hurt." Shin Qian quickly got up and held his wife gently, trying to soothe her. "Don't worry, my dear. Tomorrow, I will write a letter. When we split the family, we made it clear that our matters and our children's marriages are not for them to meddle in. If they try to pressure us with filial piety, then I will fight back fiercely," Shin Qian said softly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Zhao felt a deep sympathy for her husband. He was clearly very intelligent, yet that old witch had raised him to be just a simple man who only knows a few characters. He had a good background, yet he was treated this way. It was truly heartbreaking. Zhao's concern was evident, and Shin Qian noticed it. The coldness in his eyes softened as he said gently, "Sometimes I think that if I hadn't been bullied so badly, and if even my grandmother couldn't bear to see it, perhaps we wouldn't even be together. So maybe heaven is letting me suffer first before bringing me happiness. You sure know how to talk, sweet-talking like you've had honey. It's only because my grandmother cares for you and fears that you would be devoured by the wolves of the Shin family that she let me marry you to protect you. If I didn't feel sorry for you, I wouldn't have married you at all." Zhao was in a great mood, raising her eyebrows and speaking proudly. Shin Qian quickly nodded. Yes. Thank you, cousin, for caring for me. You are the best. That's good to hear. Just so you know, only we, as parents, can decide on Yeye's marriage. They have no right to interfere." Sun Qian promised repeatedly, and only then was Zhao satisfied. After Zhao fell asleep, Sun Qian couldn't sleep at all. So, he got out of bed, carefully dressed, tucked in the blankets, and slowly walked to the study, gazing at the painting on the wall. In the painting, a woman in a light blue dress sat gracefully against a red railing, her features beautiful. That was his mother, who had passed away before he could remember her. If his uncle hadn't given him this painting, he wouldn't even know what she looked like. So, when his father's new wife came into their lives, he instinctively began to rely on her cheerful demeanor. But who would have guessed that this seemingly kind stepmother had a wicked side? While she acted sweetly towards him, she secretly wished to get rid of him. Every day, she filled his mind with tales of how teachers would punish him, making him too scared to approach the school. Whenever he got into trouble, she would be the first to comfort him, while his older brother often glared at him. At that time, he naively thought his brother envied his closeness with their stepmother, but later realized they often mocked him behind his back. If his grandmother hadn't arranged for his cousin to marry him, he might have spent his life trapped in the false affection his stepmother provided, until all his mother's inheritance was completely consumed. His mother was the only daughter of the Zhao family. Besides the land and properties, she brought a dowry of 5,000 taels of silver. Although his stepmother was the daughter of a fifth-rank official, she was just an unvalued concubine's daughter and likely saw his mother's dowry as her own. Later, noticing his growing defiance, his stepmother often pressured him with filial duty or set strict rules for his cousin, making sure they served her every need. Frustrated, he approached his father alone, demanding to separate their households in exchange for 3,000 taels of silver. Though the process was tough, they eventually succeeded. He still remembered the day his stepmother learned that his father had privately agreed to the separation. Her face twisted in anger, and his older brother looked equally upset. After all, who wouldn't be upset if a piece of meat they were about to eat suddenly flew away? Now they want to reach out again, but he doesn't believe anything good will come of it. It's just about marrying off their daughter for profit or trying to take advantage of them. His father is now a sixth-rank official, and his scheming older brother has become a seventh-rank official. They can't confront them directly. Sun Qian furrowed his brow, thinking of various possibilities. Suddenly, his frown relaxed as he remembered that young man from the Song family, good at studying, good-looking, and most importantly, their daughter likes him. If they could settle the daughter's marriage early, wouldn't that solve all their problems? If he could also pass the exams and secure an official position, that would be even better. His cousin probably wanted him to assess the boy's character for this very reason. With that thought, Sun Qian's eyes sparkled, and he quietly made a decision. In December, winter was in full swing. The cold wind howled, and icicles hung from the eaves outside the school. The paper on the windows rattled in the wind. Even with a large stove lit inside, the cold still seeped in from all around. Teacher Chi listened to the howling wind outside, looking worried. If it's this cold here, it must be even colder up north. Hearing this, Song Sai glanced out the window. If their province, located between the north and south, was this cold, how could the north not be freezing? Teacher, don't worry about the north. We're about to freeze ourselves. It's strange how cold it is this year. There hasn't been any rain or snow, yet it feels much colder than last year. Zhang, he said, hugging himself and shivering. Liang Xuezhou frowned, staring at the weather outside, trying to understand why it was so cold.
Ashu, Ashu.
Meng Jilin didn't speak. His nose was red from the cold, and he sniffed occasionally, clearly feeling the chill. Hearing his student sneeze, Teacher Chi quickly returned to the moment. He leaned down to check Meng Jilin's forehead and found it wasn't as hot as he expected. He said gently, "You're fine, no fever. Remember to have a bowl of ginger tea in the cafeteria later. I had planned to let you rest before the spring festival, but this weather is really not suitable for staying at the county school. In a few days, it will be the end of the month, and after you go home for the break, you won't need to come back until after the spring festival." Yay, yay. Zhang, he was so excited about the break that he was the first to jump up and cheer. Although brother Zhang, he is 6 years older than me, he is not as steady as Meng Jilan, and he is only slightly better than brother Jin Yuan Bao. Do you know why I worry about the cold weather in the north? Master Qi said, stroking his beard, his gaze suddenly sharp as he looked at the students below. The north has many desolate areas, and the people lack clothing and food. Master is worried they won't have enough to eat or wear, Meng Jilan asked uncertainly. Master Qi shook his head and remained silent. Seeing this, Zhang He immediately shared his opinion. The weather in the north is harsh. Master is worried about the people suffering from the cold. Master Qi continued to shake his head and stayed silent. The north is just lacking clothing and food. What else is there to worry about? Liang Shuizhou furrowed his brow, puzzled. If Master is not worried about the weather or food, then what else could it be? It can't be war, right? Surprisingly, war is indeed a possibility. Throughout history, there have been many foreign tribes in the north. Although we don't have much information in Jinfeng County, we know that these tribes often raid the northern borders. This might explain why the northern mining areas continuously send heavy criminals. Could it be that they are building walls to defend against these tribes? Master, are you worried about war? Song Si he asked directly, voicing his thoughts. Upon hearing the word war, Zhang He and the others immediately hushed, staring at Song Si he in shock. What was he saying? War just because it's too cold? Master Qi's eyes sparkled as he focused on his young disciple for a moment. After a long pause, he smiled with relief and said, Zhiyuan is right. I am worried about war. Speaking of war, let me tell you about the current situation of our Great Qi dynasty. Although Great Qi is prosperous now, many things are still beyond our control, especially with the Great Yang and Great Wu dynasties on either side, always watching us closely, hoping to take over Great Qi. They even provide weapons to the foreign tribes nearby and occasionally disturb our borders. The most despicable thing is that a few years ago, they brought a plague to the people at the border. If our imperial doctors hadn't found a solution in time, many would have died. After saying this, Master Qi sighed deeply and continued, Now it is exceptionally cold here, so just imagine how cold it must be in the north. The Great Wu dynasty has been accustomed to cold weather for generations. This weather is like their armor. Do you think they will stay quiet and not cause trouble? If war breaks out now, which side has a better chance of winning? Since I can think of this, the central government should also consider it. If the two countries join forces, there could be great danger at the border. The last statement about the danger at the border made everyone present feel anxious and fearful. Song Sai's heart raced with worry. In this peaceful time, he could earn a degree and improve his family's situation, but if war broke out, just staying safe would be a challenge. Even though he worked out regularly, it wouldn't help much in a time of conflict with weapons everywhere, unless he had a weapon of his own. Seeing that the students were too scared to breathe, Teacher Qi smiled and said, This is just my personal opinion. I believe our ruler has already thought of a plan. I'm sharing the situation in our country to make you aware that while it seems peaceful and prosperous, there are also hidden dangers and countless schemes at play. Of course, this doesn't concern you for now. Your main task is to focus on your studies. Once you earn your degree, no matter what happens, you won't be at the mercy of others like ordinary people. After Teacher Qi expressed his concerns and left, Zhang He couldn't sit still and stood up, looking worried. What if there really is a war? We are closest to the north. Teacher just shared his worries. It doesn't mean there will actually be a war. Besides, if a war does come here, worrying won't help. You'd be in danger regardless. It's better to enjoy your meals and drinks now, and deal with any real issues if they arise, Song Sai replied, surprised that Zhang He, who looked the strongest, was actually the most timid. Liang Shuizhou nodded in agreement.
What the junior brother said is right.
Zhang He, you're overthinking it. Instead of worrying, you should plan how to manage your studies during the long break coming up. Zhang He scratched his head, realizing he was the only one feeling so anxious, and felt a bit embarrassed. Right, I'll focus on my studies. As the group returned to their serious studying, Song Sai glanced at the nearby stove, lost in thought. He has been into Qi for a long time and seems to have never heard the word gunpowder. However, since firecrackers already exist, then saltpeter and sulfur should also be available. He clearly remembers from his history lessons that the formula is 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. If all these ingredients are available, should he make it? Gunpowder is very powerful, and if used on the battlefield, it would surely cause countless casualties, and it would be hard to treat the wounded. Song Sai thought for a long time and decided not to make it for now. Although gunpowder is easy to mix, he is more afraid that it could be misused by those with bad intentions to harm innocent people. If in the future, if the Great Wu and Great Yang really do team up against Qi, as the teacher said, he would definitely hand over the formula without hesitation to protect Qi. After returning home from the county school, Song Sai paid close attention to the weather. He even asked where to buy saltpeter and sulfur, just in case something happened in the north. However, the weather did not stay cold for long. It gradually warmed up. The freezing days from a couple of days ago made even his fox fur coat feel insufficient, but now wearing it, he felt warm all over. During winter, hunters usually do not go hunting, so after selling the last wild animal a few days ago, his family shop closed. Jin Yuanbao and Song Sanhe, who were eager to explore the county, were taken back home to stay warm for the winter. "Mom, the weather is warm now, so you don't need to make me another fox fur coat. Didn't you just make me one recently? Why make another?" "It's just a cloak. There's no need for so many," he said. His mother and grandmother had been busy since they entered the main room, hardly lifting their heads. They were always busy at the shop, and now at home, Song Sai worried that his mother and grandmother might suffer from back problems or varicose veins. Hearing this, Wang Shi looked up, bit the thread, and smiled. "The weather might turn cold again. I feel like the one I made for you before isn't thick enough. This one will be thicker, and besides, having 2 will let you change them out." "Your mother is right. Having 2 will be good for changing," Grandma Zhang added with a smile. Seeing he couldn't convince them, Song Sai returned to his room and began to practice his writing seriously. Over the past 2 years, his writing has improved significantly. He may not claim to be an excellent student, but he is very confident when it comes to writing. A few days later, the weather gradually returned to its usual winter temperature and more people filled the streets. The calls of vendors rose one after another. Song Sai, wearing a warm fur coat from his mother, walked down the street, planning to visit a jewelry shop. His 2 cousins from his second uncle's family and 2 cousins from his maternal uncle's family had all arranged their marriages. The 2 cousins from his second uncle's family were set to marry the sons of a cloth shop owner. To discuss this, Song Sanyu had even gone back to talk to them and learned that they truly liked the boys, which made him feel relieved. The eldest cousin from his maternal uncle's family was preparing to marry the older brother of Zhang Hesher, whom he had met before. Zhang Quanda is honest and hardworking, and since Zhang Hesher is already a scholar, their future resources would likely be good. As for the second cousin from his third uncle's family, she had also recently arranged her marriage through Mr. Liu from the Zui Feng building in the county town. The groom is Mr. Liu's youngest son, who currently works as an accountant there. It is said that during their first meeting, she took him away and after returning, he looked shy and admired her with sparkling eyes. The wedding dates for the sisters are all set for early spring next year, which is quite close. Song Sai planned to buy each sister a silver hairpin, making sure not to favor one over the others. The young man was handsome and gentle, and his fur coat made him look quite elegant. As soon as he entered the jewelry shop, he caught the attention of the shopkeeper, who greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Young master, you've come at the perfect time. We just received a new batch of beautiful jewelry yesterday. Please take your time to choose." He had been to jewelry shops in the town before, where the styles were limited and outdated. But now, in front of him were several display cases filled with exquisite jewelry, each piece looking stunning. He couldn't help but think that the county town truly had a wider variety and unique designs. It was no wonder that his older female classmates enjoyed visiting accessory shops. Even he, as a young man, found them appealing. There were so many beautiful items that Song Sai almost lost track of his purpose. He remembered he was there to buy silver hairpins for his 4 sisters. He decided to skip the beautiful jade bracelets and jewelry and stick to something practical like a few silver hairpins instead. Although it looks like just a silver hairpin, it is not cheap. One costs over 3 taels of silver. The hairpin is carved with several flower petals, looking very lifelike and delicate, rivaling modern designs. Our ancestors were always ahead in terms of aesthetics. Shopkeeper, I would like to buy 4 of these silver hairpins with flower shapes. Can you lower the price a bit? The price tag on the wooden board in front of the hairpins shows that one costs 3 taels and 6 coins. Song Sai thought it was a bit expensive, so he directly asked. The shopkeeper was surprised. The young boy looked like a wealthy young master. Why was he bargaining with him? Uncle Zhang, just wrap up these 4 hairpins and give them to my little brother. A familiar voice came from the door. Song Sai turned to see Shin Yueyue, smiling brightly, waving at him. Little brother, this shop belongs to my Shin family. Just tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you. The little girl winked playfully and leaned closer, whispering, It won't cost you anything. The lively and cute girl always lifted his spirits whenever he saw her. Haha, so you are the young lady's friend. I'll wrap these hairpins up now, the shopkeeper said, noticing how warm the young lady was toward the boy. He hurried to find a jewelry box to pack them. Seeing this, Song Sai quickly stopped him, saying, Don't listen to her. The price is the price. Shopkeeper, please calculate it.
Ah.
The shopkeeper looked at his young lady with a troubled expression. Shun Yueyue pouted slightly, saying, Little brother, you are my lifesaver. What's wrong with giving you a few hairpins? This girl seemed a bit upset. Song Sai smiled lightly and said, I plan to give these hairpins to someone else. I can't let you give them to me. Unexpectedly, Shun Yueyue looked at him in disbelief and asked, Giving them to someone? Who? Is it for a girl? Why do you care about that? How much is it in total, shopkeeper? Song Sai was puzzled by her 3 questions and quickly changed the subject. The shopkeeper, who was watching with interest, hurriedly grabbed an abacus when he heard the question about the price. After a flurry of clicks, he looked up and smiled. Originally, 1 hairpin costs 3 taels and 6 coins, but since you are the young lady's friend, I can give you a discount. How about 3 taels and 4 coins each? This is the lowest discount I can offer. Song Sai nodded in agreement without any objections. Seeing this, Manager Zhang revealed his signature smile and said, That will be a total of 13 taels and 6 coins.
All right.
Song Sai took out the silver to pay, received the silver hairpin, and turned to see the little girl looking at him with a sad expression, her eyes glistening with tears. Song Sai quickly stepped forward and gently asked, What's wrong, Iya? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? As soon as he asked, Shun Yueyue couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam, startling Song Sai. He quickly took out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped her tears. Okay, yeah, don't cry. Who bullied you? Tell your big brother and he will help you, all right? The little girl's big, watery eyes seemed to hold a lake, and no matter how much he wiped, the tears kept coming. Her nose turned red, clearly showing she had been wronged. Hearing the gentle voice of her big brother made Shin Yueyue feel even worse. The sadness she had tried so hard to suppress came rushing back when she thought about her big brother giving hairpins to another girl, and especially 4 at once. She couldn't hold back anymore and cried out loud. She was already quite noticeable, but now she became the center of attention in the shop. Manager Zhang had no choice but to take the 2 of them to a nearby storage room. The storage room was small and filled with Shun Yueye's cries. Song Sai had never encountered such a situation, whether in modern times or ancient times. In his fluster, he forgot about the difference between genders and just wanted to stop the girl from crying. By the time he realized it, the little girl was already in his arms, unusually quiet. Big brother, Shin Yueyue said, her voice trembling and uncertain. Song Sai gently released her and comforted her. You can't do this next time, okay? Now, can you tell me why you're crying so sadly? Who bullied you? Shin Yueyue timidly looked up, her eyes clear and fresh from crying, darting around but not daring to meet his gaze. Her round face turned slightly red, and she clutched the hem of her clothes, her face growing warmer. Song Sai felt a sudden stir in his heart as he saw this scene, and his heartbeat quickened. The little girl was really pretty. Wait, what am I thinking?
She's only 13.
This is like an old cow wanting to eat tender grass. No, I'm also 13. If only. Stop. I need to stop imagining. Big brother, do you have someone you like? Still battling with his thoughts, Song Sai looked at Shun Yue in surprise. A flutter of emotions rose in his heart as he gently gazed down at her and asked, "Why do you ask?" Shun Yue's round face turned bright red, her cheeks hot, and her ears began to burn. Finally, she closed her eyes and boldly declared, "My dad said he wants to marry me to you. From now on, you will be my husband and I will be your wife. You can't give gifts to other girls."
Yeah, what are you talking about?
When did I ever say that? Before Song Sai could respond, the storage room door was kicked open, revealing Shin Qian, who looked furious and was glaring at Song Sai. Shin Qian's round figure shook as he stomped in. Shun Yue was so scared that she quickly hid behind Song Sai, peeking out timidly. Seeing this, Shin Qian was nearly out of breath with anger. He rushed forward and pulled his daughter behind him, then sternly told the maid, "Take the young lady back. She is not allowed to go out without my permission." "Yes," the maid replied. She had come out with the young lady and thought it would be fine to quickly get some crystal cake from the nearby shop. But on her way back, she ran into the master and brought him along, only to hear the young lady's words. "Dad, you clearly said that," Shin Yue insisted as the maid pulled her away. Shun Qian shot a fierce glare at his daughter, making her quiet down and quickly pull the maid away. Seeing Shun Qian's chest heaving with anger, like an agitated lion, Song Sai really wanted to hold onto Shin Yue. "Uncle, I really didn't mean to." After saying this, Song Sai really wanted to slap himself. What was he saying? He hadn't done anything wrong. He quickly added, "Uncle, I came today to buy a hairpin and then I ran into Yaya and she just kept crying. I was trying to comfort her." Shin Qian looked serious and stared at Song Sai for a moment before coldly saying, "Come with me." He then led the way out of the shop. Song Sai was confused but followed Shin Qian until they reached a tea house. Shin Qian walked confidently to a private room on the second floor, and Song Sai hurriedly followed him inside. Once in the room, Shin Qian poured himself a full cup of tea and drank it all in one go, then began to stare at Song Sai. Song Sai nervously swallowed, feeling uneasy about what was happening. "Uncle Shin, I didn't hear what Yaya said today, and I won't tell anyone else. You can rest easy." Shin Qian was probably worried about this, as a woman's reputation was very important in ancient times, even though he saw 13-year-old Shin Yue as still a child. "Yaya likes you," Shin Qian said through clenched teeth.
What do you think about that?
This wasn't how the story was supposed to go. Even though he had some education, his family was just a farming family, while the Shin family was wealthy. He heard that Shun's ancestor was even a sixth-rank official in charge of the entire Shangzhou prefecture. Shouldn't Uncle Shin be throwing money at him and scolding him not to appear in front of Yaya again? He remembered that's how it went in the dramas.
I have no thoughts on that.
Although Yaya was cute and lively, he really wasn't thinking about marriage right now. He was still a minor himself, and something should wait until he was an adult and had achieved something. "If I say I want to betroth Yaya to you, would you be willing?" A sharp light flashed in Shin Qian's eyes. Song Sai shook his head. Seeing Song Sai refuse, Shin Qian's gaze became sharp and his tone turned serious. "What, is my daughter not good enough for you?" "Uncle Shun, you misunderstand me. Yaya is wonderful, but I don't feel worthy of her. I'm just a scholar now, and who knows if I can achieve more in the future. Your family is so prominent, and our families are not a good match. It would be unfair to Yaya if she married me.